Live, man. What's going on, everybody? You got S.E.T Media in the house, man, with another night of content for y'all, man. It's gonna be a fire stream. We got some Trump lined up. He went to Aurora, Colorado. Kamala went to Phoenix, Arizona. We got some stuff coming up right after that. Some special content as well. You know how we do here at S.E.T Media, man. Make sure to like the video on the way in. Let's get right into this content.
But I've been waiting for this day, and we're here finally in Aurora.
It's my man's favorite song.
Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much. And it's great to be back in this beautiful state with thousands of proud, hardworking American patriots. That's what you are. And before going further, I want to let everyone who is still recovering from the hurricanes that hit Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Alabama, Tennessee, and Virginia, to know that we are thinking of them and we are praying for them. God bless them. God bless them.
Yep, and to anybody affected by Hurricane Milton, man, thoughts and prayers go out to you, man. Hopefully y'all somewhere safe, somewhere dry, and hopefully y'all somewhere recovering from the damage.
We have a lot of great people today, and I'll do it at the beginning because we have a lot to talk about. What the hell is happening with our country? What are they doing? What are they doing to Colorado? They're ruining your state. They're ruining your state.
Yes, sir.
So let's do this. Let's just very quickly mention some of the really great people and great patriots, and then we're going to get back into the business of discussing what we're going to do. You know what you're going to do? You're going to vote for Trump, and we'll solve your problem in about 15 minutes.
About
we're pleased to be joined
flat
this afternoon by Congresswoman Lauren Boebert. Lauren, good job today. Thank you. Also, Greg Lopez. Thank you, Greg. And a woman who beat Liz Cheney by the largest margin in the history of Congress. She got out that whack job. Harriet Hageman. Harriet, thank you. Where's Harriet? What a job. She beat her so badly. The single biggest victory in the history, defeating a person sitting in Congress, and she deserved it. She is bad news. Thank you, Harriet, very much. You're really fantastic. Thank you, darling. Also, we have congressional candidates who are really terrific people. They have my endorsement, Gabe Evans and Jeff Frank. A candidate for Congress and former ICE field office director who did a really good job for me, John Fabricatore. John Fabricatore. That's a hell of a name. But it worked. It worked because he did a great job. Wyoming Secretary of State, Chuck Gray. Chuck, thank you very much. Great job, Chuck. The Sheriff of Douglas County, Darren Weakley. Aurora City Councilwoman, Danielle Jurinsky. And Stephanie Hancock. The founder and president of the Article 3 project. This guy is tough as hell. We want him in a very high capacity. Mike Davis. Mike. Thank you, Mike. Where's Mike? Mike is great. Here's a man, I met him backstage and I realized I'd never be a big football player. Denver Bronco Derek Wolfe. Where is he?
Hey.
Where is he? Where is he? Man.
Shout out to entertainers, athletes, and influencers who without shame can support Donald Trump, man, because a lot of folks be too scared They don't want to lose out on no brand endorsements. Don't want to be maybe ostracized by their peers. But yeah, shout out to folks who unashamedly support DT, my man.
Is he? Where is he? Oh, there he. He's a little hard. You are one big guy. You know, you are one hell of a guy. But you had a great career. Congratulations. 10 years in the NFL, all with your team. And he was a winner. He was a winner. And you are a winner. Thank you very much for being here, Derek. Appreciate it. We have a very popular man, a very popular political person, and a great congressman from Texas, Wesley Hunt. Wesley's fantastic. Thank you. Wesley came in with me.
Hey, Fox Chase, weren't you in here last night? We had the Obama speech rolling.
Unbelievable, actually. I've gotten to know her. She endorsed me in 2016. I said, you got to be kidding. It was a surprise endorsement. And she believed in the message and what we were saying. We were right about what we were saying. You know, when we came down that escalator and I made those statements, everyone said, how terrible are those statements? Turned out that they were minor compared to, they were like little minor statements by comparison. But she got it better than anybody, and she endorsed us very early when it wasn't the thing to do. From Alaska, the great Sarah Palin.
Whoa. Shout out. Everybody remembers her.
Thank you, Sarah.
Whoa.
With the help of everyone here today, 25 days from now, think of it, 25 days. We are going to defeat.
I'll say like one of the first mainstream female politicians, honestly, to run on that scale for what she was going for. She was going for VP, or was she going for president?
No, she's a VP.
Okay, yeah. The mainstream, one of the most mainstream, notable modern day female candidates.
Kamala Harris. Who has no clue what the hell is going on, I have to tell you. Did you see where she did a town hall yesterday and she used a teleprompter? I never saw a town. You don't use teleprompters. We don't use teleprompters, period, pretty much. You don't use them for town halls. No, she's not the right person not for this country, not for any country.
We might go back over
Fox Chase. We're going
Chase.
To make America great again.
There was some stuff in there I kind of wanted to analyze a little bit deeper.
So I've been waiting for this. I've been waiting for this day because I've been reading about it like so many people all around the world. And I wanted to get here as soon as I could. And I took a good time and a good day. And, you know, the crowd, we could sell this place out 4 times. You see what's outside?
Yeah. He's never lying when he says that. This man knows how to draw a crowd.
NBC, of all networks, said a little while ago, they announced, it's the single longest line for anything that they've ever seen. That's pretty good. But I've been waiting for this day, and we're here finally in Aurora, Colorado, to call the attention of the world, and unfortunately the world's already got its attention, to one of the most egregious betrayals that any leader in any nation has ever inflicted on its own people. What they've done to our country, what they're doing to our country. They're destroying, they are ruining our country.
If anybody remembers that, what was it, the Georgia-Alabama game from a couple weeks ago, man, the crowd went crazy for this man.
I mean, standing ovation.
You would have thought that was one of his rallies. Like, goddamn. Anytime this man shows up in a public event, it's wild.
But Waltz got booed at Michigan, though.
What they call it, pandemonium. All right, Waltz got booed at this.
We are being led.
That was funny.
We are being led by stupid people. We cannot take it anymore. For the past 4 years, as the so-called border czar, the person in charge of our border, KAMALA,
Camel toe.
And you can't use the name Harris. You know, if you say Harris, nobody knows who the hell you're talking about. Think of it, Harris, nice name. It's like,
He said
so we
nice
use
name.
the
It's too
KAMALA.
common.
She was last, right? She came in
So it's
last,
nothing
and
like
now
Trump,
she's running. How
not
about
like
that?
Big T.
In all fairness, I'm not a fan of Sleepy Joe, but Sleepy Joe got 14 million votes. She got none. She never made it to the great state of Iowa. She quit. Out of 22 people, she
Hey,
quit.
that's what's up.
She had nothing going. And interestingly, when she came in, she was okay, pretty good. But then they heard her talking. They watched her brain in action. And when they saw the brain in action, they said, that's it. And here she is again. But Kamala has imported an army of
It's
illegal
like that Buzz Lightyear meme. There seems to be no sign of intelligent life.
I'm done.
alien gang members and migrant criminals from the dungeons of the third world. They come from the dungeons, think of that, the dungeons of the third world.
Dungeons
From
of the
prisons
third-
and
God
jails,
damn.
insane asylums, and mental institutions. And she has had them resettled beautifully into your community to prey upon innocent American citizens. That's what they're doing. And no place is it more evident than right here. Because in Aurora, multiple apartment complexes have been taken over by the savage Venezuela prison gang known as Tren de Aragua.
And as somebody who's been through Aurora, Colorado, they have a decent, or I would say sizable Hispanic community. So he's not talking about the Hispanic community that's already there. It's already settled in, legal citizens of Aurora, Colorado. So he's not speaking to them. He's talking about the Hispanics that have migrated here illegally and taken over. And even the Hispanic community that's already there legally can attest to that. Like, yeah. It ain't against Hispanics. It's against these that's coming in and low key trying to hostily take over our shit.
Yeah, the migrants, and then the migrant. And it's crazy how they're blaming like the gangs for whatever the migrants do just to cover it up.
They're trying to conflate it, bro. But nah, it's literally a migrating population of certain folks that are coming in on some hostile shit, low key.
Or is your law enforcement and law enforcement all over the world? They know them all over the world. They're a savage gang, one of the worst.
What's going on,
in the
everybody?
world.
Like the video on the
And
way
they're
in,
getting
man.
bigger all
We're
the
just
time
getting
because
started.
of our stupidity. They're known as TDA. TDA has killed 7 people today, sir. Last month, 6 men with armed rifles and many other men standing right outside waiting for them and handguns
TDA.
were caught
Trying to
on
figure out what he meant by
camera
that, too.
as they were forced into a situation, and they said they were forced. They weren't forced. They got their way into an apartment building. They threatened the tenants at gunpoint. These are people that never saw anything like this. These are people that never experienced criminals and crime. They
Not to
burst
that
into the
magnitude.
building and they held tenants at gunpoint and at knife point. 10 minutes later, they opened fire on a 25-year-old man outside the building, fatally shooting him. Of the barbaric thugs who have been identified, at least 3 are illegal aliens who were in Border Patrol custody. They were in custody. By the way, 4 years ago, we had the safest border in the history of our country. Put up that sign, please. Put up my all-time favorite graph. Put up my all-time. Get that put up.
The chart that saved this man's life.
That is the most beautiful graph
That man came back to PA with the same chart and was just like, as I was saying, like, hard ass moment. I ain't gonna lie.
I've ever seen. It's the most beautiful piece of paper I've ever seen. I take it home every night and I sleep with it and I kiss it. Oh, I kiss it. Boo boo. Because without that sucker,
Jimmy
I
Matt,
wouldn't
though,
be
what's
here
going
right
on?
now.
One of the members.
So if you think about it, Mr. Pastor, great job you did, Pastor. If you think about it, illegal immigration saved my life. I'm the only one. Usually it's the opposite. It's usually the opposite. Thank you very much. But you see that arrow on the bottom? That's when I left. That's the day I left office. You had the lowest number of people coming into our country in the history, recorded history of our country. And then look what happened, like a rocket ship. And they were rough, the ones that came in. We were very, very careful. We were remain in Mexico. We checked everybody out. People came in, but then they got rough because then they said, let's...
Yeah, it's funny how they changed the catch and release policy from catch and release them back into Mexico, catch and release them back into the country they migrated from, to catch and release them into America. It's funny how they switched that up. Like, I was with them at first. Like, I was with you in the first half, but in the second half, I don't know where we went wrong. Like, how did it go from catch and release, send them back to sender? Everybody could be for that. To catch and release them upon the American population, where they've low-key caused issues in certain communities.
Let's do open borders. Let's let the whole world...
Not necessarily because of where they're from or their intention. Like, I understand some of these people are genuinely needing to have access to better climate, better conditions versus the one available in their home country. But some of these communities just can't handle the influx of people that are coming in. I always think of Springfield, Ohio, close to home. We live about 40 minutes east of Springfield, 40 minutes west of Springfield, excuse me. And I just always think about how the city of 60,000 just got dumped 20 extra thousand on top of that. And it's just not suitable. It's not sustainable for a lot of communities.
They don't even speak English.
Exactly. And like I said, Springfield is really just a microcosm of what's going on across America.
And as soon as they did that, jails were emptied, mental institutions were emptied. And I would have done the same thing if I were in charge of any of the many countries we're talking about. 3 of these thugs were in Border Patrol custody, but were released into the United States by KAMALA. And my message, they were released and they killed people, a lot of people. They were released. But my message today is very simple. No person who has inflicted the violence and terror that Kamala Harris has inflicted on this community can ever be allowed to become the president of the United States. We're not going to.
Nah, they got the same thing going on there though. Fox Chase, I can imagine.
And your weak and ineffective governor, he's a totally ineffective guy, by the way. I hope you know that. His name is Jared Polis. I got to know him. I got to know him in the White House. He'd come in with other governors, some Democrat. I see them all. I worked with all of them. I know the good ones and the bad ones. He's not a good one, this one. But he'd come in, sir, it's so nice to meet you, sir. Oh, it's such an honor to be, oh, this is the Oval Office. Oh, sir, thank you, sir, thank you, sir. Then he comes back here and he says, I didn't like the guy. Can you believe it? Mm-hmm. And I gave you, not him, I didn't give anything. I gave you everything that they wanted. I gave you because I love this state. This state has to flip Republican. It has to. It has to. Let's do it. That's why I'm here. Let's do it. I'm not here for my health. That's why I'm here. Think of where I could be, though. I could take our beautiful First Lady. I could be on the beautiful beaches all over the world. I could be in Monte Carlo. I could be all over the world, the best properties in the world. I have the best properties. And where am I? I'm right now
on the campaign
in
trail,
Aurora.
Getting shot at, assassination attempt.
Man, he could have. He low-key could have sat back on an island somewhere with all his billions or millions and just kicked it. And for all y'all who say, "Oh, he's a failed businessman," I mean, like, please tell me how you're a billionaire but a failed businessman.
Media narrative attacks against this man, judicial attacks against this man. He stands on the front lines, and like I said, I do think it's admirable because he's not lying when he says that. Man, I could be on the beach sipping pina coladas,
man.
But here I am, right here for y'all.
And that's where I want to be because we're going to solve this problem.
Right, we're gonna pull that up too.
right?
Some of these charges that y'all like to hinge y'all hat on, as far as, oh, he's a convicted felon. We gonna pull it up. We got some new stuff. Some
more money got dropped.
Yep.
I mean, some more charges got dropped.
And as we kind of roll in closer to November, we're gonna see how most of these charges are really can't hold their own water.
Man, sent to appeal and took him down.
If you said, where would you rather be, on the most beautiful beaches in the world, or with you, trying to figure out what the hell happened to Aurora, because you have a very different place than you had just a few months ago, right? We're going to take care of it. But Polis, he's a coward, he's a fraud, he's pathetically trying to deny. He's pathetic. He doesn't see. You know, they don't want to see. You know what? They don't want to. They want to stay with Washington, because otherwise they'll get indicted. They'll find they did something wrong. They'll get indicted if they don't. So he's afraid. They're all afraid. They're all cowards. So this guy doesn't see what you see. He doesn't see people bursting into buildings with AK-47s, military-style weapons, sometimes better than our own military. You have to ask, they're illegal migrants. They come from poor areas. Where the hell do they get these guns, the best guns? Where do they get them? Where do they get them? Who gives them better guns than our military has? Who is giving them the guns? But she's committed crimes against your state. She has committed crimes by allowing these criminals in, and many of these people are murderers. Let's take a look at a couple of little quick notes that I put up. You know, we're giving you the expensive treatment because of the fact we want to win the state so badly. So we gave you a couple of videos today. Play them, please.
Was it a mistake to loosen the immigration policies?
Do you regret terminating it, given that migration has increased in the wake of that?
The entire world is showing up here at our doorstep.
While he pulls these videos up, I think it's worth noting the new charges that have been dropped against this man due to lack of evidence.
Yeah, well, actually, due to really,
so the Trump
due to
fraud case,
crime-like behavior, due to, I don't know, like
Fraudulent
third
activity
world
down there.
behavior, that they was able to get these charges on him anyway, due to this kangaroo course that they put him through. And they, as soon as they sent it to appeals, yeah, it immediately
Like I said, it couldn't hold water.
Bro, it couldn't hold water at all.
You know, this man right here, shout out Team FU Joe. I'm weak. Team FU Joe on TikTok, shout out.
And try not to deny this, like y'all deny Trump's billionaire status.
Oh God, just pay attention.
For the appellate court this week, and by the time it was over, the closing arguments of the Democrat lawyers was just them begging to not get sanctioned. So look, many people aren't aware that the Trump fraud case went before the appeals court this week. And if you don't know how an appeals court works, there are 5 judges that sit in judgment for these cases. And they basically let the prosecution and the defense both lay out their cases. And their job is to consider whether or not the case was worth hearing in the first place. And it went so badly for the Democrat lawyers that by the end of it, their closing arguments was just them begging to not get sanctioned. So they argued a ton of different things throughout this case. But the biggest thing was the judges...
Imagine how erroneous the charges must have been. How wrongful the conviction must have been if they're just like,
no,
yo,
please.
Don't hold this against us. Look, I know it was basically criminal even charging this man what we did, but please don't sanction us. I'm like, oh, okay.
Kept interrupting them. They kept saying, hold on. Can you find me one other time in history where the person who took the loan was able to call the bank that they took the loan from, and then that bank showed up and said, we weren't defrauded? And the lawyers spent 2 hours trying to find one little instance where it happened. But then the judges said, okay, let's try something else. They said, hey, have you ever prosecuted someone for lying about the value of a property when it resulted in the entire loan being paid back with interest? And again, they gave them 2 hours to try to explain their case, and they still couldn't produce a single case where that had happened.
So, y'all mad that Donald Trump pretty much did good business. Y'all mad that Donald Trump did good business pretty much. It's like, oh, he lied on it. I'm like, well, I don't know. The bank not too mad about it. The bank done got their money plus more. He done lied for a loan that the bank earned money on. I mean, wait, why are y'all mad about something that the victim's not mad about? Like, make it make sense. Yeah, y'all really need to make that make sense. How are y'all mad about something that a victim is not mad about?
No victim, no crime.
Man.
And then the judges said, hey, you know what? We'll give you another shot. They said, have you ever seen an attorney general prosecute a case where there was no damage to the public? There was no damage to the person you said was defrauded, and there was no actual malice committed by the person who took the loan. And then they took another 6 hours on that one. And by the end of it, the judges were like, so you don't have any instance of that happening. And then by the time they were done, the judges were like, I don't even know if this is a case that should have been brought. And they said, look, y'all might need to be sanctioned for bringing this case in a malicious manner. One of the judges actually said, I have come to believe that since a case like this has never been brought in the history of the country, not only New York, that you have only brought this case because the person was running for president, which would put you afoul of not only multiple regulations regarding the law, but would also run you afoul of electioneering interference. In fact, at the end of it, when they got to give their closing arguments, instead of arguing the value of their case, instead of arguing that we should have been able to bring this case because of X and Y and all this shit, they actually just said at the end, we hope that the court will take into account that lawyers need to be able to bring cases like this without the threat of sanction.
Nah, not
Basically,
the fraudulent
they were
one.
saying, we hope that you decide that we're not going to get in trouble for bringing this bullshit case. That was what happened at the appellate court. So Trump, being found guilty of fraud and having to pay 500 some odd million fucking dollars, and the whole left celebrating about that, he's going to get all that money back because the appellate court was like, this is a bullshit
This
case.
ain't nothing there.
The people he took the loan from literally came to court.
Not fake news, but fake trial.
And you know what? It's crazy because at the time we were literally calling it out. Like, man, they're just throwing everything but the kitchen sink at him and seeing what's going to stick.
Yeah.
It didn't really matter what he was really guilty of ultimately. It's just the fact that the narrative was painted that, oh, he's so bad. He's a fraudulent man. He's a felon. Don the con. They were saying everything, and it was really just more so about the narrative than the true nature of the crime, whether he was guilty or innocent.
Yeah, bro. At the end of the day, they just want to run on. He's a convicted felon. That's what it. I'm just like, dog.
And I knew it. They were going to run with that narrative all the way to November, and people are still buying it.
Honestly, I could see why Trump was really trying to get this rushed into appeals, because he knew, he was like, bro, this all gonna fall apart. And what makes it even worse is that it's falling apart close to election. What makes the Democrats look even worse, man.
And we know they don't really follow too closely to any type of standard. Look how they just propped Kamala up. She didn't have to pass any primaries or do anything like that. They just put her right in position.
Well,
Strong arm Joe out.
I'm gonna be real with you. Kamala's been put in position her whole life. And I ain't talking about sexual positions.
Ooh, no
I'm
Diddy.
talking about, Kamala's been given positions where she has to only show up for 1 or 2 days and get paid 6 figures. Shout out Willie Brown.
Ooh, man.
Court on his behalf and said, hey, we weren't defrauded.
I guess she's good with that mouthpiece.
He overvalued Mar-a-Lago. We took that into our calculations. And even if we had taken that into our calculations, and the value of Mar-a-Lago was part of 0.14. Like the president of Deutsche Bank said, you know why we gave him the loan? It had nothing to do with the value of Mar-a-Lago. It had to do with we given him 21 other loans. And he has paid back all 21 with interest. We were giving him the
God.
loan.
And for those of y'all who don't know, rich people don't use their own money. Man. Like, come on.
They use the bank's money.
Oh, God. They use the bank's money to make their money. They pay the bank. They pay the bank back the sum of the loan, and then they keep the extra. That's how rich people go.
But that's so crazy. So it didn't even matter about the fraudulent, I guess, of overvaluing the crib. They just gave it to him just because, well, he's pretty good. He got great credit, pretty much. What you're saying. Trump got great business credit.
Bro, he's a career businessman. This man he's green light when it comes to getting money and paying back. Like there could be no argument made. Oh, he's filed bankruptcy. How many? For those of y'all who don't know anything about business, it's a part of it. And bankruptcy don't mean $0.
I gotta look that up, G. I gotta look that up because at this point, bankruptcy, they didn't even get these 6 bankruptcies because, bro.
But you know, bankruptcy's never meant $0.
Yeah, but I mean, hey, he didn't get bankruptcy 21 times with this like big ass loan company. This big ass bank. 21 times? I don't know. I'm gonna have to look into these 6 bankruptcies. Cause just like everything else these people be saying, it might be cap. A lot.
The value of anything. And that's where the appellate court was like, how do you have a case? Deutsche Bank literally said we were giving him the loan regardless. And that's when they started begging to not get sanctioned. So yeah, that's what happened with the Trump fraud case this week. Going really well for the Democrats.
And like you said, bro, falling apart closer and closer as we pull towards November. It's crazy.
Man, you know what's so funny, bro? Even if Trump has 6 bankruptcies, he still came out as a billionaire. He still came out on top.
Is that not a part of running businesses at a high level? Like, is that not a possibility that every entrepreneur may or may not run into? How many other entertainers,
the Democratic Party
have we seen do it?
Well, the Democratic Party wants you to hate rich people, so you know. He was giving money. That's why he's a billionaire. It's like, nah, he was giving money and he made it into billions. Like, that just shows how responsible and how much like financial savvy he has, which he can use for our country. Unlike Kamala, though.
They're crossing illegally and they are expecting to get released here into the United States.
A group of men walking up a stairwell at the Edge Lowry apartment complex in Aurora. All of them appear to be carrying rifles and handguns, and the video shot earlier this month. One of the men can be seen talking on a cell phone. They all then gather around a door and go in. Another video clip shows men forcing a door open.
This is a picture of gang members breaking into a vacant apartment so they could move a Venezuelan family in and then collect rent. This is our business plan, one gang member told a housekeeper. If he, the property manager, doesn't like it, we'll fill him with bullets.
Police in the region say a Venezuelan gang known as Tren de Aragua has victimized thousands through extortion, drug, and human trafficking.
Yeah, in bankruptcy, it is kind of just a process you follow, so you're not like fully held liable. For those of y'all who don't know the ins and the outs of bankruptcy, it's not declaring you literally have $0. It never was and it never has been that. It's more so just a process you go through so you're not held fully liable for losses and whatnot. Losses, debts. It's a business strategy, right? Or a personal debt strategy as well. I've seen people file for personal bankruptcy to offset personal debts and liabilities.
Kidnapping and murder. Alvaro Boza, a former Venezuelan police officer now living in Florida, says he fled his country in large part because the gang had become so powerful they could kill law enforcement like him with impunity. Boza says a fellow police officer who refused to cooperate with the gang was shot 50 times. Now, U.S. law enforcement, including Customs and Border Protection and the FBI, say the gang has made their way into the country.
Members have been tied to hundreds of crimes, from assaulting NYPD officers and a murder in Miami to shooting 2 different NYPD cops who were trying to arrest one of its members in June.
We hear from the mother of Jocelyn Nungary, the 12-year-old allegedly assaulted and killed in June by 2 illegal migrants. New court documents revealed they were a part of a Venezuelan gang.
Tren de Aragua has given their members the green light to attack and kill police officers in Denver.
We went out to some of Chicago's most violent neighborhoods to meet with current and former gang members who tell us that TDA first showed up when the city opened up migrant shelters in these areas, and that now the Venezuelans are trying to move in.
The city nonprofits have lined up to help the migrants that have come here, but nobody is helping the American citizens, the residents.
We keep saying it's migrants over citizens.
They told us that they really couldn't do anything unless something happened. It is not by any means an isolated occurrence, unfortunately. I call 911, no help comes from me. No help. We were on our own and we were left to die.
Open borders, deadly consequences.
Border crisis. Record high crossings are putting a strain on cities across America. It is a full-blown invasion.
Armed Venezuelan gang members storming an apartment complex in Aurora, Colorado.
When people talk about migrant crime, this is what they're talking about. Biden and Harris had created a program to bring them in under humanitarian parole.
I am in favor of saying that we're not going to treat people who are undocumented across the border as criminals.
More than 13,000 illegal immigrants.
Undocumented migration is not a crime. Undocumented migration is not a crime. Undocumented migration is not a crime.
Oh God, like illegal immigration. Legal now.
Like, bro.
Of murder have been released into the United States.
My 20-year-old daughter, Kayla Hamilton, was murdered in her own room. Kayla's murderer was apprehended by Border Patrol crossing illegally into the U.S.
Kayla's murderer had been improperly released into the United States.
And we got 14 plus of y'all in here, man. Make sure to go ahead and double tap that screen or 3 dots up there in the corner, man, and like the video. We appreciate the support, man. Let's go.
Yeah, we need to probably think about starting from scratch.
An Afghan national is in custody today after being accused of plotting an election day terrorist attack. The suspect entered the U.S. on a special immigrant visa.
More than a dozen people suspected of being Tren de Aragua gang members right here in San Antonio.
The gang members had been terrorizing.
His dad was a KKK member.
New details in the murder of Laken Riley. The illegal immigrant suspect, who cops say committed the heinous murder, is a Venezuelan national.
And was paroled and released into the country by the Biden administration.
2 men investigators say are in the country illegally from Venezuela are charged with capital murder in the death of Jocelyn Nungaray.
Court documents suggest a group of men arrested for beating and robbing a Dallas woman last month are members of a Venezuelan street gang.
Manuel Hernandez was booked by Colleyville police just 2 days earlier and released the day before the robbery.
It does get a bit irritating here about these, like, well, the border crisis and how they're honestly being let in. They can get hurt, get taken care of by our doctors, then get let back in or let into the country. There's like really no penalties for, well, being an illegal immigrant no more. There's no penalties for it. If anything, you get rewarded for crossing our border, rewarded for breaking our laws, and then we're just supposed to feel bad for you if we ever, or we're seen as racist if we talk negative about them, those people who are crossing the border. And honestly, I just think it's BS. I really do. Well, what's more BS is them flying them in with taxpayer dollars into sanctuary cities.
Bro, I just seen somebody in the chat saying open border shouldn't bother any American if we have our family and our community tight. And I'm just like, bro, that's only something you'd hear in the West. Any other country has a strong border. There's no other countries in the world besides like maybe the UK, United States, Canada, who just let people in freely. And look how this multiculturalism is. Look what it's led to for a lot of folks.
To be honest, it's just like it's surface level thinking. It's like you're not really thinking too deep into it.
I say it's La La Land.
Yeah, it's like
an open border isn't a strong border isn't what holds a nation together.
You obviously live in a fantasy world.
You're crazy as hell, bro.
4 years ago, it would be unthinkable that you'd be watching something like that. Again, think of it, the safest border in the history of our country. We never had a border so safe. All they had to do is leave it. Joe could have gone to the beach. He thinks he looks good in a bathing suit. And all he had to do is leave the guys that we had. They were great, great people, and we ran it tough. Remain in Mexico, little things like remain in Mexico. And I want to say, we want to have people come into our country, but they have to come in legally. We don't want them. And now America is known all throughout the world as...
Bro, I think you don't understand how far wrong you are on that. Look at any countries who have weak borders and ask its citizens how that's worked out for them. Ask the citizens of that country with weak borders how it's led to a stronger society, how multiculturalism has made their country any better.
Bro, the only countries with weak borders is ours and UK's.
There's some other European countries as well, but I'm just like ask them how that's helped them out. Like, let's just take a look over there, compare their shit to ours, and see how it's working. You want us to be in the same boat? I'm just like,
bro,
I don't get the argument there.
I don't get what's wrong with these Western countries and like forgetting the importance of borders.
Now, legal migration, that's a conversation we could all entertain, right?
But yeah, open borders?
But come on now.
Like, you tripping.
Where is that worked out and how well is that worked out for anyone?
Especially when like we can't benefit. Bro, everybody else benefit from open borders but us.
But the citizens of the country?
Yeah.
They got me fucked up.
Occupied America. They call it occupied. We're being occupied by a criminal force.
Mexico, I'm in a better
and
country.
We're an occupied state that refuses to let our great law enforcement professionals do the job that they so dearly want to do. You know, they want to do the job so badly, but they're threatened constantly. You're going to lose your pension. They don't want to do it. What is this ideology? It's so sick. But to everyone here in Colorado and all across our nation, I make this pledge and
no, you
vow
gotta read
to
the
you,
chat, then.
November 5th, 2024 will be Liberation Day in America. It will be Liberation Day.
So we shall be set free from high tax taxes.
Thank you. I will rescue Aurora and every town that has been invaded and conquered. These towns have been conquered. Explain that to your governor. He doesn't have a clue. They've been conquered. And we will put these vicious and bloodthirsty criminals in jail or kick them out of our country, and we will be very, very effective in doing it. It's going to happen very, very fast. We're gonna get them the hell out of our.
I do hate when people come with those like soft ass arguments. You're just gonna tear the parents away from their children. I'm like, well, what do you expect us to do? They came in here wrongfully, and you want us to treat us. I'm sorry, you want us to treat them right? So they came here illegally, and we're supposed to treat them with all due respect. You know, they have a lack of respect for our borders.
Oh, it's inhumane to rip them away from their kids.
Well, then send the kid with them then. But is the kid's American born? No. Go ahead and send that kid with him since you're so torn up about tearing a family apart. Go ahead, send the kid with him. Like they'll be all right.
That's kind of like the whole point of coming here, to have an anchor baby, though.
Yeah, I know. Ain't that the crazy part? Like, oh, I have a kid here. Can they? I'm like, no. You and the kid both gotta go, and that'd be the best way to do it. And
yeah, I do feel like if we kind of make that strong policy like a standard, then people will stop coming over here thinking they can do that. Like, oh, I just need to come over there, stay over there for a year, have a baby. That's what people literally come over.
Bro, it's a whole scam, and they're playing on people's emotions about it. I'm like, bro, we gotta be a little like, I guess, a little cold hard about it. It's like, all right, I'm sorry, but no, you taking your kid too, and you better go tell everybody else over there that the kid no gonna come over here and think they're gonna have a baby, and we're not gonna send it back with you.
And maybe this is just my observation. Maybe you can back it up or add to my claim here, Set. But under the current administration, like, the lines between legal migration and illegal migration have been blurred.
Yeah.
Like the expansion of the TPS program, like we don't know what's what at this point. All we know is that there's just been an influx of immigrants. Like the line between illegal migration and legal migration has just been completely blurred. And just the influx of people is affecting a lot of communities across the United States.
Oh, God. You know, it's so funny. People be like, what about y'all? I'm like, well, our parents are legal citizens.
Like, come on.
And we were born in this country. So
isn't that kind of racist to assume?
To assume that way. Where your people come from? I'm like, are you stupid?
Bro, we've been here. Like,
we've been here since day one, G.
Yeah, it's a little bit of, it's like covert racism to just kind of assume that. But hey, you know, it's all good.
Country.
You know them Dems, man.
It's to be expected.
And if your weak and ineffective governor, Jared Polis, was doing his job, he would be leading the fight to get these gangs and thugs the hell out of Colorado now. And remember, it was Polis, so nice to me in the White House. Sir, yes, sir, called me sir. Called me sir. He would have done whatever the hell I wanted. Yes, sir. Oh, sir, it's such an honor. And yet it was Polis who led the move to take me off the ballot because I was leading.
And I wouldn't want to be SBA.
Against all of the Democrats.
Man, fuck the FBA movement.
Oh.
And then the Supreme Court, like, very brave and very brilliant, actually, voted 9-0.
That divisive ass shit.
That I should be on the ballot.
Divisive over money.
Yeah. 9-0.
That's about the weakest shit I ever.
Everybody unanimous that I should be. I was leading everybody on the ballot. Every Democrat, I was leading
Bro, you're
everybody.
not even making
Said,
sense. That's like saying your people should be deported. Haven't your people been here?
Man, and shout out Fox Chase, bro. Bro, Chinese come over when they know they're going to give birth and land and have an anchor baby. True story, and that's facts.
Oh man, you ain't lying,
bro. A lot of people do that just to kind of like stick their way here in America.
Dog. It's a strategy.
Really is.
Just like I said, like under the expansion of the TPS program, you don't think that everybody, for every one immigrant or migrant family who's coming over here seeking genuine asylum, you don't think there's 5, 10 other migrants that are coming over here like, damn, all I got to do is say I'm seeking asylum status when I come over.
And here's the thing.
It's green at the border. All I got to do is say I'm seeking asylum seeking status.
Bro, and hold on. And why is letting them into our country like this seems to be like the only answer? Like we just can't help them in their country or something. Like we can't help them, I don't know, utilize their natural resources and let them, help themselves.
Build infrastructure up over there.
Yeah, because us taking them in is not helping us, and it's not even helping them.
It's a win-win, actually, if we help them out where they're at.
Yeah.
Shout out Fox Chase. Appreciate that super chat. First one of the show.
Appreciate you, man.
Because that was part of their scheme. Not only the weaponization, but this was actually part of the weaponization. Their first move was to try and get me off the bat. They didn't want to run against me. They liked other people much better. Much better. We ran and won in 2016. We did much better by millions of votes in 2020, but we won't discuss.
How does that not make sense, though? If people are coming over here knowing that all they have to do is have a kid over here and that kind of like locks them in, what do we do to combat that? What is the policy that we enact to kind of stop folks from doing that? Like, or do we just continue to let that happen? Like, oh, you're grandfathered in once you have a kid.
Well, they don't understand the long-lasting effects. That's why they're like, who cares? Who cares? I'm like, yeah, you're going to care when you're in a effed up position in your own country. And you're like, well, what happened? I'm like, the immigrants, duh.
Bro, if there's a scam going on, an active scam going on that we've recognized, that we've isolated, what do we do to combat said scam? We enact policy that says like, nah, you can't keep doing this shit. People think they grandfathered in just because they come over here and have a kid. They have these anchor babies. And again, I'm not saying that there isn't people seeking genuine asylum. I'm not saying that there isn't people coming over here with good intentions. And I'm definitely not speaking to the people who try and come over here with legal migration. I'm speaking about the people who are abusing the TPS program, people who know like, damn, I just need to come over here, have an anchor baby or two, and I'm
legally
good to go.
too. You know what I'm saying? Across the border, had a baby, you in here.
I'm good to go. What's up with that? Like, isn't that not a scam? Is that not a play on our system, which is in the end a play on the American people?
Yeah.
Like, come on, how do we address that?
And I will tell you, you see it by the crowd. You see it outside. Let's take a look outside. We are today. There's more enthusiasm for this movement, MAGA, the greatest movement. It's called Make America Great Again. There's more enthusiasm today than ever before.
What's up, Steph?
Hey.
But there was great indignation in Colorado by what this ineffective person did. They really were angry at him, and they were angry. And especially, who was the most indignant? The Democrats, believe it or not. They thought it was a terrible thing to do because that is really a threat to democracy, not the fake threat that they use all the time. So I hope that Colorado, I love this place. I'm here a lot, as you know, I have a lot of friends.
Begging to be led by a woman is like, I'm gonna be real with you, is the most like, it's the most cuck, beta, like lack of low T thing I've ever heard. Please, let me vote this woman in to lead me. I'm like, oh my God, like, bro.
Who raised y'all niggas?
get your testosterone levels checked, bro. It's like, what's wrong with you?
Like, nah, man. It's just all about being progressive, bro. It's time for a female leader.
I'm like, bro, does your wife run your relationship?
Yes, actually.
Oh, wait, okay, never mind then. You got it.
I have a lot of friends
I'm
here.
sending this one out.
And they tell me the whole thing is turning, but you can't live like this. You can't live with these people. These are stone cold killers. You could be walking down the street with your husband. You'll both be dead. They won't even remember they did it the following morning. You can't live like this.
Damn.
So I hope that Colorado will show a tremendous protest vote for what they did to try and keep me off the ballot, and more importantly, for what they have done to the fabric of your culture. And remember, I really believe Colorado is, we're very close. We're very close. In fact, in one poll, we're leading by a little bit. Think of it, though. Think of it. The Democrats are good people. The Democrats were angrier than anybody. They thought it was terrible, the concept of it. And even when you get the 3 very liberal votes in the Supreme Court voting, when they vote for Trump, it's got to be pretty off the wall, right? But they did. I respect them for doing it. But Colorado is going to vote for me because I am going to make Colorado safe again. We're going to make you safe.
Camaro, what's going on?
I guess these niggas got hurt. You take our take? I mean, you let the army tell you to follow a woman? I mean,
in 3 local apartment complexes that Kamala has infested with the TDA, that's the gang that we talked about, the prison gang. They come out of prisons. 80% of the residents are now living with their relatives in different states and other places. They've been forced out of their building. 20% of the residents stayed, and they're fearing for their life. They had no choice but to stay. They're being threatened every single day. They're going to be out soon. They're going to be out. They don't have to be out. I would say if they can hold out, in January 20th, it's too long. You better get out of there, Stu, I'd say. But January 20th, those guys are going to be out on their asses, and they're going to be out of this country. They're going to be out of their country.
Hey,
members of the gang now beat down doors with hammers and engage in open gun battles with rival groups in this once peaceful, beautiful, pretty crime-free community. The illegal alien gang member who was the alleged leader behind the invasion of Aurora was recently charged for beating a man beyond recognition. Beat him beyond recognition, breaking his nose, breaking his jaw, and inflicting traumatic brain injury on this victim. He will never be the same, as you know. The thug was later arrested for shooting 2 men in the same apartment building and breaking another man's ankle, which he did just for fun. Once again, this animal had arrived at our border and was released into the United States by Kamala Harris, the worst border czar in the history of our country.
Appointed by Biden. And did a damn thing.
Here in Aurora, and remember that chart, my all-time favorite chart. Remember that chart. Look what happened. That arrow, all-time low in history, and then look at to.
Yes, and Kamala was head of the border, and it's kind of funny because she kind of admitted to doing some things at the border, but while not fixing it, she kind of put like a Band-Aid on the border. She said, "Well, I know there's going to be hell of immigrants coming in soon. So let me give the Border Patrol overtime. Instead of doing things to actually close up the border, strengthen security around it. Nah. Let's not do that. We got foreign countries to aid. Let's just give these people overtime and let's see where we're at."
Completely disingenuous. Like, yeah, I know y'all going to be working hella OT. I'm going to be snatching y'all up away from y'all families, away from your personal life, pretty much stealing your personal life.
To make no progress.
I'll improve that overtime rate, but I actually won't improve the actual problem. I'm not going to do anything about the policy. Man. But enjoy this overtime rate, though.
Oh, God. And enjoy those rides you got to take to drop these immigrants off in the cities. Enjoy that.
To the right, look what happened literally the day they took over. It became a scene that nobody thought was possible. Not in this state. I know the state very well. I've been here so much. And not in this state. Nobody thought this was.
You know what?
Right on it.
Y'all love talking about that border bill. And it's so funny because I actually got something on that. And shout out my brother here, man. Shout out our brother.
Pain issue. Good.
What happened to that bill? Donald Trump got on the phone, called up
this
some
border
folks
bill
in
that y'all
Congress
say
and
Trump
said,
turned
kill
down,
the bill.
right?
And you know why?
Donald Trump said no. Told them to vote against it because it gives him a campaign issue.
Good Lord, is this disingenuous? Let's talk about what was in this supposed border bill. Out of $118 billion, $61.4 billion was for Ukraine. That's 52%. 12% was for Israel. 11% was for border security.
Didn't we break this down last night?
So was this a border bill or a foreign aid bill with a border component to it? This is a classic politician move.
Instead of actually addressing a targeted issue with specific solutions, load a bill with billions of dollars for unrelated stuff, make the bill hundreds of pages.
And in the political world, they call it pork. They call adding like pork to it. So it says one thing, but you add a whole bunch of extra things. And even though, you know, all the funding may be going towards all that extra stuff, you name it kind of what the people want. You feel me? It's like, I don't know, bro. It's like you were handed a present. And on the label, it says it has your favorite thing in there, but you open it and it's like bullshit.
I just like to call it misleading politics,
yep.
honestly.
So no one can actually read it and then blame the other side and say, well, we proposed a solution, but you shot it down. The Biden-Harris administration does deserve credit for finally signing an executive order in June that has substantively decreased illegal immigration across the border. But the Democrats held the executive branch and the House and the Senate for the first 2 years of the Biden administration. Biden has had the ability to unilaterally sign this executive order for 3.5 years. So why is it only now, interestingly enough, during election season, that they're proposing?
And you see, I didn't even know that part. So you hold on, you telling me that the House was democratically led for 2 years and they still ain't fixed the border? That's wild. But everything is Trump's fault, though. But it all got to be Trump's fault, though, for the narrative to stick. Because, well, I don't know. Y'all disingenuous as hell. You telling me for 2 years y'all had this going. 2 years of control. And y'all did not fix no type of border.
It was possible that would even be up here talking about this. Did anybody
Didn't
think
even get
5
proper
years ago,
funding.
6 years, anybody would be up here talking about that a Venezuelan gang with the most sophisticated rifles, weapons, and guns that anybody has ever seen would be taking over your state? And they're not stopping. They're not stopping. If this guy gets in, if you got to get a new governor, by the way, but if he gets in again, runs next year. But actually, more importantly, I can't believe she gets it. I can't believe it. By the way, did you see 60 Minutes? Her answer was so incompetent that CBS and 60 Minutes, a prestigious show, but I knew they were crooked as hell for years. They used to do the opposite to me. You know, to me, they used to cut my statement. To her, they added the statement on. This is a big difference. You want the guy that gets cut. They cut it because I made such great statements. I said, why did you cut that statement? Well, we just felt we had to do it for time. They cut the heart out of the statements. But for me, they cut the statements. For them, they added it. So they took her entire statement out, and they took some just words. It's just words. She doesn't know what the hell she's talking about. I'm telling you, there's something wrong with her. They took these words. So think of this. And you know they got caught. I think it's the greatest scandal in broadcast history, actually. They took it out and they added something else in. You think they'd do that for Trump? Her statement was so bad that rather than airing it, they cut it out. They took out the whole thing and they added a much shorter statement that she made 10 minutes later, having nothing to do with the question. I don't think anything like that's ever happened. And now we're finding out that it happened throughout. It wasn't the only instance. And now we're thinking that it probably happened with Biden a couple of times because he was interviewed by 60 Minutes and some strange things happened. So they're asking, but think of this. So CBS gets a license, and the license is based on honesty. I think they have to take their license away. I do. Here in Aurora, a 35-year-old mother of three had to leave her apartment out of fear for her children's lives. She said, quote, "It's not safe there, especially if you have kids. If you have kids, it's horrible. My kids used to walk to school. They were so happy. We were so safe, but they don't feel safe anymore. And I would never let them walk to school. Sometimes I keep my kids home. I don't even let them go to school." When I announced my presidency in 2015, you all remember that time, and they said, oh, he's just doing it for fun. You think this has been fun?
I said, man, I almost got my head blown off. You think this is fun? 34 felony counts, media narratives, assassination attempts to boot. You think I'm having fun up here?
Bro was dealing with media assassination while in office.
Like, yo, you think this is fun? You call this a good time? Like, you know where I could be right now? I could be getting my feet rubbed by two baddies feeding me grapes and blowing me down with leaves. Like,
wow.
Y'all think this is a good time?
Investigated more than Al Capone. This is not Al Capone, Scarface. He's the most probably. I always try and think of very evil people. Give me the most, and I'll tell you I was investigated more. But think of it. He goes Hillary Clinton. How about Hunter, right?
Rockstar
Biden. I think of Al Capone because there's a toughness, a meanness, Scarface, he had the whole deal. And I've been investigated more than Alphonse Capone. That's an amazing phenomenon. But when I announced my presidency in 2015, I said they're not sending their best, and I took such heat. How dare he say that? This is America. Well, it turned out that what I said was like peanuts compared to the fact. I said they're sending people that have lots of problems, which they definitely do. They're sending people and bringing those problems with them, and they're bringing drugs.
And quick pause for the cause, man. We appreciate everybody tuning in to tonight's stream, man. We just getting started over here, man. So if you haven't already, double tap the screen where you get 3 buttons in the upper right-hand corner, man. Let's get the likes up. Let's shoot for 100 likes, man. It increases the engagement, helps get the video pushed in the algorithm, man. You can love Trump, you can hate him, but let's get some more folks in here. We can have some good discourse, some good conversation in the chat. Disagreeers to the front, man. If y'all got anything y'all want to get off your chest, thoughts, comments, questions, again, disagreements, super chat in $1 or more, man. Y'all know how we like to keep it here at S.E.T Media. We like to keep it engaging, and we like to interact with y'all. So go ahead and super chat into the stream, and we can have a little nice back and forth.
And they're bringing crime.
Let's go.
And they're rapists. Okay. So I made that statement, and I got the hell knocked out of me by the fake news. Look how many you have back there. Oh, I got the hell. But I took a lot of heat for saying it, but I was right. And now everybody is admitting that I was right. You know, that Trump was right. How many times have you heard that? You know, when Trump ran, he made those statements. Those statements are peanuts compared to what's happening to our country. These are the worst criminals in the world. Kamala used to say, you can't say it anymore. No, the people we're bringing in are very nice people. They don't commit crime, remember? Our criminals are worse. Our criminals are like babies compared to these people. These people are the most violent people on earth. And remember, they don't come just from South America. They come from the Congo and Africa. They come from all over the world. They come from the Middle East. They come from Asia. They come from prisons and jails. They come from all over the world.
And they all come through our southern border because it's the weakest border, I would damn near say, in the world, for real.
Bro, I
would damn near venture to say the world, Seth.
Reports from Border Patrol has confirmed that there's a lot of immigrants have terrorist ties, gang ties, and have also been convicted of, heinous crimes in their own country. And they're here walking around in our country.
Man, I kind of want to pull up that one video of, it was like a 6-minute long video of immigrants in a line, literally just walking into the country.
Like, where you going? Where you going? Like,
Ohio, Indianapolis, Cali. Where you from? India, Asia,
China.
I'm just like, yo, I was telling as hell, and there was kids,
Honduras,
unaccompanied minors, bro, unaccompanied minors. Yeah,
he's like, bro, dude asked him like, "How old are you?" He's like, 14.
He was like, "Wow, bro." He was just like, "Wow."
Okay.
These are very nice people.
By himself.
Either she's
Let me see if I can find that for you.
Really dumb, or she's very naive. Something's wrong. Something's wrong up there. The only good thing about it, I'll tell you, there's a couple of good things. There are only one good thing, but maybe.
And we appreciate the support from Lord of the Unfinished. Appreciate the $5 support, man. Trump wants a 60 tariff on imported goods from China, 20% from everywhere else. That will be passed to U.S. And I'm pretty sure you're thinking about it being passed to U.S. citizens. No. See, the problem is they kind of misinform you when they say, oh, the cost is going to be passed down to U.S. No, our prices stay the same, but it raised the prices of the goods that are coming in to a competitive level. I always just say, let's relate it to the EV example. Let's say we're making like EV cars here, and we're making them for like, I don't know, like $17K, and we're selling them for $25. But China comes in and they're selling at least close to the same quality, making them for $10K, but they're selling them for $15. Everybody's gonna go for the cheaper option. So when we put tariffs on their product, that raises the product. Yeah, they have to raise their price on our product, not our price, their price raises. And now we have a more competitive market and we're not getting beat out by these people due to cheaper prices. Yes, the price don't raise on you. The price raises on them and what they and how they got to produce their product. I mean, my bad. How they have to sell their product now due to these tariffs. And guess what? The tariffs might entice some of these companies to stop playing hardball and be like, all right, look, we're gonna bring the factory, we're gonna bring the company to America, we're gonna bring the jobs, the corporate tax that y'all gonna tax us, y'all can have that too, and we're gonna go ahead and set up in America so they can get that lower price if they want it. But if you're gonna compete and if you're gonna try to destroy a business in America, you better be giving jobs to Americans.
Too. One of the good things about it is that they make our criminals look like nice people, okay? So our criminals are now, we see these really horrible, horrendous criminals, and we say, they're not so bad. The other thing is, they're really great if you happen to be running against the politician that allowed this to happen. Because I don't know how it's possible for anybody to lose, because we have to clean out.
Think about it, you can even relate what I was saying to groceries. Like, how will grocery prices rise if 90% of our groceries come here? Think about it, 90% of our groceries come from in here. Like, and you also got to equate it or put it onto the right industry for there to be a rise in our consumer price. And that's what tariffs are for. It low-key helps. We could keep our price, but it makes the foreigners raise their price for a competitive advantage so they don't just take over. Like, can you imagine if we didn't put no tariffs on China? Like, bro, a lot of companies will go underwater overnight, and it'd be our fault because instead of going for quality, we're shopping for price. But if we put them close to the same price, or even just a little bit, or even if China just a little bit under ours, at least people would be like, you know what? Do I want to give up quality do I want to give up quality, or do I want to kind of just for price, or do I want to give up price for quality? Like, what do I want to do here?
Out our country, and we have to make America great again, and we're going to do it. So you know the story here. We're joined today by another Aurora resident who you know, Cindy Romero, and she's going to come up and say just a few words. She bravely published her camera footage of what she witnessed, and it is gone all over the world. Cindy was forced to flee.
And one thing that y'all aren't realizing with these imposed tariffs is it's not necessarily to get the cost passed back down to the consumer. It's to make these companies in these countries play ball.
Exactly.
It's a tool. Think of it as a tool used to decide and impact the market, because these people in these companies are leaving America, keeping the business, the revenue over in their countries rather than sharing it and keeping it here domestically. So it's a tool used to make these people play ball. If you're going to leave, if you're going to go over there and operate internationally and think you're just going to get all this money, keep all this money in-house, like, all right, bet. We just going to impose these tariffs on you. Yep. Come back over here. Bring the jobs back. Bring the market back over here.
And the thing is, that might decimate them because, all right, cool, everything made in America. You went out there to do it for cheaper. So the same prescription drug was made in America. All right, cool. It took a little bit more to make it, but due to these tariffs we're putting on you, now the cheaper drug that you made is at either the same price or just a little bit more.
And chat, think of the John Deere, the most American company, right? One of the most American companies probably known, right? Outside of Ford, they leaving. Trump has proposed tariffs on their ass. Like, bro, we can't have you leaving. It's John Deere. That's an American idea, American concept. And y'all leaving? All right, bet. If you want to leave, go ahead and pay these tariffs, big dog. It's a tool.
Her home after her car was hit with gunfire. Another day in Aurora. Can you imagine this happening? A lot of these people live in Aurora. They live in Colorado. Most of them.
Here's the crazy thing. Even though I was to say that I took economics for 2 years straight in college, you guys would still say I was wrong. So I don't even know why I even asked that question.
Yeah, there's really no. Oh, did you take a savings class? Have you ever taken
bro, stop asking me what a tariff is. You tell me, because obviously we got two definitions.
Do you know anything about finance? Do you know anything about the economy? Like, bro, I could say yes. I could say I'm an expert, and you'd be like, oh, no, you're wrong because I disagree.
Oh, wow.
Most of you live in Colorado. And can you imagine that you have somebody standing up here talking about this stuff? It's hard to believe. She said life in her community had become, quote, a total nightmare. And every time she went to take out the trash or went to bed at night, she had to lock her door with 4 separate locks. She has locks all over her door. And then put braces on her door. And she was preventing people that were knocking on her door.
They don't care about those, right?
Wanting to do a lot of bad things.
If it's a Trump tariff, it's bad, but if it's a Biden tariff, it's good.
She's been very brave, actually.
Bro,
she was able to
I
release
just don't
footage
get it.
that was so violent and vicious. And Cindy, I wouldn't have done it personally, but that's okay.
Hold on. Biden got tariffs and all of our prices done went up.
Oh, no. Said if you ask certain people in the chat, we're living in a booming economy.
Bro, y'all sound stupid.
Unemployment at a record low in a booming economy. I seen somebody in the chat say it earlier. I was just like, hold on. That's what I'm saying. Some of y'all are speaking from a privileged position. Like, do y'all go outside?
Hold on, no. Do you live with your parents?
Like, do y'all go outside? Like, cause I'm just like, bro, if you know anybody, if you got any friends, if you have any coworkers, bro, besides your own privileged position, you be able to see from the eye test, from anecdotal evidence, bro. Like, nah, shit ain't nice out here. People struggling. Gas, food prices, rent prices, bro. Shit, man. Booming economy. Where?
Like, bro, inflation's up in every area, damn near on all products. Is like,
so like where? So they can skew the numbers however they want to skew them. We already know they've lied about the job market. They said they created 818,000 jobs.
So here's the thing, though. What the hell y'all got to lose? Biden tariffs already raised prices. Like, well, bro, we're living under tariffs right now. So what is y'all point here when y'all say that, oh, they're bad, but Biden is using them, and you guys haven't called out Biden this whole time for 3 years straight?
And back to my point about the stats, like, don't read too deep into the stats because they've already skewed the numbers and we've already had to correct. The Department of Labor Statistics came out and said, like, nah, those jobs that they said they created, actually, these are jobs that we just returned post-COVID.
Man.
And the Biden administration tried to take credit for creating these jobs. So if y'all looking and reading too deep into the numbers, you're going to be severely misled.
Bro.
Like, go outside. Like, what does it look like? Is the prices up at the gas pump? Is the prices up at Kroger's when you go pay for your steak?
Bro.
Your steak.
They're trying to blame FEMA running out of money on Trump somehow. Or they're trying to say, oh, we never gave money to immigrants out of FEMA, but Trump did. I'm like, you lying ass. Like, what?
Damn, they gonna tell you anything.
Bro, when that only came out like a day ago, I was like, bro, y'all so quick to lie on this, like, man. It's crazy.
Bro, I joke and they say, bro, they're gonna piss on you and tell you it's raining, and y'all believe it. Y'all will believe it.
You're probably braver than I am. Cindy.
And shout out Cool Beans, man. Hold on, bro. Cool Beans. My bad. I forgot to put my man as a moderator. Bro done supported the channel already. Man, shout out Cool Beans. If China decides to not do business with us, demands for resources will skyrocket and the rich will do anything to keep profit. And honestly, I think that's what Trump was talking about when he's talking about, well, drill, baby, drill. We got to start tapping into more of our resource and get past these regulations set by the EPA.
And again, it is a tool. Think of it as a tool. It's to be used against certain companies in certain countries to make them play ball with us. So in the regards to China, it's to make them play ball. It's to make them respect us. They're not just about to keep taking our business and think they could sell over here for cheaper while maintaining the profit and keeping the revenue for them and their country. It's to make them play nice. Like once they see the climate, understand that the market will adjust. And that's what the imposed tariffs are meant to do.
In America, bro, we do a lot of things that just don't make sense.
And people get off on us. This is what Trump has came in and said. Like, these countries and these businesses are getting off on us.
Yeah, and bro, because I'm just responding to what Cool Beans saying. And bro, I'm gonna be real with you. We do things that just don't make sense. And what I mean by that is that, yeah, if China would stop doing business with us, bro, we could honestly like have our own resources, but we just refuse to. Like, if they'll just cut resources right now before Trump gets in there and, you know, cut some regulations, we'd be in a tough spot. We'd be in a tough spot, and the Democrats will hold these regulations to the death of us. So, yeah, we do some things in this economy that just don't make sense. Like, we should have been tapped into our own resources. We should have been able to compete with China already on the manufacturing side, but we haven't because our government's been holding our country back.
So say imposed tariffs were to hurt the Chinese economy, and that's what Chinese economy experts even say. Like, these proposed tariffs are set to kind of hurt the Chinese economy. Don't you think that's going to be incentive for them to play ball, incentive for them to get in line with what we're trying to impose.
Yeah.
Don't you think if anything, where do you hurt somebody? You can talk all day, but when you really want to hurt somebody, where do you hit them? In the pockets.
Yep.
Come on, y'all.
And we're still top dog in the economy. Our economy may be failing, but like I say, even on our worst day, we're better than countries on their best day. So,
and if the argument can be made that China's right up there with us, and some people say China's number one when it comes to domestic gross product, economy, then how do we regain that number one position? How do we do so? Bro, something got to be done. Like, come on, bro. Y'all mad at Trump, but y'all ain't really seen the end result. Y'all not even looking at the end result. Y'all getting too caught up in the narrative that, oh, it's going to hurt us. Like, actually, it's probably going to hurt the country, the companies, because that's really who the imposed tariffs hit is the companies and the country that the company is based out of. So if they're hurting the Chinese economy, it's going to make the Chinese economy and the Chinese government play ball. And if it's hurting the company, it's going to make them think about, damn, maybe we should go back to America.
Yeah.
Come up for a minute, please. Come on up. Good. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. This isn't just affecting me. This is affecting all of you as well. We've got to get Trump back in office. We've got to get it done. With Trump's help, we can take this state back over. We can make a difference. Thank you guys so much for all of your support, for believing me. Thank you. Thank you so much.
You're beautiful. You're very brave.
That's what I'm saying, bro.
She's very brave. Getting all of the evidence and all of that footage. I just said you're very brave, Sydney.
Appreciate everybody tuning in to tonight's stream, and we still got over 1,400 of y'all in here. So quick pause for the cause. Double tap the screen, or you get the three buttons in the upper right hand corner, man. Show some support. We appreciate everybody in here. Let's get some more folks in here, though, man. You don't got to be a Trump lover. You don't got to be a Trump hater. We can increase the conversation. Agree to disagree, as I say, and find common ground where there is some. So let's get some more folks in here. Continue having a fire stream. We're having fun over here, and hopefully you guys are having fun on y'all end.
All the time.
Thank you very much. Really a big help. And because of Cindy and others like Cindy, the radical left.
If that's the
can't
case, then I like to say tariffs is a two-way street. If you guys want to say the imposed price of tariffs or the imposed increase of the tariff could affect the consumer, then I would also say it could affect the company or the country that the tariff is being imposed on. It's a two-way street. Just like that argument can be made on that side, the argument can be made on the side we're making. Like, or it's an incentive for these countries and these companies to play ball. Like, shit, y'all want to play on our court, y'all gonna play with our ball, y'all gonna play by our rules.
Yeah, like, bro, you want access to our economy, they either pay the tariff or bring your company over here.
Facts, either or. But we can't just keep letting these people get off on us. We can't keep letting these businesses leave. Something's got to be done. Something's got to be done, and the buck stops here.
It never happened, because there we have it. And I promise you this, Cindy, that Kamala Harris's reign of terror ends the day I take the oath of office. It ends. Your community will no longer live in fear.
You don't get timed out unless you say something racist.
You will once again have a protector in the White House. I'm going to be a protector.
Racist, stupid,
you know,
something that doesn't add to the
I think we're doing very well with women. We're doing great in the polls. We're winning in all of the polls, just about.
I ain't got no room for stupidity in the chat.
But somebody said, women love my policy, but they don't like me. I think they do like me. I'll tell you what. So they said, and I said a week ago, I said, I think women like me because I will be your protector, and I protected you for 4 years. We had no wars. We had no terrorism.
It was a tool.
We had none of these things that you're seeing today at levels that nobody in the world is experiencing. And I said, I will be your protector. They said, who the hell is he to But the women didn't say that. The women want protection. They don't want to have these people pouring into their house. And you know where else I protect you? Where I protect you very well. I knocked out ISIS, as you know. They've been playing with ISIS for 20 years. I did it in 1 month. We have the greatest military in the world, but you have to know how to use them. You have to know how to use them. But I protect you against outside enemies. But, you know, I always say we have the outside enemy. So you can say China, you can say Russia, you can say Kim Jong-un, you can say, but that's not, it's going to be fun. If you have a smart president, no problem. It's the enemy from within, all the scum that we have to deal with that hate our country. That's a bigger enemy than China and Russia. And I'll tell you, as an example with Russia, if I were president, the Ukraine-Russia situation would have never happened, would have never happened. October 7th in Israel would have never happened. Inflation would have never happened. You had no inflation. Everyday Americans like Cindy are living in fear, all because Kamala Harris decided to empty the slums and prison cells of Caracas and many other places, happening all over the world. Every country, you know, prison populations all over the world are down. Crime all over the world is down because they take the world's criminals, gang members, drug dealers, and they deposit them into the United States, bus after bus after bus. In Venezuela, their crime rate went down 72%. You know why? Because they took the criminals out of Caracas and they put them along your border and they said, if you ever come back, we're going to kill you. Think of that.
Damn.
And we have to live with these animals.
They had no choice.
But we're not going to live with them for long. You watch. Kamala's policy is to release and resettle all illegals.
They damn near got pushed into America.
Without check. You know, she's a radical left person, just so you know. There's no way. The biggest problem with her is nobody knew who the hell she was. Just say, who's running? Harris. Harris. Who the hell is Harris? They said Kamala, the one that failed. The one that was the first one out in the 22-person campaign for the Democrat nomination. The one that wasn't able to...
Shout out BTK coming in with $3. Ain't got too much to say. Just wanted to show some support.
Man, appreciate the support. And shout out Fox Chase. Man, can Trump stop overtime tax without Congress? Well, be honest, isn't it mostly Republican now in Congress? So
yeah, we kind of went over that last night. It's a Republican-dominated Congress. I think there's like 220 or 230 congressional Republican seats to 214 Democratic congressional seats. So he has Congress in his favor, or he would have Congress in his favor on some of these implemented policies when he comes in office. So he should have an easier time.
The odds are more favorable than unfavorable. And if anything, they'd probably say, all right, we'll take half a tax. Like they'll probably come into some type of agreement. If they don't like it, they'll probably be like, well, can we get like a half a tax on overtime?
But it's a good argument. I will give y'all that when y'all bring that up, because it isn't just going to be on Trump. It is going to have to pass Congress and the House and all that good stuff.
And there may be some, some
pushback.
Yeah, I would say some,
resistance.
Damn, what's the word? Some negotiating and some like consolidating going on.
Right. For sure. They always kind of retool or reform it, based on how it's presented. It never really goes through exactly how it's presented. There's always some type of reformation to it.
Yeah.
Make it to Iowa. The one that quit first, she was the first one out. She's running.
Hey, that's Trump.
But she's more liberal than crazy Bernie Sanders. Can you believe it?
The master negotiator.
She's more liberal.
I have nothing but faith in the man, really, to be honest.
Yeah, he did everything last time.
That's why it's good to kind of have a businessman in that position. My man knows how to work out a deal.
She said she's Indian. Why? Because my cheekbones are high. My mother told me. My mother told me I had high cheekbones and therefore I'm an Indian. She made a living going around saying she was an Indian, going to college, becoming a professor. Now, but I hit her very hard. That was the end of her presidential campaign. Thereby guaranteeing unfettered access for Venezuelan gangs and thugs and criminals. And, we're talking a lot about Venezuela because Aurora is really infected by Venezuela, but they're coming from all countries. We have The great Tom Homan, Central Casting, right? Tom Homan told me the other day. He said last month they came from 168 countries all over the world. Most people don't even know you had that. We actually have more than 200, but they don't even know you had. But they came from 168 countries, most of them criminals, and they deposit them in our country, and we're supposed to take it. And then the liberal philosophy is, we'll make them into wonderful people. No, you're not going to make them into wonderful people. Some people many people actually murdered more than 3 people. The murderers that came in, some were on death row, and they said it's better if we just let it go to America. This is what we have, and they're in your community, but they're going to be all over. And other communities in other states, because every state is a border state now. It's not Texas and Arizona, and it's every state is a border state.
Yeah.
Every state. And people are living in.
Like, we're taking them in large numbers, we're separating them, we're sending them all over America. That's literally what we're doing. That's how the Haitians got in Springfield. That's how the Venezuelans got in Aurora. Bro, that's why there's a whole influx of illegal immigrants running around in San Francisco. What was it? I think there was another city that they're dropping them off in California. But I'm gonna tell you right now, they're dumping them in California like it ain't nobody's business.
And this is happening across America. Fox Chase was bringing up an example somewhere in Indiana, I believe. Everybody, respectively, in the chat, depending on where you're at, I'm sure can attest. A mid to major size city near you is suffering from the same problem that we all kind of are seeing going across America. It's definitely becoming more and more noticeable for a lot of folks.
Deathly fear. A lot of them have already been hit, but a lot of them haven't, but they're going to be hit because there's millions of them. They're all over the place, and they're walking through our country, and they're going to be settled in a lot of these states that never thought a thing like this could happen. It's only going to...
Shout out Golf with Maya, and it's your first super chat on the live. We appreciate that honor here at S.E.T Media.
You honor us.
What'd they say, Sip?
All right, I work in a certain federal job, and I see so many illegal immigrants. It's insane. We are paying so much letting them into USA. Look, I remember we was listening to this video, and it was from the former Border Patrol chief, right? And this guy was pretty much saying, bro, we're paying $150K there and back for these flights. So pretty much $300K a day for these flights to get these immigrants in these cities. And we was doing this for a month straight. Man,
and shout out Tim coming in with $2. First super chat on the live as well. We appreciate the honor, Tim.
You honor us. You honor us.
So does Trump have a fair shot this time or nah?
Well, too big to rig.
That's what I was about to say. Too big to rig, dog.
It's too big to rig. If we look at the polls and everything, it's looking bad for Kamala. I mean, bro, they're over here grasping at straws, thinking that Kamala still has a chance at PA and Arizona. It's no, sweetheart, it's over.
And before I do like to say this before we go too deep into looking at the polls kind of misrepresent or underrepresent the amount of people who will show up come November. So the polls might be saying one thing, but don't place too much value on them. Just all I can say is register to vote yourself. Make sure that all your friends and family are, and show up in November.
But I will say this though, the top 3 polls that got the election right last election cycle are saying that Trump is up.
Shout out Tenzin Gayapo. Hopefully I didn't screw your last name up too bad, bro. First super chat on the live, man. We appreciate those first super chats on the live, man.
Right, you honor us. You honor us.
Happy that I was sending them over here at S.E.T Media. He says, "Go Trump." I feel that.
Okay.
We're going to make it better, and we're going to make it better really fast.
Appreciate the support, yo.
Kamala is flying them. Think of this. She said, no, about 2 months ago, her and Sleepy Joe, they said, we're really getting killed by this issue, so let's toughen up the border a little bit. All he would have had to do is say, he keeps talking about policy, and Trump told the Congress not to do this, and that's false.
Bro. I hate when people mess my name up, so try to get yours right.
Border Patrol. This is the President of the United States speaking. Close the border. And the border's closed. You don't need a bill. You don't need a bill.
Shit, and even some of these left-leaning polls in some of these left-leaning states, they're favoring Trump. So what does that tell us? Like, come November, it's probably going to be even a stronger affiliation to Trump or a stronger siding with Trump.
We're talking about states that was blue when it was Biden and Trump that are now red.
Yep. Should we pull up that? Should we pull it up?
What, the election?
That polling chart or that polling map? Red and blue. Do we got that? Nah. Maybe pull that up later in stream.
Yeah, I got you.
But he doesn't want to do that. He doesn't want to do that because they actually want to have open borders. So they had 21 million people come in. I think much more than that, including the Gadaways. But think of this. If you had 4 years of that, you would have 200 million people come in the whole world. The country would be over. It would be finished. It wouldn't be. You wouldn't even have a country anymore. You'd have a crime den. She cannot be allowed to do this to our country. She shouldn't be the one that was chosen anyway, because she is, in fact, by the way they chose her, a threat to democracy. She really is. And just in case you didn't know it, Biden hates her. I believe there is a small possibility, very small, like 1%.
Damn, Trump, really?
There's a 1% possibility that he hates her more than he hates Donald Trump.
Damn.
I think he hates her. The last thing he thought, he won the primary. In all fairness, he won. It was me against him. How about me? I have to run against a guy. I spent $150 million. I had to debate him. I debated the guy. He went way, way down. And I thought it was over. And then it's like a fighter. Then they put a new person in her. And we don't know anything about it. We have to... But now we learned, and now the people are learning, and she's crashing like a rock. Uh-oh. I just a thought from a very brilliant mind, they might want to put a third person in that. Oh, no. Please be nice to Kamala, to my people, I'm telling you. Everybody that's on the Trump team, be nice to Kamala, because they're going to put a third person in. Let's see, who are they going to put in next? This can only happen. They keep saying Hillary. Hillary's coming. Oh, Hillary's back. It's interesting. If Trump talks about the 2020 election, they say, indict him. He's a conspiracy theorist. But Hillary's still talking about 2016. She's like, she has got serious Trump derangement syndrome. She's got a massive case of Trump derangement. No, but you ever notice she talks about it all the time, all those people but when anybody from the right talks even a little bit, no, we don't forget. We're not forgetting. Hillary is talking about it. I saw her 2 days ago. What they did to me. No. Isn't it fun? Isn't it nice? Because I haven't looked at these stupid things in about 15 minutes. Isn't it nice to have a president that doesn't need a teleprompter? Isn't that nice?
System is set up how it is. Like, I guess you gotta play ball.
Isn't that? Look at it.
And fucking with them people.
Look at that. Would some of you like to go outside and let them take your place for a little while? I thought that would happen. She's flying them in now with migrant flights. Right. So we thought, she said, we're going to so they tightened it up a little bit. So the numbers look a little.
Yes, sir.
But it doesn't count.
Everybody tap that like, man. Quick pause for the calls. If you ain't here right now, we appreciate everybody who is. If you haven't already, double tap the screen. You can hit the 3 buttons in the upper right-hand corner as well. And thoughts, comments, disagreements, jokes even can be read aloud. Just super chat in $1 or more. We'll go ahead and engage with y'all. Let's go.
Don't count. So they don't count. So she forgot to tell anybody that they have massive Boeing aircraft flying them in one after another over the border. So she didn't close it. And then they have the apps, right? How about the apps? Where they have an app so that the gangs, the people, the cartels, the heads of them, they can call the app. They call the second most resettled population nobody's ever seen. They call up the app and they ask, where do we drop the illegals? And people are on the other side. And they left that. She actually created an app, a phone system, where they can call up I mean, she's a criminal. She's a criminal. She really is. If you think about it. So
yeah,
now,
I think Vance explained that way better on debate night. But yeah, they do have an app where these migrants can register to pretty much for residency status before they even get over here.
Yep, and don't worry though, we got an old colleague of Kamala Harris who sits down and exposes everything Kamala's done. Everything. Got her whole career mapped out. I'm talking about, bro, she even got old campaign ads from when she ran as DA, and even when she got caught up spending, well, what was she overspent on her campaign? Or she got too
misappropriated funds?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And then she had to make an apology, and then she put it on as a doorknob, like doorknob paper.
Oh, man, an apology for misappropriating funds.
Oh,
some people would call that fraud if it was Trump.
That's going to be a fun interview, trust me.
Oh, yeah, right up after this, y'all. Stay tuned.
now we inform
Like
them
the video.
that you didn't close up the border because you have hundreds of thousands of people being flown in over the top of the border. No. If they ever did get this, and I don't believe it can happen, I can't, because the American people ultimately get it right this smart. But if she ever did, you're going to have hundreds of millions of people coming in here, and you're not going to have any, and they're going to take your house. That woman has a beautiful house over there. I saw it, actually. Enjoy it, because you won't have it long. They will take over your house, just like Venezuela. You know, Venezuela was a very successful country. 20 years ago, it was a rich, beautiful country. It was taken over. And I used to talk about this. I said, if they don't get it right, you'll have Venezuela on steroids, remember? And that's what you're going to have if you don't vote for Trump. I hate that. But if you vote for Trump, you're going to have one hell of a great country. We're going to build it back and fast.
And appreciate it, man. Shout out
Kitty Wet Wang.
Hey, I'm tired, but I'm confused. Polls show that Kamala is leading in almost every poll. Trump is clearly better / debates better, etc. Yeah, but don't worry, dog. We got you, man. We got you. We're gonna show you the polls they're showing here, though, because I'm pretty sure the polls they show you outside in the country are probably left-leaning polls only.
Most likely. And again, it's like I said, it really depends on what poll you're looking at, because some of these polls are left-leaning. Some of these polls, I'll even admit, are conservative right-leaning. So you have to look at the aggregate, the aggregate polls, which is the compilation of a lot of polls. And then you can kind of get a full picture versus looking at one singular poll and being like, oh, this is what's going on. And then again, to that point, don't even put too much weight on the polls, because it really doesn't. It underrepresents the people that are going to show up November.
Yeah, you just never know. You never know.
Yeah, but it is a good indicator, I would say. And let us know if the sound and the audio sounds good. I see a couple people in the chat saying the audio may or may not be good. So let us know if y'all can hear everything. Let us know if y'all can hear Trump, hear us. Mic check.
Yeah, we're good.
All right, cool.
Venezuelan illegals are the #2 most resettled population, but they do it through their phone app. And on day one of this Trump administration, you know, if you take a look at Springfield, Ohio, how about that? They have about 50,000 people. No crime, beautiful community, everything nice, schools, everything nice. They dropped in 32,000
Cool. Appreciate
people
y'all.
that are really illegal. You know, they did it in such a way that they could make the case. You know, they said they did it through probation.
And shout out Thailand,
probation?
Man. Appreciate the international viewers.
They took them in through probation. So I assume they they're like prisoners or something.
Oh, God.
And therefore,
they're visit one day.
Yeah. They brought in 32,000 people into a community of 50, a community that was a nice community. And now if you want to go to the hospital, you can't get in. Your children can't get into school. And what they're doing is looking, the mayor is a very nice man. I mean, I think he's nice. He's trying to be nice. He's looking for interpreters because they don't speak the language of you and everybody in this room. It's a totally different language. So they're looking for interpreters. And he's acting like, yes, we're having a hard time hiring interpreters. This community was hit with 32,000 illegal migrants. They have to go back to where they came from. I'm sorry. Springfield, Ohio.
Kids too. Yep, all the kids too. Yep, all 5, 4, 6, don't matter. Parents, kids, gone. Gotta go.
On day one of the Trump Organization, when I founded it.
Try to come in the legal way.
It was nice. but now it's great. But I want to get back to the Trump administration because the Trump administration is going to do things.
Shout out L.A. Thorne the Martian, $5.
Man, appreciate it. Salute to y'all from a former U.S. Army tank crewman and grandnephew of Don Newcomb.
Okay, really? Hey, well, shout out, bro. Hey, I appreciate having you in here, bro. And shout out to all the active servicemen and former veterans, man.
Man,
appreciate y'all serving the country for us, man.
Appreciate you for your service.
He's going to do things like has really
all vets in the chat, man. We appreciate y'all.
We're going to clean this thing out.
Shout out to
the
vets.
Good thing about this 4-year period, it's a horrible period. It's a shame it happened. It should have never happened. Shouldn't have happened. But they've done so badly that we'll be able to do it, and we'll be able to do it with cheers. Because people see how bad it is and how bad it's been
military
run. And that's
agenda
why
aside,
there's far more enthusiasm for this move, the greatest movement ever. And by the way, if it wasn't, the fake news would be headlines. Donald Trump lied. When Biden would get up and he'd say, we're going to stop MAGA. We're going to do something about MAGA. Remember with the pink wall, he looked like the devil, right? Remember the pink wall? We're going to stop MAGA. I think it's called MAGA. We're going to stop MAGA. And I said, Joe, it's called Make America Great Again. And he wants to stop it. He wants to stop it. We're going to stop MAGA.
Danny K, what's going on?
But the border will be sealed. The invasion will be stopped. The migrant flights will end. And Kamala's app for illegals will be shut down immediately within 24 hours. All within 24 hours. And you know, I've always had an ability to do a lot of things, so I'm going to do something else on the first day. I'm going to do all those things, the border, we're going to make it strong very quickly. We're going to get people out that are criminals and horrible people. But we're also going to do something else. Drill, baby, drill.
Hey.
2 things.
You need it.
On that same day, we will begin the task of finding and deporting every single illegal alien gang member from our country. We'll get them out. This will be a major national undertaking, according to newly published data from ICE, the great patriots of ICE, I call them. These guys are tough as hell, I'll tell you. They should be fighting for Dana White, UFC. ICE. You got to see them. They go in MS-13. That's another beautiful gang. They're tough as hell. They've taken them out by the thousands. She wants to end ICE. She doesn't want to have ICE. But they informed us that over the last short period of time, 13,099 illegal aliens convicted of murder are at large and dropped into the United States against their wishes.
And that is not no lie. That's an actual fact. That's coming straight from them, straight from ICE, straight from the Border Patrol and Customs. They're all saying that, yeah, my bad. We letting over about 13,000 people who are pretty much convicted of crimes in their country, of unaliving people in their country. And now they're in our country. So, you know, Americans, as the old meme says, hide your kids, hide your wife.
And shout out to Penny Pinchers, $5, and it's your first super chat on the live stream. We appreciate that honor here at S.E.T Media.
You honor us.
Says, this is a little something for you guys. You open the floor for good debates and discussions. Yeah, that's all we aim to do with these streams, man. It's all about discussion. It's all about discourse, a healthy back and forth for like increases perspective and ultimately enlightenment as well. So. Maybe y'all hear something from us you didn't hear before. Maybe y'all hear something from somebody in the chat where you didn't hear before, and you leave a little bit more informed.
And if you don't believe me, bro, we got the video. We will play that Border Patrol, like ex-Border Patrol supervisor, Chief.
Are we gonna have to pull up some shit for him, Seth?
Yeah, we got y'all. Don't worry.
We're just getting started on tonight's stream, man. Don't worry.
Against our Border Patrol's wish. The wishes of our Border Patrol, they would say, please don't do this, please don't do this. Even as the New York Times, which is totally corrupt, I mean, I can't stand that paper. I can't stand that.
What's
you know what you do with the Times? When you read a story, just think the opposite.
Boy.
They're the enemy of the people. They really, New York Times is the enemy. Washington Post is the enemy of the people, too. I don't understand why. And then they lose credibility. Eventually, they go out of business.
Hey, shout out Nikki. Appreciate that. She done gifted Kristen Peterson, the newest member of S.E.T. Key Media membership program. Shout out, man. Appreciate y'all.
Go with the failing New York Times.
Nikki, you a real one.
Welcome to the family.
Oh God, happy to have you.
But even as the New
Y'all
York
make sure
Times
to check out our membership program for exclusive content. We got membership announcements coming up soon, as well as priority on call-in shows and much more. Appreciate everybody tuning in.
recently reported the TDA Venezuelan prison gang has, quote, sneaked into the United States among the millions of migrants who have crossed the border and is peddling drugs, guns, and women all across the 50 states from the urban center.
We got a senior Border Patrol agent that also said, like, yeah, the numbers reported aren't necessarily the numbers that are actually came into our country. And he also mentioned the fact that
I got the video in the history.
The orders or the reasoning behind the immigrants being let in at the rate that they have been let in is been passed down. That was an order that had been passed down from senior administration. So pretty much what I'm getting at here is the Border Patrol Service can't really do too much because of negligence from the leadership or lack of leadership. So it's all a part of a plan. They're being let in at these numbers, at these rates, because it's all a part of a plan.
And we have drilled more under Biden. Do your research. Shout out my name, Jiff. And well, look. All right, then why are gas prices up? Why are energy prices up there? And if we're doing all this drilling under Biden, I mean, the whole part of drill baby drill is to bring down energy costs and the costs all around. So why are all costs up then if we are drilling, more than Trump? Or is Biden maybe what? Is he not drilling enough?
And if you actually look at the timeline of the drilling, when they first got in, they kind of weren't drilling. They weren't drilling at the same rates as Trump. Realized the need, realized the necessity, and then began the uptick in drilling, if I'm not mistaken. Correct me on that if I'm wrong, but that was kind of a policy that Kamala had publicly came out and said, we're not going to really do that.
In 2023, and even
offshore
more than
drilling
that, registered this year. These are the only...
And then once they seen that it was necessary, they increased the drilling, they increased the energy production on that side. Correct me if I'm wrong on that, but if I'm following the timeline correctly, that's exactly how that happened.
Okay.
To lie to the American people, conceal information from the media. Now, take a look at this.
For the first time in my 25 years, in under 5 different...
And this is a ex-Border Patrol chief. Yes, the chief. Pretty much he was running all the numbers, pretty much running operations. The chief.
Administrations, whether through neglect or on purpose, I saw a large-scale lapse in our ability to return people to their country of origin. Simultaneously, in San Diego, we had an exponential increase in significant interest aliens. These are aliens with significant ties to terrorism. Prior to this administration, the San Diego sector averaged 10 to 15 SIA arrests per year. Once word was out the border was far easier to cross, San Diego went to over 100 SIAs in 2022, well over that in 2023, and even more than that registered this year. These are only the ones we caught. At the time, I was told I could not release any information on this increase in SIAs or mention any of the arrests. The administration was trying to convince the public there was no threat at the border. I had to release illegal aliens by the hundreds each day into communities who could not support them. To quiet the problem, 2 flights a week were provided from San Diego to Texas. These flights simply brought aliens that would have been released in San Diego over to Texas. Each flight cost approximately $150,000.
So, boom, once they got done effing San Diego over, they're like, all right, man, let's go F over Texas.
This was the administration's way to try and quiet the border-wide crisis. Through pressure from the administration, my headquarters became more interested in the fiction that being portrayed in the media and not at all concerned with reality.
Facts, cool beans.
Each time we asked for help in dealing with a new issue, it fell on deaf ears. At times in San Diego, we had 2,000 or more aliens sitting in between the fences asking to turn themselves in. I was told to move them out of sight of the media.
All right, here with more, former U.S. Border Patrol San Diego Sector Chief Aaron Hike.
And after we done debunking this one for y'all, oh man, trust me, we also got something for January 6ers as well. Don't worry, we can debunk that one as well. We got y'all.
So you were told to keep these illegal immigrants out of sight. At the same time, Harris, Biden, Mayorkas, and every other administration official, they were telling the American people that the border is secure and the border is closed.
Supreme gaslight.
So they basically were telling you to lie to the American people and cover it up on their behalf. Is that an accurate description?
I think it's pretty accurate. They wouldn't allow us to put out any information. It was very frustrating knowing what was going on, knowing that there were large gaps in the border coverage, and that there were real threats there that we weren't able to address, and that there were real threats entering our country.
And who was telling you to do that?
It came through my headquarters, Border Patrol headquarters.
Orders straight from the brass, Border Patrol brass, passed down. So these people were negating to do their job, or Border Patrol agents were pretty much instructed not to do their full job because that was the order. That came straight from the Biden-Harris administration.
Oh, whose borders are at that time?
What's her name again?
Kamala.
Yeah. God damn it.
From reporting the names and the actual number of illegal immigrants that had ties to terror? And if that's the case, because we know there are hundreds of people with terror ties in this country, we know that there are people, 11.5 million is now the number of people we know about. And then there are the gotaways, but people coming from 180 countries, that would include our top geopolitical foes and countries with terror ties. That would be Iran and Syria and Egypt and Afghanistan, and that would include Venezuela. That would include tens and tens of thousands from Russia and China.
I just put this together. Countries that hate America, and you think they citizens don't come over here with some bad intent? Some ill intent?
I mean, some of these countries are effed up. Like I said, hey, people will put it back on it. Well, some of these countries are effed up because of us. Exactly.
Oh,
so
yeah,
why would we let them over here with the animosity of that?
I ain't even gonna sit here and lie. Yeah, you ain't never lied. Some of American intelligence agencies have definitely destabilized these countries' government and their leadership for sure. So to that fact, though, further proves the point. You don't think these people come over here with a little bit of a
hatred, like
sort of like a built up, a pent up aggression towards us?
Couldn't blame them.
For everybody that's why I say for everybody that comes over here with good intent, there's probably 10 folks coming over here with ill intent.
About that?
Nope. Ready addressed.
You are correct. We are not allowed to put any information out on any of the individuals, whether it be the significant increase in number of the significant interest aliens that entered, or any information out that we had large gaps, entire zones across Texas, Arizona, and California that had no agent presence for weeks at a time. Sure. We have no idea what and who entered our country over that time frame, and we weren't allowed to put that information out either.
If you couldn't put out the name and the numbers of people that had known terror ties, what happened to those people? Were they released into our country even though you knew they had known terror ties?
Well,
the actual end state for all of those people, I don't know where any of them ended up. But if they had significant terror ties, we would turn them over to the FBI for further questioning, and then they would go over to Immigration and Customs Enforcement for final determination. I don't know the ultimate, but as many as there were and as much of it was going on, likely many of them were released into the United States public.
Is it safe to say that you have knowledge that there are people from countries with known terror ties and people that have known terror ties themselves? Is it safe to say that you are pretty confident that they have been released into our country?
I think it's safe to say that they are here for sure. Between those numbers that came through, the inability that agents had to do proper questioning because there were so many people that they had to deal with each day, that they slipped through the cracks and entered into our country, yes.
Like, bro,
the problem is when you overwhelm these Border Patrol agents and the border with the influx of immigrants, their hands are kind of tied. They got weak leadership, leadership that's
given overtime, but not enough personnel.
It's crazy. You got leadership that's neglecting the actual issue, and like you said, just kind of giving an increase in overtime rate. That's the problem. Like their hands are kind of tied. Like that's why these people are just kind of getting pencil pushed into the country.
And you know what's so scary about what he said? He pretty much was saying like, yeah, and there was some parts we left open. There was nobody there, nobody watching that point. There's people that's in the country that I ain't gonna lie, we don't even know. We don't know.
You see how he really couldn't answer the question about people with gang ties or terrorist ties? Like, yeah, we sent him over to the FBI, but after that, I can't really account for what happens to him. And we know these intelligence agencies, how they operate. They may or may not be letting these folks in.
And it's wild.
So would it then be logical to conclude if people with known terror ties from countries with known terror ties that you were told to lie about, would it be logical to conclude that they're likely in this country plotting, planning, and scheming another 9/11 attack or worse? And if in fact that happens, would it be fair to blame Harris and Biden and Mayorkas for allowing this to happen? And if Americans die, wouldn't they have blood on their hands?
That's an ignorant statement. Oh, I live right next to the border. I don't see it in my city. Like, good for you. Good for you. Good for you. Honestly, bro, we all the way in Ohio and we can see the issue.
I'm be real with you. I be thinking people like that lying because most of the time when people say they live near the border, like, bro, I see it every day. I ain't even gonna lie to you.
That's where they see it the worst. Arizona, Texas, California, that's where they see it the worst. So if you're not seeing it in your city, maybe your eyes is closed, maybe inside all day, but good for you, bro. Great for you.
Well, I think it's one of the things that keeps me.
That's what I say. Open y'all spare bedroom up, clean that attic out. They coming to y'all crib. For those of y'all who pro
knowing that there are those threats that
pro illegal migration
have come into our country that are here, and that
clean that spare bedroom
a
out, bro.
much more likely possibility now with the inability to do the Border Patrol mission of national security over the last several years.
Were you forced to release illegal immigrants and pay for flights from your sector in San Diego to Texas? And how much did those flights cost the American taxpayer? And how many flights were there?
The flights started when we were releasing hundreds and sometimes 1,000 more people a day into downtown San Diego. We were given 2 flights a week from San Diego to Texas, about a little over 100 people.
So if you live in San Diego, and we have a lot of people that watch, so if you live in San Diego, I'm pretty sure you know what he's talking about. You're probably going there like, God damn it. Like, now I know. Now I know why I've been seeing a whole bunch of new people.
Per day, per flight. So twice a week to fly them to Texas to be released. When I asked why that was being done, I was told that there was a problem in Texas. There was not a problem in California. We received those flights for about a month.
Talk and then about being gaslit.
Once those
like,
flights...
bro, I'm a senior Border Patrol agent. You telling me like, no, bro. The problem you seeing, it's not an actual problem, bro. Just focus on Texas. It's not happening in Cali. I mean, you got me. What the, bro? What? I see this shit every day. I see this shit every day. No wonder he's coming out and they label him as a whistleblower. He's coming out on Fox News speaking to Hannity. Ain't nobody else listening.
Yeah, but bro, every complaint he made was falling on deaf ears. They're like, yeah, we hear you, but like, you gotta understand, dog.
Sweep that under the rug.
We have an election to win here, okay?
We gotta let these folks in.
And you gonna let these folks in and keep it secret.
Like, bro, it's probably the safest thing for him to do is come on Hannity, say his name, show his face, bro. They was gonna try and, you know what that man.
Man, this is real, bro. This is a real American hero. I ain't gonna lie.
Shout out. Man ain't even say his name with good reason.
Stopped. We continued to release.
Y'all see his name
we
on
had
here?
had no choice.
Now they had his name in the congressional though.
Not to release
his name's
anymore
been redacted
into San Diego. My reply was that I cannot keep those people. Once a person is determined to be released, it's a Fourth Amendment violation to hold them in detention. They must be released, and so I told my headquarters that I would not stop releasing.
So basically, they put you in a position that you had to violate what the laws of this country are, because last I checked, you're not allowed to enter the country without approval, and then you became, in that sense, they put you in a position where you had to release them into the sanctuary state of California. But Aaron Heike, thank you for being honest with the American people and telling them the truth. It's important they know. And I'll add that when they got here, that now Kamala supports decriminalizing them, getting them on a path to citizenship.
Illegal migration is not a crime. Illegal migration is not a crime. Illegal migration is not a crime.
And if you say it enough, you start to believe it, I guess.
God damn, you know what? It's kind of entrancing.
Yeah, it's like, hold on. But like it makes you damn near doubt reality. Like, you know what? She said it so much damn time. Is it a crime?
She got y'all in a trance talking about some illegal migration is not a crime. Y'all got the spinny things in y'all eyes.
Free housing, healthcare,
yes,
education.
Yes.
And if they want a free sex change operation, and in Minnesota you get a legal driver's license and you get a free college tuition paid for you.
Hey, must
amazing
be nice.
Country we live in.
Get an ID and show up to November to oppose the vote.
Bro,
who you gonna vote for?
Bro, somebody made a joke say, so you know what you do? Just pretty much renounce your citizenship, go across the border, and you get all the funding you need.
Hey, shout out, man.
I mean, god damn.
New meta.
Man. Well, let's move on to this Tim Walz interview.
Shout out.
Home state of Minnesota.
Good Morning America, ABC.
Yes, Georgia, I did sit down with Governor Tim Walz, and we covered a lot of ground, the issues, including the one.
I'm weak. This guy visited my school one time.
Yeah, he used to be a player for the Giants, I believe. Won a Super Bowl with Eli. And then he went to cuck himself on liberal media.
They always do, though. They always do. It's either that or on ESPN.
That is the top of the voters' mind. The economy, the comments that he's made about his life that turned out to be untrue or possibly misleading, and concerns that this election might be disrupted. But I started off by asking him what he would have done differently from President Biden.
Vice President Harris was asked this week on The View if she would have done anything differently than President Biden that he has done in the past 4 years. And she said, quote, "There is not a thing that comes to mind." And she later said she would have a Republican in her cabinet.
Yeah.
And when it comes
like
to
I always say, if you ain't got no problem with the Biden administration, if you like how the country's been ran the last 4 years, I guess maybe you should go Kamala.
I'd have to push him like, not a thing. I'm like, you sure? Like, you should know the Inflationary Reduction Act didn't work out so well. Inflation's up. I mean, the border's bad. Can't you just, bro, you could throw your chin, throw Biden under the bus and absolve yourself of everything that's happened in the past 3 years and you just co-signed it?
Maybe y'all should vote Kamala. Y'all ain't see no issues. If it's smooth sailing for you, I mean, if you ain't really affected by the prices at the pump, if your rent stayed the same, I know it probably hasn't. If your groceries aren't up, I know they probably aren't.
But I'm gonna be real with you, like how?
That's it. I guess that. Let them vote Kamala.
I'm gonna say this. It's not smart for them people to give you a way out of something and you don't take it. That was because think about it. That was the whole problem with Kamala. Like, yo, are you the same as Biden? Because we're not.
That was how the question was presented. They was hoping she was saying, like, you know what?
Because even the Democrats was like, bro, if she's another Biden, I ain't going. And you kind of just, oh no, I sit there and I agree with everything. I'm like, bro,
shit.
That was your chance to throw him under the bus and be like, nah, I would have did this, that, and the third, and everybody would now separate her. Like, okay, cool. She has her own policies, her own ideals, and she's just not plagiarizing policies from Trump and Biden.
President Biden and the presidency, would you or do you see anything that you would have done differently?
Look, as a governor,
we got somebody honest in the chat.
To be governor of this
realizes
state
their
when
privileged position. Thank you, bro. You're the first to admit it.
I watched Donald Trump dismiss the COVID
You're the
pandemic.
first to admit it.
I watched him drive an economy into the ground, and I watched Joe Biden and Kamala Harris pick those pieces up.
Most y'all too privileged to actually speak on the issues.
We make decisions, we reanalyze afterwards. I think the thing that drew me to this ticket, and I think what the vice president's talking about is that her values on these hasn't changed. They have been working for the middle class. They've been doing all they can to make sure prices come down. They're protecting reproductive care.
So it makes me want to ask you, do you think that Biden's done everything right?
Well, look, I don't know if any of us do everything right, but I can tell you he's done everything in the best interest of the American public. He's listened to what the public did. He's asked for answers, and I think, and reevaluated afterwards. And I think if your values and the judgments you're making and the ethical decisions you're making, he's done that. And I, again, have seen the difference that it made, especially during the COVID pandemic, of what it looks like to have that ethical, visionary leadership.
Bro, stocks are volatile. That's probably the worst way to judge an economy.
Something you said on Tuesday.
Based off of stocks.
He said, I think all of us know the Electoral College needs
the stock
to go.
market, the volatile
but the
stock
campaign
market.
came out later that night. And
what are we basing that off of?
Well, it's not the campaign's position, and the point I'm trying to make is that there's folks that feel every vote must count in every state.
Like what?
And
Come
I think
on
some folks feel that's not the case. Our campaign does that, and the point I'm saying
what the
is,
hell?
5 states in 2 days. We're out there making the case that the campaign's
Some of y'all got to
position is
check y'all
clear,
arguments
that
at the
that's not
door.
their position. Their position and my position is to make sure that everybody understands their vote, no matter what state they're in, matters.
So that's something that you and disagree on?
I have spoken about it in the past that she's been very clear on this, and the campaign and my position is the campaign's position.
And let's talk about the economy. That is the top issue for voters out there. 74% of voters said the past year they've had to cut back on groceries because of the rising costs, of course. And a lot of those voters, they're concerned that they cast their vote for Kamala Harris, but she's responsible for that. Yeah. So how do you reach those voters? What do you say to those voters who may blame her for the economy right now?
Yeah, folks in the middle. Well, we talk to them about what are the policies that are going to make a difference. And we see some of the data, but data doesn't impact people in their daily lives. Going to the grocery store and you see false information, whether it's bird flu impacting eggs. But the reality for most people is if those costs are up, they want to know what you're going to do about it. I think that's why she's focusing on making sure whether it's home ownership more affordable, tax cuts for the middle class, and let's just be candid about this. There's price gouging piece of this.
And something that former President Trump said, something that within your debate they were saying that, hey, these are policies that Kamala Harris could have done 3 years ago when she was in the White House with President Biden, and she never did. What do you say to people who bring that up? Who say that?
Well, Donald Trump had 4 years to do it. If you're going to talk about that,
but he did it.
Partner in Congress. You've seen these. We've seen different bills that are ready to pass, and Donald Trump makes sure he steps in. We saw it around immigration, a bipartisan bill, widely respected, wanting to make a difference in this, holding true to our values, securing the border. Donald Trump steps in and says, look, that's going to hurt my political future.
I mean, hold on. I keep saying this. You can't say that, oh, nobody respected Trump. No, he was a laughing stock. But at the same time, he commands enough respect to make a call and get a bill, pushed away or knocked away. Like, what are y'all saying? It's like, y'all damn near talking out both sides of your neck at this point. It's like, what? He can't you're pretty much saying he has no respect, but he has enough respect to go ahead and get a border bill knocked away just off a call.
Hey, shout out Fox Chase, man. I just seen your email, man. We'll get with you on that, bro. We appreciate that, man. Real guy.
Let's not make it happen.
Let's talk about your record. And you call yourself a knucklehead. Call yourself a knucklehead because you've made some statements that just aren't true. And the comment about weapons of war that I carried in war, which you didn't. You said that you were in Hong Kong during the Tiananmen Square massacre when you weren't.
And shout out Vincent Anderson, man. Appreciate the support. Bin Laden's son is alive. He is uniting all terrorist groups and using equipment we left in the pullout to create valid passports to give to terrorists that are working across our borders. Wake up, people. Why have I heard of that? You know, it's crazy. I was reading geopolitical news and I was just like, world news, bro. It can be a very depressing rabbit hole sometimes. You're like, God damn. It's like, you know what? Compared to everywhere else, we're actually doing pretty damn well, despite high crime and all. But I have heard of that fact that they are utilizing all the stuff that we've left there, including planes, weapons. Now, passports, I damn near want to see how they're getting that one off. You'd have to explain how they're getting that one off. But I definitely could see how they could roll up on damn near any nation with weapons.
Bro, Trump said it best. When we pulled out, there was full military hangars that we didn't dismantle, didn't destroy. That
exactly.
They moved right into.
Yeah.
Bro, we gave them full hangars with weaponry, vehicles,
ammunition,
assets to boot for these people to just move right in and be like, you know what, this is our shit now.
Bro, they walked in there and it was just like a holy sound on that mother. They're like, bro, they left all this for us.
Oh yes, bro.
Oh, I thought they hated us, but damn, if you go here leaving this shit, like
shout out America.
Yeah, you couldn't have hated us that much.
Oh God, nah, we left them, bro. Starter kit, as I like to call it,
bro. A terrorist starter kit, like, bro. God damn.
You kind of chalked it all up to bad grammar.
Terrorist.
Getting the dates wrong. But your opponents say you lied to make yourself look better. Do they have a point?
Well, look, 35 years ago, got the opportunity to be in Hong Kong, be in China, learned a lot about it, served 24 years in the National Guard, passionately, in an instance, talking about gun violence in schools, on an instance there. Proud of the service that I've done. Proud to be a teacher in that classroom. Proud to have been very public all these years and owning it when I, said, look,
I was there in August too. Like shit, if they didn't need the weaponry or the vehicles, they could have just sold it off for bread too.
Here. These things have been
like Russia. Come get this shit real quick.
Here, they see the results of things that we pass. We see a state that's a top.
Yeah, okay, y'all need it, right?
We see the best state, top 3 state for raising a child, and we've got the best healthcare. And I think the policies, whether it be dealing with China and understanding China's human rights record, what you can be certain there is
this man has always sounded like a Chinese apologist.
You know, pick dictators on speed dial. See, Xi Jinping is doing a good job during COVID, as Donald Trump said. And I think those lessons learned.
Like, say wallahi. Say wallahi right now. You talk about what? Apache helicopter, AK-47.
Like, Abdul, you won't believe what they left over here.
You gotta pull up right now, bro.
Like, wallahi. Oh, bro. Wallahi. They left them here.
Oh, alhamdulillah. Tonight we celebrate. Put the goat on the grill, my nigga.
Like,
we good now.
It's one of the things with trust. So there are going to be some people who say, we can't trust him even tell the truth about himself.
Yeah.
What do you say to them?
Well, I said they know who I am. I know who I am. I know the work that I've done. I know
Shout out to all our Muslim brothers.
But I think what they see is, if they want to compare that, talking about immigration policy,
wallahi.
Donald Trump would say, I think there's a big difference than missing a date when you're there. And again, spinning something for a political reason. I'm very clear of who I've been. I'm very proud of 24 years of doing that work. And I think going to Congress and working for veterans,
the stolen value.
They want to see it and make the difference, look a little different. I think people in Minnesota, my students, the folks I've worked with, members of Congress, they know who I am. And they know the policies we put in place have made an impact.
And Vice President Harris said that she told you to be a little bit more careful on how you say things.
Well, I did it, even the other day of just speaking passionately about these gun violence situations and meeting with these survivors. I've said it.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. That's the last thing you want to hear your
candidate
to be.
A knucklehead or friends of school shooters.
I know he was trying to be relatable. I know he was trying to seem as if he was a man of the people, right?
A little too relatable. He's like, I'm friends with school shooters. I'm like, whoa.
Yeah, that was something he probably should have kept in the vote, to be honest.
I know he was misspoke, but it was still pretty funny, though.
A self-admitted knucklehead, though? Like, bro, I ain't gonna lie.
I know I'm a knucklehead, but
if I was a moderator, you would have lost my vote off of that. Like, bro, what? I ain't heard Vance call himself a knucklehead. They actually say he's one of the highest IQs in Washington. I ain't heard Trump say that about himself. This man said he's a self-admitted knucklehead.
Man, I mean, come on now. The way he walked out there just lacked confidence. His body language screamed that he was not confident.
Yeah, he had to warm up to that debate. It's probably like 10, 15 minutes before before the skin color settled back into that, man. God, he came out white as a ghost.
Bro, it was too funny, bro. I remember Vance turning around like, I feel bad for you. Like, your job must be hard. You have to defend the indefensible. It's like, that's always gonna have me weak every time I say that. Like, damn.
Yeah, Vance did shine at that VP debate.
Folks, a friend with David Hogg, who's been an activist on this. People know in that, and then that gets spun in that, well, he didn't say something true. It was very clear that I was talking about these veterans. Very clear that I wear, I wear my emotions on my sleeve, and I do think in these positions, whether it be governor or being vice president of the United States, you do need.
We don't need an emotional.
Careful. You do need to be a little more thoughtful on it.
Now, I wear my emotions on my sleeve, but we don't need an emotional leader right now. We need somebody that's composed. They got confidence. They don't sit there and damn near look like they about to throw up on stage when they're about to debate. Like, nah. It's cool. You're good governor material, barely, but VP, nah. You seem a bit too emotional. I wear my emotions on my shoulders,
and I think what you see is someone who's been in classrooms a lot. I've been around coaching a lot. I speak passionately, and I think doing that, you need to combine the two, and I think that's what she's referring to.
And you spent years as a high school defensive coordinator.
Yes,
coach, getting the guys together and out there on that field, and you credit that experience as you said that's something that makes you uniquely positioned to help America go where you feel like it should go. How does that make you uniquely qualified?
Coach Well, I think it's about building teams, about bringing diverse folks in, finding where their skills work. I feel like I'm on a championship team with Vice President Harris, but it's that idea of molding, shaping, providing guidance, but understanding that you're just a piece of it. The folks, the players.
I mean, hold on. How are you more championship team than Trump? Like, bro, Tulsi Gabbard, Vivek Ramaswamy, RFK Jr., J.D. Vance is like, what, bro? Dream team, damn near the Justice League, if you want to put it out like that. I don't know, man. But it's just you and Kamala and who else? What? Liz Cheney, the Cheneys, warmongering Cheneys. Really? You want that endorsement? Okay. Go ahead, have it.
Said you've got to put them in a position to be successful. And
hey,
I think
funny enough, we actually have that in the queue for tonight.
Vice President, got to put the American people in a position to be successful, and they'll do it. They'll do it.
Oh God! Oh, we got you. We got you.
And when I asked Governor Walz how he and VP Harris were doing so far in this election, he said he knew it was going to be close and that you don't just hope to win on that day, you plan to win, George.
All right. Okay, Michael. Thanks very much. Good job.
And
this Sunday and this week, Chief Global Affairs anchor Martha Raddatz interviews Donald Trump's vice president for me.
Like, what do you hit him with a drewski mean? What do you mean by that?
Michael's exclusive interview with Governor Tim Walz. Michael, you sat down with him in his home.
When you said that, oh, we just know we're gonna win. I'm like, okay.
So yeah, we don't hope to win. We plan to win. Like, oh, okay, shit. What are you gonna do?
And let's move into the expose on, well, Kamala Harris. Candace got at her for her family. Well, this woman gets on her about her whole entire career.
You know what's so funny about that statement he just made? You know how purposefully we could take that out of context, just as they do with Trump. Like, oh, you plan to win? Like, oh, what you gonna do? Rig it? We could be so obtuse, so dense, and purposely take it out of context, like y'all do with some of the shit that Trump says. Like, oh, well, you don't hope to win, you plan to win. Like, oh, so y'all gonna rig that mug if you don't like the results. Like,
okay, I see you.
I
see you. Okay.
See how dumb we sound, though?
All right.
Shout out Noah Joyner, $2. Comparing a businessman to a coach, laughable.
It really is laughable. Man, I didn't even read it and I knew what he's about to say. I was like, that is laughable.
He said, yeah, well, I just feel like I'm the best man for the job. We're a winning team. I just feel like I can rally
I'm
people
like,
from different diversities, come in and
like, bro, this country needs to be ran like a goddamn business because we are a business. We have balance sheets and all, budgets and all. We need a businessman for the job right now. Well, damn near probably actually, you know what? We damn near need to let it be only businessmen since you do need to handle a lot of money as president.
And kind of a shapeshifter throughout her entire career and existence. I would call her in some
generals work nice too.
Disgusting scene and let them go.
Whoa.
Where we at? Oh shit.
Jumped ahead on me. Whoops, my bad.
All right, shout out Tucker Carlson. We're gonna get right into it. Yeah. Was this Harmeet Dillon? Oh God. And if you don't believe the sister, you're racist.
Younger than Kamala Harris, but in the same generation. You're
God, I'm playing the race card tonight.
You're from San Francisco.
Yeah.
You first ran into Kamala Harris in 2003, 21 years ago. You know everyone in her orbit. You live in the same world.
So like I said, if you don't believe her, not only are you racist towards Indians, you're a misogynist.
And so with less than a month to go before the campaign, I thought it'd be interesting to hear the perspective of someone who actually knows a lot about Kamala Harris's life. There don't seem to be many of those. So thank you for doing this. Who is Kamala Harris exactly?
Kamala.
Well, you see the words comma, chameleon, and nicknames like that applied to her today.
Yes.
And she really has been kind of a shapeshifter throughout her entire career and existence. I would call her in some ways a survivor.
And real quick, man, pause for the cause, man. Before we get into this video, it's going to be a great one, man. A lot of exposing information about to be said. Like the video, man. Double tap that screen. Let's get some more folks in here who need to hear this truth, this side of the story, this side of the narrative that they ain't going to tell you in mainstream media, man. Hit the buttons in the upper right-hand corner. 3 buttons in the upper right-hand corner, man. Show some support to the stream. Let's get some more folks in here. Let's continue the conversation. Let's go.
And get you a shirt.
Yeah, get you a shirt, man. Show some support to the stream. Buy you a shirt. Send you a super chat in to support. Thoughts, questions, comments, disagreements can be shared. We'll go ahead and read it aloud on stream. We like to keep it engaging over here. Like to keep it fun, man. So go ahead and have some fun with us. And shout out Noah Joyner coming back in with 5. He says, former soldiers, businessmen, I'd say farmers even should be the people looked at for presidency. Yeah,
facts. I like that.
Some skin in the game.
Yeah,
what's going on,
bro? I feel that, like, bro, you have to have some skin in the game. Like, you just can't be out there getting taxpayer money all your life with no kids. That's not how we should honestly choose a presidency. Like, bro, we should choose a president off if this shit fails, they go down with it.
She's had a number of different environments.
Appreciate you, Noah.
Sort of growing up in Oakland to 2 university professors as a small kid.
Oh, we actually,
and then after.
We're working on some merch, some personal merch in the background. So we're gonna make a community post to kind of gauge what y'all would want to see on some merch from us. Y'all want to see like a S&K shirt? Y'all want to see like a S.E.T Media shirt, some hats, some mugs? We're gonna gauge what y'all want to see, but we got some affiliated marketed Trump shirts right now posted, so make sure to go check those out.
After her divorce, her mom took her and her sister Maya to Canada, where she went to high school and then started college there. Yeah. And then she, came as almost an adult to the United States and went to Howard University and sort of immersed herself in that culture of the predominantly Black college. And then she came to San Francisco, where she went to Hastings in the Tenderloin area of San Francisco. So educationally, she's kind of traveled all over the United States.
But she spent her...
And shout out Vincent Anderson. He said, watch episode of Sean Ryan's with Ahmad Massoud. Massoud. Yeah, Massoud. Okay.
Okay, we'll pull it up.
Ahmad Massoud.
We'll pull it up. Is that a full episode? We might just pull up a clip for you, but yeah, shout out. Appreciate you.
Her high school years
in
Canada. Yeah, she spent her high school years in Canada.
I'll look it up right now, actually, bro.
Not in San Francisco. And so I think one of the interesting things that I found when looking at her background is the first time she registered to vote was at age 29. So
really?
Yeah. So many years after coming to the United States, and during the year that she dated our former mayor and speaker, Willie Brown, is the year that she registered to vote. And so connecting the dots, it seems like that might be the time when she decided that politics is in her future, because, she began to create a voting record and setting down roots at that time.
But she hadn't registered to vote before she was
There's no record of her having registered to vote until she was almost 30, which is, I have nieces and nephews, and I urge them to
hold on.
Get educated. And
no record of her voting until she was 30? I mean, damn, I voted before Kamala. Like, what? Whoa, that is crazy. Like, what type of patriot is like, what? You weren't voting since you was 18 at least? Like, come on now.
And register to vote and get active. And so, it's kind of an important thing. So well after she became an attorney, well after she became a prosecutor.
All right, Vincent Anderson, I got a little clip pulled up from that full interview.
Yeah.
I'll share it in a second.
Yep.
I feel like it's right on topic,
and that's
too,
interesting.
So appreciate that
because everyone has to vote, in my opinion, but because she's described herself repeatedly in public as a child activist.
Yeah.
She was basically leading the March on Washington. She single-handedly desegregated the American South.
Right.
She was always into politics.
She was a warrior for freedom.
Freedom.
Early on. And
there wasn't, just for the record, there was no segregation.
I mean, her mom was interviewed many years ago before she passed away, and tells a story about how, where they were growing up in Montreal, in the apartment complex where they lived, apparently children weren't allowed to play outside. So Kamala Harris single-handedly protested this and organized and forced the apartment building to allow children to be able to play outdoors. So
she was annoying as a child.
She was a activist as a child, according to her mom, but then didn't exercise the most basic form of United States citizen activism by exercising the franchise until much later in life. And
after she was a lawyer, how did she become a lawyer?
Well, she became a lawyer, went to UC Hastings in downtown San Francisco. Did not pass the bar the first time she took it, did pass it the second time around, and got her first job after that as a prosecutor.
Shout out Cool Bean, one of the mods, coming back in with another 5.
All right. We'll meet in the middle, run it like a business, but a cooperative business, so we can have the money we earn. No more trickle down BS deal.
I can hear that perspective.
Yeah, I can hear that perspective as well.
I can hear that perspective. I personally think I do think trickle down economics works when done right. When done right, I do think it works.
Yep. Your trickle down economics, like, it's only as proficient as your government allows it to be. So with all these taxes, it's pretty hard to actually have the best version of trickle down economics when, not only do these companies got to worry about paying us, but they got to worry about paying the government as well just to do business. So imagine we took away that burden off them. Imagine how much more would they be able to reinvest, because that's all they do is they want to reinvest, build more factories, create more jobs, or have more managerials or employees. Like, it's always crazy how we allow the government to take, I guess, trillions of dollars from the people instead of the people being able to, be the people, use their own money, and actually reinvest in themselves or whatever they choose to. But the government just taking it just so they can do whatever with it, like wars and all that good stuff and funding different countries. It ain't it. And trickle-down economics ain't going to work as nice as we want it to with that type of system going on. But hey.
Computer in Alameda County.
It is what it is.
So in Alameda County, she eventually specialized in child sex crimes, an important job. And according to research that was done by some of her opposition when she ran for district attorney in 2003, she tried something like 8 cases that they can prove there during her 8 years or so as a prosecutor in Alameda County.
So I lack perspective on this. Is that a lot? A little?
It's very little.
Very little.
For somebody who's claimed today in all of her public appearances to have been a lifelong law enforcement officer and prosecutor, and when she ran for district attorney, claimed to have tried hundreds of cases. She actually, according to what I've been able to dig up and what her opposition dug up on her in 2003, which she never refuted, 2 cases in San Francisco during the 2 years that she worked at the DA's office before quitting and then planning her run against her boss, 8 in the Alameda County District Attorney's office. So she basically held those 2 jobs as a prosecutor. Now, Terrence Hallinan, let's setting the stage of my meeting her in San Francisco. So San Francisco had a very progressive prosecutor. I think he was elected in 1996 or so, named Terrence Hallinan.
Famous person in
Famous
California.
Guy. He was one of some brothers. My departed husband served on the board of the Liberal Pacifica radio station with one of the other Hallinan brothers. So, they were kind of regulars in the left-wing activist circles in San Francisco. And Hallinan promised to be a progressive prosecutor, and he came on board and was a progressive prosecutor, would serve soup at the soup kitchens and things like that, kind of old school liberal. And that said, he was tough on murders and tough on the serious crimes, but it was the lower level drug dealers and so forth, that quality of life crimes, that he was a little bit softer on. But he recruited Kamala Harris, or hired her anyway, and she hired her out of the Alameda County District Attorney's office. And during that campaign in 2003, he actually said that he did it as a favor to the mayor of San Francisco, Willie Brown. But there's a mixed record on that. But he gave her chance to move from the job she was in, which was sort of, Alameda County's not San Francisco. San Francisco's the big leagues where all the glamorous stuff happens in the Bay Area, and where we had 2 United States senators from there. A lot of the top brass in California that's now infecting the United States came from San Francisco County. So she was a step up.
That's a scary thought. So you tell me all these California elites out of California is now in the White House holding, top positions? That's a scary thought. That is a scary thought.
Kamala worked her way up.
Yeah, that's true. All the way up to VP. So
to go to be a prosecutor in the big city there in San Francisco. So she got her opportunity to move over there. And she was the head of the criminal organization's 5-person unit after being there for a bit of time. And so, it was 5 people she was in charge of, but she was passed over for chief of staff, which is the number 2 position in the district attorney's office, on 2 occasions. And, as soon as she got there, she began making her mark and setting her eyes on her political career. Okay. So starting around age 29, again, when she moved to San Francisco, she started dating the mayor of San Francisco, Willie Brown.
Sweet Jesus.
And
while he was mayor?
While he was mayor. And he had been the Speaker of the Assembly. He was maybe the most powerful machine politician in Democrat politics. Willie Brown and John Burton ran San Francisco. They had a political machine, and to win election in that town, their stamp of approval was necessary. And they really had not a complete control, but they were the most formidable block to get ahead in San Francisco. So they kind of approved who got to be on the board of supervisors, who, really ran for all these different positions and handed out patronage jobs in the city. And so the fastest way to ascend in politics there is to be tied to the coattails of Willie Brown. And so, she did that. And I don't know
more than tied to the coattails. She's sleeping with him.
She dated him.
Yeah.
That's how he describes it. He is still married at the time, and so he's 90 today. But he was
so that narrative that he was divorced, he was separated from his wife, is completely untrue. Like she was nothing more than a concubine, a side hoe, a side bitch. I'm gonna say it.
Yeah, that he was just propping up so he can keep smashing.
And I ain't gonna lie, if y'all go look at Kamala back in the day, go look. Hey,
I ain't even gonna lie.
I ain't gonna lie, boy. Politics aside,
I mean,
she would have caught me up. I would have been wrapped up.
Shit, I beat, but I'd have beat.
Good looking young lady.
I mean, bro, you look at Kamala's Howard photos. Come on now.
Shit, I mean, even now in her older age, she still ain't ugly.
I mean,
still ain't ugly.
Hold on.
Older age.
You gotta take the makeup off, but
he was married throughout this time that he was together with her for 2 years. Okay, and so they were a society couple. They went to all the
30 years ago,
operas, ballets, black tie events very openly. And, I've met Willie Brown several times. He just, it's not disputed that he gave her start in politics and almost certainly encouraged her, hey, maybe you should register to vote. That might be a good start. Certainly how to move up in the ranks. And so one of the ways you do that is you get started with some lower level elected.
And let's see, Kaylin tried buying Shure and it failed. And my bad. Shout out Noah Joyner. Is this the same one?
Wait, y'all trying to buy the shirt? Y'all just got to click on it. Just hit the shirt and it should take you to a link.
Kaylin.
I think they talking about trying to get the shirt. If
that
link's not working, we could try and re-upload it.
Failed. Got you. Well, hold on. Let me see if I can.
I'll work on that.
Add some more.
But yeah, you should just be able to click on the link. If that link's not working, call it out in the chat. We'll repost it.
Office, but even before that, a lot of our politicians in Congress and in the Senate and former presidents have been lawyers. It's a great stepping stone to a political career. So getting a good record in the DA's office would have been a way to do that. So she, hustled her way into the district attorney's office and immediately began setting her sights on her power base. So she developed relationships in the African-American community, became friendly with Amos Brown, a notorious pastor and activist in the Bayview Hunters Point district, where is a large African-American population there. Yep. And, it's one of the rougher parts of town where the projects are. A lot of the drug and gang violence was centered in that area. And so she tried to make that her patch. And her theme was, supposedly hard on crime, but not in an unfair, disproportionate way on the African-American community. So as you know, during that time, the 1990s, there was a lot of discussion in our country about harsh drug laws and disproportionate impact on African-Americans. And so she kind of focused her efforts on that. And that was her assignment, was criminal organizations, basically gangs. Okay, so she was a gang and drug prosecutor, not a murder prosecutor, not a violent crime prosecutor. She never was that in her jobs before she became the district attorney. So she wanted those jobs, according to reporting at the time. She wanted to be moved up to the more serious responsibilities of violent crime and murder prosecutor, but she never was given that opportunity by Terrence Hallinan, who I think, reading between the lines, began to suspect that she was gunning for his job pretty early on. So after she was passed over a couple of times for the top lieutenant position in the district attorney's office, she quit. She quit and she went immediately sideways to the city attorney's office in San Francisco, which is also a prominent breeding ground for some excellent judges I've been in front of have been city attorneys. Dennis Herrera was the city attorney at the time, and he held that position for a very long time. So she moved sideways after less than 2 years at the district attorney's office to the city attorney's office, where she put together a portfolio involving child welfare and, sort of juvenile offenders, that sort of a thing. Again, I would call it a pretty fluffy portfolio, but something that's designed to give her something to talk about if she runs for office. And so for 2 or 3 years, she spent her time there at the city attorney's office. Again, by the way, all on the, public employment. She's never had a job in the private sector. Ever. And so
Kamala Harris has been living on taxpayer money her entire
career. That's correct. She's never had a private sector.
I keep telling people that whole working at McDonald's, lied. No private sector work. She went straight out of school to working in office or working with the DA or in law. She always was being paid by taxpayer dollars.
And mods, don't kick anybody who disagrees. This is going to be a triggering conversation when we're presenting the facts. This is an unknown reality, an unknown narrative about Kamala Harris that nobody's going to share. So there's going to be a lot of people who have a knee-jerk reaction and are rubbed the wrong way. Let those folks stay in. Let them gain the information, and hopefully by the end of it, they learn something. Don't kick those folks. Even if they disagree, let them stay.
Yeah, they can go look it up themselves if they feel so bad about it.
Appreciate y'all doing y'all job, though.
God.
Now, let me pause for a second. While she was doing some of these jobs, she actually was doing multiple jobs on paper, because Willie Brown, one of the positions that you get access to when you're the speaker, and then you pretty much continue to have a lot of access to over the years, is the ability to appoint people to patronage jobs. And so before he, kind of left the speaker's office, he was able to appoint her to one of 2 commissions. So she was on a taxpayer-funded commission called the Unemployment Appeals Board. And so you hear appeals of denials of unemployment benefits. That's a cushy part-time job, which pays almost $100,000 salary. You show up a couple of days a month. And then he also got her appointed to a second sort of part-time job, very part-time, a couple of days a month again, called like the Medical Assistance Commission, which was dealing with Medi-Cal contracts and appeals over that. And so over the years that she was taking a salary as first an Alameda County prosecutor and then a San Francisco County prosecutor, she earned an additional over $400,000 over a 5-year period from these
That's all we trying to do.
low show / no show jobs. He also got her a BMW as a gift.
Damn.
And so
Willie Brown gave.
Was it a 3 series? If it was a 3 series, then that ain't shit. If it was a 3 series, then that ain't shit. For my BMW.
She got a job where she had to work part-time, earning 6 figures with the BMW.
But said if it was a 3 series though, it doesn't count.
Yes.
For my BMW folks, y'all know. If it was,
a BMW is a BMW, man. It's like some people feel like that.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie. There's like this whole argument, like, oh, if it's a 3 series, it don't count because 3 series is like the base model.
Bro, that's what people say about goddamn Chargers. Well, if it's just a V6, not a Hellcat. It's like it's not a Scat. Like you. Dick ahead ass.
Oh, if you got a Mercedes, if you got the C class, it don't count. Like, damn, bro. Like
all right.
Hey, like, is this? I can't get.
Does it not have the Mercedes symbol on there?
Can't get my foot in the door. Like, damn.
For BMW, and he got her these extra hundreds of thousands of dollars of jobs. And to give you some perspective, the salary of a prosecutor around that time was about $100,000. So she basically got double or triple what her colleagues were getting. So imagine the morale in the office when your person sitting next to you is also dating the mayor and also is making hundreds of thousands of dollars more than you because...
And getting a free BMW.
So she was marked out as privileged in her 20s and 30s very early on. And that allowed her to leap over the career hurdles that those of us who work for a living in the private sector have to actually earn, right? And I think she's had to face these criticisms over time, and she's become very glib and good at deflecting the criticism, but I don't think it's disputable that the extra income and more importantly the patronage that she enjoyed in her 20s and early 30s made her the person who's
Kamala definitely benefited from pretty privilege when it came to her introduction to politics. I'm not gonna lie, whether it was her relationship with Willie Brown, whether it's how she was propelled off of her relationship with Willie Brown, you could kind of attribute a lot of that to her good looks. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, you really can.
I'm not gonna sit here and lie.
the United
Well,
States
she had to be a little
today.
bit smart though. She had to be.
Oh no, don't get me wrong. She was intelligent. Not even now, I don't think she's dumb. I think that she's been instructed to operate a certain way. I think
Honestly,
her handlers and her advisors have more say.
I think because she used her looks so much, she low-key gotten lazy. So now she has no real I don't know, substance or
She was never
experience.
built any.
Yeah, or experience to show.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. But man, if you haven't, bro, go look up Kamala 20, 30 years ago. Tell me she wasn't attractive. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh God. And C class equals bad credit. Repo coming. S class equals boy, you got that money.
Hey, see, I knew I wasn't tripping, bro. I talked to some car fans and some car peoples, and yeah, C class 3 Series V6 Charger. Bro, you ain't getting you get no brownie points for that. You gotta come 5 or 7 Series. You gotta come S class, or you gotta come V8. I'm telling you, I don't make the rules.
And seeking the top job.
If it ain't an S class, don't post it. Damn near.
Influence peddling and using her female wiles,
and just all the sleaze and corruption that inevitably arises in a one-party state like California.
Multiplied by 100 when you're dating the most, powerful person there. And even after she broke up with him, as the story goes, because she realized that he was never going to make her a wife, she continued that strong relationship. And to this day, Willie Brown has endorsed her and is, out there helping her raise money.
Willie Brown, you a 304 and you will always be a 304. But hey, I will give you this BMW. It's like, hey, not too bad. And a nice job. Well, come on now. Come on. She was asking for too much. Like, damn, 6-figure job with a BMW and you want to be wifey?
By the time she ran for district attorney, but he was instrumental in helping her raise hundreds of thousands of dollars and eventually winning in that position.
Willie Brown has a reputation for the last 60 years for corruption. I'm not alleging a specific crime. He was a jailhouse lawyer for years, representing radicals of various kinds. But he has a reputation for corruption. Is that fair to say?
Oh, absolutely. And even specifically in this district attorney race. So I'll break that down for you. So Terrence Hallinan was a mixed bag. He was the district attorney for, the one who Kamala Harris replaced. And so, but he was tough on corruption. Okay. So there was some corruption in the police department in San Francisco. The SFPD had a scandal called Fajita Gate, where some cops got into a beef with some street vendors over some fajitas. It's kind of a silly beginning of the story, but the end of that story is that Terrence Hallinan brought charges against the police chief, his deputy, and some other cops involved in this scandal. Okay, well, Willie Brown didn't like this. He had put all these people, basically everybody in the top jobs in San Francisco owed it in some way to Willie Brown. And so Willie Brown was able to get stuff done in the city as a lobbyist and as a fixer, and particularly for the real estate industry by controlling a lot of the elected officials and the law enforcement in San Francisco.
They got hired in through nepotism. So once he put him in position, no Diddy felt like they were indebted to him. So I'd be damn, like I put you, bro, I gave you your high paying job. What you mean you ain't gonna let me get my way?
He's like, dog,
I'll put somebody else in your spot, right?
Real quick.
Like, stop playing with me, boy. I'm Willie Brown. Boy, you see my side, bitch?
Bro, you go from getting votes to no votes real quick.
Oh God, bro, didn't that sound like the Tiffany Henyard strategy?
Yeah.
Like when she couldn't get votes in her city, she was over here like employing the police to do like damage to like local businesses and shit.
Oh yeah, mafia style.
Bro, the dirty politics.
Man. There were corruption investigations that Terrence Hallinan was looking at regarding some of this power structure in San Francisco. And so by replacing Terrence Hallinan, Willie Brown, through his agent, Kamala Harris, was able to put an end to some of these investigations. These investigations were quietly dropped. The Fajita Gate thing quietly went away. The case collapsed.
He's in here every
night,
bro.
The police who were accused of wrongdoing were never held accountable. But because of that investigation and indictments that were brought by Terrence Hallinan, that began some friction. That continued some friction the police were also frustrated at Hallinan's failure to take drug dealers off the streets. So Willie Brown, through that dint of getting his former mistress the DA job by helping her raise money, getting her key endorsements from the socialites, the Getty family, and all the top families in San Francisco who backed her, the founder of North Face and others.
Getty family would be the patrons of Gavin Newsom, now the governor.
Gavin Newsom's patrons and the patrons, I mean, I think they're supporters of Kamala Harris and others. They've supported every major Democrat elite in California. And so, you know, their Pacific Heights establishment, noblesse.
I agree.
Oblige
Pacific
there.
Heights being
So,
one of the richest neighborhoods in San Francisco.
Absolutely. And so fundraisers, glittering events, black tie events, patrons of the arts, you know, these are the folks, these are the circles that Kamala Harris moved in through Willie Brown's assistance. And so Willie Brown was able to put an end
Noah
to
Joyner coming in for $5. Appreciate that.
Hey, appreciate the support. He said, if you guys talking about cars, got to look at the 1961 Chevrolet Corvette. And, you know, I am a Corvette guy. I do like Corvettes.
I'll look it up. I'm not familiar with that year. I like the new ones, though. They fucking nice as
bro,
hell.
the new ones.
Fucking Z06,
Bro.
fucking nice as hell.
Man, a sexy ass.
I'm not a super big car guy, but I can just appreciate the aesthetic of a nice looking fucking car. I'm not going to lie. I might not know what's under the hood. I'm not gonna know the 0 to 60 time, but if that bit look nice, that bit look nice.
I don't know. It'd be the interior too.
That too. Bro, cars just provide a certain like ambiance, like you say, especially when it comes to the interior. Don't you feel like the man? We just slide in that mug, get your favorite song on.
Oh God, man, you got the wood grain.
Oh God, yeah, it's a vibe. It's a vibe for sure. For sure, I'm gonna look it up.
Pesky investigations into corruption
61
in San Francisco and misconduct by the police department by getting Kamala Harris installed over there. So everything became smooth again when she became the district attorney and stayed that way under control for many years while she was the district attorney until she ran for
Timmy Turner's dad
attorney
had.
general.
So every year when
Hey, say, you remember that episode?
Oh yeah. And shout out James Foley. He said, "Wave check. What's under that pink cat?"
Oh man, I got a couple puddles under here, man. I just put my pomade in. And I just did my brushing. Catch me tomorrow on that. Appreciate you though, James.
He said, "You ain't gonna catch me slipping on this one with the baby wave."
Not on this alive, man.
Oh man, all right, let's get right to it.
You can name, and I ask because she's on video pronouncing it, Kamala.
How does Kamala pronounce her name?
And Kamala. Two different ways.
So I remember her putting the emphasis on the second syllable, so it was like Kamala.
Kamala.
Kamala was how she pronounced it.
Not too much,
not
bro.
Kamala. Kamala is actually how Indians pronounce it. The name derives from the word for lotus in Sanskrit, which is komal. So
really?
Yeah. And so, you know, that is how you're supposed to pronounce it.
Is it a conventional name?
It's a conventional name, absolutely. And it's a Brahmin. She's from a Brahmin family. Her mother is Brahmin, and so, you know, high caste background.
I thought she was a prince.
High caste.
She's a
for those of you who don't know anything about the caste system, you want to explain that a little bit for him, Seth?
Well, the caste system in India as well, for a while, has been ran through your skin color, right? So you ever notice how the Indians in the slums are dark skinned, but the Indians that are rich are more lighter skin,
fair skin.
Yeah. So like the closer you are to that lighter skin, like damn near white and Indian, the more well off you're gonna be in India. The more close you are close to that darker tone of Indian, like, you know, damn near dark skin, you're damn near gonna be living in the slums, like Slumdog Millionaire style.
And to add to that, it's set. It's fixated. You can't change or move up in the hierarchy once you're born into it. Low caste, high caste, that's where you're set to stay.
Colorism at its finest.
Man.
Shapeshifter, like I said. So although, you know, I saw an explanation in one of these liberal publications trying to explain how throughout most of her career, she's passed as African-American and not mixed race because, of course...
Yeah, they're both racially ambiguous. You're not lying,
Tiger
Fox Chase.
Woods
That's the candidate that the left loves, is a racially ambiguous candidate. So it doesn't really matter their background or their lineage. They can purport to be whatever. You know, that way they can play racial politics or racial identity whenever they need to.
prominent did people parse out their differences in their racial background. So
he can be black.
It was suggested that she had to pick one or the other early in her career, and she's largely identified as African American, and so she really focused on the African American community in San Francisco. She identified as African American.
Did she live in a black neighborhood? Did she live in Hunters Point?
She did not live in Hunters Point.
Oh,
she lived in a nice condo in South of Market in the ballpark area.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely.
But she was, quote, focused on the African
She was focused on the African American community. Now, I've read just about everything that's been written about her, and back in that time period, Willie Brown actually
because if you marry out of your cast, then you lose position within your cast. Isn't that what happened to like the prince? It was like a Japanese.
All right, bro. Try to find the light skin. Like, if you look at Kamala's mom, I say she was a high cast, but she wasn't of the highest cast. Because Kamala's mom is like, she's light skinned, but she ain't like light skin like the royalty over there in India be.
Yeah, and if you marry out of your caste system, so if you marry somebody in a lower caste than you kind of forfeit your status. That's literally how it works.
One of his political clients and patrons to rent her,
I think that happened in
her campaign headquarters in Bayview, Hunters Point. Not where she lived and not where the courthouse is, but she had her campaign headquarters in that African American neighborhood at well below market rent from a connection of Willie Brown's.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, and it's pretty blatant.
Rewind just for one moment. It's not controversial to say, because it's factual, it's provable, she has pronounced her own first name at least 2 different ways.
I think 3 or 4 different ways.
3 or 4 different ways. So if we can just consider for a moment how weird that is.
Princess of Japan.
You have a non-Anglo first name.
Yeah.
Hermie.
That's right.
And I know we were talking about the caste system in India, but it's the same concept. The Princess of Japan literally lost her royal status because she married a commoner. I can't make this shit up, yo.
Indian name, I assume.
It's been pronounced consistently since childhood. Yes.
By you, because it's your name.
That's my name. Yeah, and I haven't pretended to be different things over the years.
But have you ever met anyone who's pronounced his or her own first name different ways over?
No, I really haven't, and it was striking to me. When she was running for district attorney is when I first met her. And I was new to San Francisco. I just moved to San Francisco in 2003. I came to California in 2000 and during the .com boom, and I went down to Silicon Valley. I practiced law there. And then I moved to San Francisco in 2003. I was new to town. So I had a friend from the South Asian Bar Association who'd practiced with her in the DA's office in Alameda County, who was, helping her with her DA run. So I went to this fundraiser. I was new to town, and, Kamala Harris walks into the fundraiser. It was all Indian Americans at this particular fundraiser. And so she was, she was all business, no nonsense, strides into the room wearing a designer outfit, well beyond her means as a district attorney, assistant district attorney, or at that time, city attorney employee. 4-inch.
Kamala had drip low key. I remember one time she was at a rally with a Hermes belt. I was like, damn, okay, Kamala, I didn't know you was dripped out like that.
Was it Vlad or Fox Chase? One of y'all said she was on there with a $60,000 necklace. She had the drip on. The ice came out with the ice.
Man, I'm just like, all right, you know what? You may not be the most intelligent candidate, but god damn it, you the freshest.
Heels, strides confidently into the room and begins telling us why she's going to be the better candidate than Terrence Hallinan, who was running for re-election. And I recall from that meeting, she was really focused on process. She didn't really have a policy difference with Terrence Hallinan. She has also always painted herself as a progressive, but tough on crime, but progressive prosecutor. Okay, so she talked a lot about how the computers in the district attorney's office were out.
She came out with that Tiffany & Co. 62K, boy.
Dated, and, we really needed to professionalize the office. I mean, who could argue with that, right? And, of course, the district attorney's office in a major American city should have up-to-date computers. I had the law firm practice, and so that sounded good. And, she also criticized Hallinan for being soft on crime.
It makes sense why she don't care about the boys crowd. I'm already rich. Crowd, look. I got your rent on my neck, crowd. This is the same person that says she wants to expand the middle class. Them came out Tiffany & Co. 62K on us. Man.
Flexed on our ass.
Shout out Kamala Harris, man. The biggest flexer. Man, in Democratic history. 62K on $62K
on the neck.
Bro, on the neck
On
during
the
a
chain.
rally.
On the chain.
And y'all trying to say Donald Trump be on 10. I'm like, this man just wearing probably like at best, probably like a $5,000 suit. She coming out here with $62K chain, $400 belt, man. That woman is fresh to death, goddammit. But she's not too well at explaining herself. She seems a bit unintelligent though. But she fresh to death though.
Crime, which in retrospect is not fair because she had a much worse record than
I guess that's all Dems care about.
Prosecuting violent crime.
It gotta be the drip.
But I'll get to that.
What
But
episode was
you know,
that?
she really portrayed herself as just being the younger, more competent, liberal, but tough on crime prosecutor. And so she was planning to prosecute marijuana and drug offenses. She was planning to prosecute, you know, these quality of life crimes that Hallinan allegedly wasn't prosecuting. And so that was her selling point in this fundraiser. But when I saw her in other settings, you know, she didn't identify with the Indian American community at all. And so I saw her in South Asian Bar Association events after she became the district attorney and otherwise. And so when she came into an event where there were Indian Americans there, like a South Asian lawyers event, she was all, you know, namaste and, you know, all of that. But you never saw that outside that setting, right?
She didn't do that in Hunters Point.
She didn't do that in
She didn't
Hunters
do any
Point.
namaste
There was no
at all.
namaste in Hunters Point.
Complete chameleon.
That would have been hilarious.
No, so that's fake. And I immediately saw that when I saw her in more than one setting, that this woman is just pandering to whoever's in front of her, which is, of course, you and I have been around a lot of politicians over the years. That's a common theme in politics, right? But the extent to which she was willing to just adopt and abandon personae was
Well, and it's the
truly
self-righteousness
striking.
too. I mean, you know,
I
of
mean, it
course,
would be a
every
big
politician
concern.
panders. I think people pander to each other. It's all
Sure.
very common and very human. But when caught, you know, you don't scream at the other person and call that person a racist for noticing, which is exactly her response.
Man, and shout out Tim, man. Nah, the drip was fake too. I'm weak. He said nope. He's like, nope. She said it was. He said it's gold plated. Key, it's gold plated. Tim, he ain't buying it.
And it's his first super chat on the live, so we
Man.
appreciate that honor, bro.
You honor us with that one, dog. Appreciate you.
And you think it was Temu drip, bro? You saying she got her shit from?
I mean, Trump made
Temu drip is wild, bro.
Alibaba
totally
Express,
fair point.
Bro.
I thought she was Indian. Now she's black. Well,
Temu
sounds
drip.
like he had reason to say that. All of a sudden, shut up, racist.
Absolutely. Well, let me pick up on that for a second. So it's
think
been
it was
really
real, bro. I
striking
think
in
she
this
got that check.
campaign for president and
that
even
chicken
when she
if you
ran
ask
for
me.
president in 2019 and 2020,
She got that.
how
Brown
she's
MDH.
very
Oh,
self-righteous
God.
about being in law enforcement and, you know, a top cop and a border cop and just like this law enforcement icon. But she actually began her career in politics by breaking the law on multiple occasions. And so this dates back even to before
Really?
she ran for the district attorney position. In 2000, Willie Brown asked her to take a break from her job at the
SMD.
city attorney's office, take a little leave of absence, and do some work for Amos Brown, this notorious pastor who was running for re-election for the Board of Supervisors. And Amos Brown was representing that African-American community, and he was one of Willie Brown's people, right? And so she had no background in politics or anything, but, you know, he thought, well, this is a good way for you to learn the ropes of how a campaign is run. And it is a good way. Volunteering for a campaign is a good way to do that. She wasn't a volunteer, though. That's the key point. She was paid as a political consultant by Amos Brown's campaign, but she never registered under city law, which requires all political consultants who are paid by a campaign.
Wow, she was pointed to with little to no experience as a paid consultant. Like, whoa, what the hell? What the fuck about talk about nepotism, bro? I mean, she must have been doing her job to that man Willie, bro. I ain't gonna lie, she was making the toes curl, boy.
Sound like Fonnie Willis.
She was making the man's toes curl. He didn't appointed her advisor with little to no experience, and she was supposed to register with the city, and she didn't even have to do that. Oh yeah, because Willie Brown run the damn shit,
bro. It sound like Fonnie Willis, but Willie Brown got away.
Oh man, she was getting over 10 times.
More than $1,000 to register. And so she was paid, I think, almost $10,000 during this time she worked there. She never registered. She was called out on it. And
she was just sent to pick up a
she
bag
skated.
She
explained she didn't know the rules, and she hadn't really intended anything, and so I think a fine or some penalty was paid at that point. And that was the beginning of simply giving the middle finger to the law by Kamala Harris. She got herself embroiled in a much bigger scandal when she ran for district attorney. So in San Francisco, like many of our liberal cities in California, there's campaign finance matching funds that are available, but there's also a benefit that you get if you agree to voluntarily cap your raising and spending. At the time, for mayor, I think it was a little bit higher, but for district attorney and mayor, it might have been the same. It was $211,000. So if you agreed to cap your raising and spending at $211,000 in 2003, you got a statement published in the voter guide that's mailed to all the almost 500,000 voters in San Francisco, registered voters, saying that you had voluntarily agreed to confine yourself to that spending cap. So it's like a level playing field. And it's a little bit of a gold star that you're agreeing not to engage in corruption, wasteful spending, cronyism by raising money from all kinds of unknown sources. So she agreed to that. She filed a piece of paper. She signed it under penalty of perjury saying, I, Kamala Harris, agree to this voluntary spending limit.
Okay.
Most of the other candidates in the race and candidates for mayor during that race, they also agreed to that spending limit. Okay, so most of the candidates running for office in California, in San Francisco rather, agreed to that spending limit. Well, it turns out that Kamala Harris, who, by the way, started out in this campaign third, behind her boss, Terrence Hallinan, who was in the lead, and then a guy named Vic Fazio, who was a former prosecutor, then defense attorney, who was going to be the hard-on crime guy. He was eventually endorsed by the Republicans in San Francisco. So she was third. She was the underdog. And so she was getting no traction at first. So she realized she was going to have to really supercharge her spending. Willie Brown helped her with this. Willie Brown also helped raise money for independent expenditures to support her as well. So it's a funny story, but one of her campaign themes was that she was going to be tough on drugs, tough on marijuana. And back in 2003, marijuana wasn't. The recreational use of marijuana was not legal in California.
No facts.
And so she was going to be tough on pot. So apparently some pot activists who didn't like this, they were poring over the campaign finance records, and it's a pot activist who realized that Kamala Harris had raised over $300,000 and had spent over $300,000. So this person went and let the other campaigns know. They filed an ethics complaint against her. And at the end of the election, she had spent over $600,000, so triple the amount that she was allowed. But thanks to hiring a good lawyer and making the excuse that, the form changed, I didn't really understand the meaning of this, so please lift the cap, she got the San Francisco Ethics Commission. And by the way, many of those people on the Ethics Commission owed their positions to Willie Brown. She got them to look the other way on this gross violation. It's a crime, by the way. It could have been she could have been prosecuted for a misdemeanor had she been properly held accountable for this significant campaign finance violation, and anybody else would have. But the Ethics Commission simply lifted the cap, which is not in the statute. So instead of disqualifying her, which would have been the normal punishment, and prosecuting her,
she guilty. She a criminal, man. I mean,
oh man. No, facts.
He had to call Donald Trump a criminal. Well,
Kamala really got criminal history.
Yeah, the only problem is Trump just, don't got people to actually
cover up for him.
Yes. Well, one, he's innocent, and
but my nigga Drake say no friends in the industry.
I'm weak. Yeah.
She simply got away with it. So in her first race for elected office, she ignored the campaign finance limits. She used corrupt patronage from her former lover to raise the money necessary to do the glossy ads. I've got several examples here. She did more mailers than all of the other candidates. She had independent expenditures on her behalf, and she simply was able to outspend and blow through these limits. And
got an ad from her The race in 2000.
I have a lot of this material here from 2003, and so this is all the people who endorsed her, and this is all the main political machine there in San Francisco. Now, one of those guys is in jail for he's a former state senator, Leland Yee. He was later indicted for
the Reverend Cecil Williams.
Reverend Cecil Williams.
I think he was involved with Jim Jones, but maybe I'm misremembering that.
There's a lot of blast from the past over there. Because she raised so much money, she was able to send multiple of these, big glossy mailers.
She's today's voice for justice.
Yeah, today's voice for justice, Kamala Harris for district attorney, Aaron Peskin, Fiona Ma, some of the shadiest politicians in California are here on her endorsement list. Of course, Willie Brown. She was, she checked all the boxes to get the gay community on board, the Asian community on board. She really put the coalition together thanks to the mentorship she enjoyed. Here's Assemblyman Mark Leno. No one is better prepared to lead our district attorney's office in this new era than Kamala Harris. Well, they're actually almost every prosecutor in that office was better prepared. Terrence Hallinan was better prepared. Vic Fazio was better prepared. So by simply outspending and violating the campaign finance cap, she was able to win this election. She got it into the runoff, and then she was able to win in the runoff against her boss. So it was a pretty incredible upset. This is another one of her glossy mailers. So she's a veteran prosecutor with 13 years of courtroom experience and a 90% conviction rate. She actually had only been a prosecutor for 10 years, and her conviction rate, you can manipulate any statistic you want by simply changing the numerator and the denominator. And so, it's pretty incredible that the birth of this meteoric career comes out of multiple campaign finance violations.
So she won.
She won that race. One of the mailers from the other side is a mailer from the tenants union, which was supporting Kamala Harris. Supporting Terrence Hallinan. And they pointed out that she had committed another violation, and that is soliciting money from landlords who she was supposed to be regulating in her job at the city attorney's office. So one of her jobs in the city attorney's office involved, sort of the welfare of people who were on public assistance. And that included people in the SRO, single residence housing, and Section 8 housing.
Big in San Francisco.
It's a lot of our residents are on public assistance and live in this kind of housing. And so she happily took tens of thousands of dollars from slumlords who she was supposed to be regulating in this campaign. And the tenants union, there's a mailer in here I have somewhere that talks about her taking money from the Roach motels. And, they were able to put that one mailer out, but it ended up not convincing.
San Francisco has more Roach motels than any city in the United States.
I think per square foot, it's probably
number one. So we're getting pretty close to the presidential election.
So taking in bribes from certain hotels so they don't have to, go through any regulations.
So Tucker, I mentioned to you that she blew through those campaign finance limits.
Yeah.
And she was given a pass if she issued corrective apology and disclosure to the public. So how she did that was she had a door hanger, and those of us who were involved
shout out Power Stroke Syndicate coming in for $2.
Man, appreciate it, man. You just had the super sticker, man. Always support him, bro. Appreciate you, Power Stroke.
Hey, what happened to... All right, never mind.
Politics, you go walk doors, you knock on the doors, and you hang a door hanger with your materials. So she replaced her door hanger with this Kamala Harris folded door hanger. And then in the tiniest possible print...
Would you like my glasses?
I'll put mine on. Let me show you. Due to an error by the Kamala Harris campaign, the voter information pamphlet indicates that the campaign has agreed to voluntarily limit campaign spending. This is incorrect. We take responsibility for this error. Now, this is printed on the top of this hanger, so you hang it on the door. And
no way.
The normal wage slave coming home from their actual job where they worked, a full day, unlike Kamala Harris.
Damn, caught him a wage slave.
Would go and then
people were not dating Willie Brown, you mean?
Those of us taxpayers who have private sector jobs, you come home and the first thing you do with this annoying piece of crap is tear it off, right? So this is a part that would fall to the ground when you tear it off and maybe clutch your mail and take it in. Nobody read this, like 3-point disclosure on this thing. And so because her patronage boyfriend had fixed it for her, she got away with this. Nobody else would be able to get away with this today. I can guarantee you.
Keep grinding.
And so no shame. And that's how she got her start in politics, by breaking the rules. And I mentioned to you these no-show jobs as well. She had the lowest attendance record of any of the attendees of these two commissions either. So on top of having a job where she got paid hundreds of thousands of dollars to do very little, she didn't even show up and do.
And quick pause for the cause, man, because this is getting juicy.
Yeah.
But shout out, we got almost 1,500 of y'all in here, man. Let's get the likes up, though. Let's shoot for 400 likes, y'all. So double tap that screen. You can also hit the 3 buttons in the upper right-hand corner. Show some support. Let's get some more folks in here. Get more people in on the conversation. This exposing profound information we're learning on Kamala's history, her come up, no pun intended, in San Francisco, man. Let's get some more people in on the conversation. Appreciate everybody in here. As well as thoughts, comments, disagreements, jokes can be read aloud on stream for $1 or more. Go ahead and super chat in us, and we'll love engaging with y'all. Shout out Ronnie Eaton, $2. You want to read that?
Yeah, guys, he said neither choice. He said neither choice perfect, but it's clear. Trump 2024. Nah, for real.
All right, appreciate you, bro.
Hey, man, that's just being honest about it. It's being honest and low-key non-biased. It's like, well, I may not agree fully with both of them. I may not like what both of them is like. I don't know. I might not like the history of both of them, but Trump's policies are just way better.
Yeah, Trump ain't perfect, y'all. He's definitely not a man without flaws. But
come on, bro. What I don't know, but when was the presidential candidate supposed to be like Jesus or something? Like,
yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, bro.
I'll be
honest, and it's the same thing that could be said with like artist fan base. Like, look at the Barbs or look at Beyonce fans. Like, they didn't make you hate the artist because of the fan base.
Yeah, true.
So there is some MAGA people out here who go like full balls to the walls Trump, and I'm just like, you're kind of making us look bad. Like, you know what I'm saying? And this is somebody who just thinks Trump is the better candidate out of the two, but I do see how radical some of his support can be, and I can understand how off-putting it is sometimes.
Bro, look, there's radicals on both sides.
For sure. Oh, for sure.
Oh, God, both sides.
Some of y'all vote blue no matter who, be pissing me the fuck
on
off.
God,
bro, open your eyes.
Oh, blue MAGA. It's like, bro, the blue could do no wrong, huh?
I said, bro, I heard it for the first time the other day. Vote blue no matter who. I wanted to smack that person I heard it from.
I'm weak. And check-in report, man. Appreciate the support. He says, Cornel West, 2024. I know you're talking about that old black guy.
Yeah, bro.
But there's one more fact.
He was on the Tucker Carlson tour, wasn't he?
Yeah, I think he was. And he was also on Real Life Street Stars.
In the city attorney's office, they had to keep timesheets. You know a lot of lawyers. You've gotten bills from lawyers.
Yes, I have.
we bill by the hour, and we're supposed to record our time in tenths of an hour. Okay, so in the city attorney's office, you recorded your time that way. And so someone in one of these various campaigns she's been in over the years did a Public Records Act request for these hours. And her predecessor in her job at the city attorney's office was a now, I think, retired or semi-retired judge, Catherine Feinstein, the daughter of Dianne Feinstein, the former United States Senator.
Shout out Ronnie Thomas. He done send in a super sticker, $2. Appreciate that, bro.
Appreciate the support, guys, man. Make sure we keep that conversation going in the chat.
And it's his first super chat on the live, man, so we appreciate that honor, bro. Thanks for coming in with us.
You honor us.
So Feinstein
back to the show.
Had the job, and then Kamala Harris had the job. So if you compare their hours, you see that Kamala Harris,
likes, y'all. 400 likes. Double tap the screen.
Hours in all the 3 years that she worked there. Dianne Feinstein's daughter regularly worked long, normal lawyer hours.
She works one day over 8 hours in how long?
3 years.
Damn.
Yeah.
She's just lazy.
Yeah, and there were a number of days where she had block 8 hours.
Hold on, what?
Yo.
I mean, how'd you get that off? I mean,
can I emote for a second?
Like, go ahead, bro.
Like,
where'd you find that job?
Like, are you serious?
Like, you could do that?
Like, bro, like
I'm a little hurt. I'm like, hold on, can you imagine getting paid 6 figures? You got to pull up 2 times a week. You ain't work 8 hours in 3 years, but you got paid 6 figures plus every year.
Are you serious right now, bro?
I mean,
are you serious right now?
Hours,
the American dream.
Phone calls, research something, 8 hours. So she didn't work full days in that job. That's what any supervisor. I'm a supervisor of about 25 lawyers. If I saw timesheets like that, I would call that person in and put them on probation because they clearly aren't working a full day's worth of work. They're block billing. They're putting down time. They're doing a lot of admin time, days and days of admin time, meaning I didn't work that day. I read the newspaper. I did continuing legal education. I did some, background research. She did not work those full days. That's what any supervising lawyer, being honest,
scammers
would tell you. So that's pretty striking because as it is, you're, only expected to work, sort of 9 to 5, unlike those of us who are, working in the private sector, working much harder to make a living and keep our jobs.
Yeah.
There's no such accountability in the jobs that she's held. And so when she ran for DA, she claimed, I've tried hundreds and hundreds.
And that's why people are distrustful of the legal system, of our governance. Like, if it's corrupt at the bottom, what do you think that says at the leadership of the top? Like,
yeah.
It makes people distrustful in general. And I can understand it when you hear stories like this about how Kamala came into prominence. It literally started with her on her knees.
It's like, hey, you know what's crazy? You want to know what works better than trickle-down economics?
What?
Trickle-down corruption.
Ooh.
It's like, man, I know y'all agree about that.
Oh, God, that's something we can all damn near agree on, bro. For real.
Hundreds of
shit getting out of hand.
Serious felony cases, and she got busted by the tenants union saying, actually, you've tried 10 cases.
All right, catch you, man. Good night.
Then she had to sort of, over the years,
been in here for a while, bro.
That maybe she was affiliated with hundreds of cases. She didn't actually try them. And look, as you get more senior as a lawyer, you don't try every case. I get it. But in those early years of your career, if you're billing yourself as a top cop and a top prosecutor, normally people do, but that is not Kamala Harris.
You have an excellent memory, in general, but for this period 20 years ago, and you were around Kamala Harris, living in that world, met her, all that. When you see Kamala Harris now, does she seem like the same person to you?
So this is interesting, Tucker. I got the impression from the first time I met Kamala Harris when she strode into my friend's apartment in that small fundraiser of an extremely confident, competent, articulate person. Now, I don't think she's a great lawyer, and I think she's hardly had much courtroom experience, but she exuded competence and confidence. And the Kamala Harris you saw as Vice President of the United States seems to be a completely different person.
It was funny.
Inarticulate, lacking confidence, almost like dazed or medicated in some way. And I don't know that, of course. I'm just telling you that the impression of somebody extremely competent and confident and able to talk about their record, their recent record, even falsely, with a degree of confidence and bravado. There's a couple of dynamics there. First of all, I think the record that she's been running on is way in the past. And so it's become part of her own personal hagiography that she's, this brilliant, accomplished, stunning, top cop who criminals quake in their boots to see her. That's not true, but, she's adopted it, but it's also way in the past. But secondly, it feels like she's not able to articulate herself. There seems to be a veil of inability to string together
a shroud of secrecy,
complete incoherence.
And it's kind of like you said it's because she really hasn't had to do much in her career. Like she's just kind of been propped into position, no diddy, just because
she's been able to BS her way through. But now her feet is actually being held to the fire, and it's like she's cracking under pressure.
Now we see why she needs a supposed earpiece or a proposed and
look at her history.
Teleprompter.
And look at her history, bro. It's just like Joe Brown said. He says she lazy. She ain't really got to do no work. I'm like, I didn't think he was. I thought he was just being like, mean or
a little bit critical.
Yeah, a little bit facetious, but it was just crazy. I'm like, yo, now I see it. The way she's saying the same thing.
It's starting to track. It's starting to add up.
It's like, old girl ain't never really had to, stand on what she said. She's always been able to flip flop and then get to the next position just by running under the right party or running under the right, I guess, political umbrella.
I'm about to say, fuck lack of substance. It's not like she's really had to do anything in her career substantive for real.
Bro, just be there and be a token Indian, a token black, or a token whatever they want her to be.
Look good and smile and
like the Penguins.
Read the script.
Look, just smile and nod.
Read the script for Kamala.
She seems afraid
smile and nod, read the teleprompter.
And you saw it in the opening moments of her debate with Trump, where I thought she did well as the debate continued. But in the opening moments, it's worth looking at the tape again. You see her eyes. This woman's terrified.
Maybe it's imposter syndrome. I don't know what it is, but
can you explain
imposter syndrome is somebody who is successful, has reached certain levels of at least outward appearances of success, but yet is plagued by self-doubt that maybe I don't belong here.
Right.
What am I doing here?
I feel like I'm an imposter.
How did I find myself here? Like a bad dream.
Yes.
Like those dreams we all have before the exam that, you go in and you haven't studied and it's the final exam.
You're in your
That's
pajamas
the nightmare.
or something.
You're in your pajamas or whatever.
Juxtaposition.
So, but it isn't it can happen to any of us. And we all freeze sometimes in tense situations. Well, we've all seen her on the national and international stage doing increasingly incoherent word salad statements. We've just seen the incident with 60 Minutes substituting a completely incoherent answer that she gave to a question with something else that she did in another part of the interview, or maybe even taped afterwards. Who knows? I have no idea how 60 Minutes came up with that.
But 60 Minutes got caught lying about the interview.
60 Minutes has been caught blatantly fixing her incoherence for her. And, that has been the case with the mainstream media. And I think this is a theme throughout her career, dating back to that 2000, 2003, as she gotten her leg up in life by shortcuts, not by meritocracy. And then she finds herself in a position that is beyond her capabilities. And then she has to lie and exaggerate to maintain that position and get to the next level. But with the assistance of the Democratic machine in California, and to be fair to her, she's not the only person. I mean, Gavin Newsom is another example of somebody who has faked his way to the top. Javier Becerra, who's in the cabinet today, is a guy who had basically 1 year of legal experience before he became the Attorney General of California. And so California's machine has produced a number of underqualified and overconfident duds, but this person is seeking the top job of the United States.
What makes them easily controllable because they never really had to perform. All they gotta do is just regurgitate the talking points that, I guess their donors want them to have or their handlers say.
Yeah, whatever's handed down to them, they have to repeat it.
Easily moldable, easily persuadable. If you ain't never had to earn or had to substantiate why you're in the arena.
The perfect mascot, really.
United States with an exaggerated record, with a tattered history of sordid ways that she got to where she is, of numerous legal violations that could have resulted in criminal prosecution, just the campaign finance violations alone. And so, I can understand why somebody might have an imposter syndrome when that's their history.
I know, the sad thing is California used to be famous for producing things from the world's best ag to aerospace to great movies, and now it's like failed light rail projects in Kamala Harris and Gavin Newsom.
And gaslighting the voters on so many levels. So, Kamala Harris promised to San Francisco voters to get elected that she was going to be tough on crime. The murder rate skyrocketed during her years as a district attorney. And why did that happen? Well, gangs in the whole Bay Area, they do talk to each other. I was talking to a prosecutor in her office a couple of days ago in preparation for our interview. And this prosecutor said, Harmeet, these criminals, you may think, oh, they're like, criminals, they're on the margins of society, they're subhuman. No, they're very smart. They communicate with each other. They know that if you are doing certain crimes in San Francisco, you're going to get a pass. If you're doing drunk driving in San Francisco, you were going to get a pass during Kamala Harris's tenure. If you did it in Alameda County, San Mateo County, Marin County, you would get prosecuted. So guess what? The criminals came to San Francisco to do their drug dealing, to do their break-ins, their hot prowl burglaries, their low-level offenses. Kamala Harris was notorious for being hard on gun possession by legal taxpayers, but extremely lenient to the point of
he was talking wild.
Multiple criminals who possess guns committing murders after she let them off with a slap on the wrist or no punishment at all. So there was a double standard there in her prosecution.
Wow. And that's a theme throughout the state where they've legalized stealing. Yep. You can steal from stores. No one can do anything about it. But any store owner who tries to defend himself against violence or homeowner who tries the same will be prosecuted.
That's right.
Why? What is that impulse, that anarcho-tyranny? Where does that come from?
Well, there's two aspects of it. First of all, it's treating the successful people in society as criminals and putting them in a box. I mean, I'm a legal gun owner, and the scrutiny you have to jump through to get a gun legally in California is incredible. But if you are an illegal alien, you get a free pass. We were a sanctuary city before we were a sanctuary state. So Kamala Harris has long been in the camp of protecting those folks by simply looking the other way.
Breaking federal law, in other words.
Breaking federal law. And
how is that not insurrection, by the way?
I mean, I think the criminals have guns and they get away with it.
But how is it not? I mean, she's always running around calling all the J6, all the diabetic grandmothers languishing in prison, insurrectionists. But how is it not insurrection against the United States of America to allow foreigners in your state against federal law?
Well, I completely agree. I mean, it's even worse than that. There was an interesting situation where a criminal
committed. It seems like her whole career, Kamala didn't give a damn about the law. It's like, but the law was the last thing on Kamala's mind when she was operating. Oh, the law? No, I'm just trying to push whatever Marxist idealism I have.
A crime in San Francisco while she was the district attorney, and that criminal was free to commit that crime because she had pushed for that criminal to be part of a program of rehabilitation. So there was a rehabilitation program where if you did some job training as someone arrested for a serious crime, you could avoid prison time. Well, an illegal alien is not entitled to hold a job. So San Francisco taxpayers, California taxpayers, under Kamala Harris's leadership, were paying for jobs training for illegal alien criminals to get out of their criminal sentences. And then they weren't even eligible to go on to hold those jobs. So one of those people committed a serious violent crime, shattering the skull of a taxpayer in San Francisco, and he was able to do that because Kamala Harris signed him up for jobs training when he isn't legally allowed under United States law.
Why would you want that? I mean, you clearly are trying to overthrow the society.
You're pandering to a particular element of society. I think eventually Democrats have wanted to legalize all of the illegal aliens in the country. That's not a secret now. They tried to lie about it in the past, but today that's a campaign promise of hers that she wants to legalize all of these illegal aliens in the country and get their votes. So it's a long-term vote
we got a JD
recruitment
events,
program.
Town hall, really interesting stuff here. Make sure to like the video if you haven't already. We'll get right into it, man. Shout out Vance.
So, I just thought I'd like to ask a personality question to start it off with.
Okay.
You have such a good one and you have such a strong one. The people here of North Carolina have been dealing with a lot, obviously, with a hurricane that just came through Florida. And we're going to touch on a lot of topics today about other things that challenge the American people day in and day out, especially over the last few years. So you are no stranger. I just saw your socks.
I'm a dog person.
Awesome. Is that a Malinois?
No, German Shepherd.
Oh, German Shepherd.
We're a big German Shepherd family.
That was awesome. So, speaking of your personality, so, you know, you're no stranger to
All right, Fox
having
Chase.
challenges in your life and having to dig deep and having to come through. And
I can respect that.
And just to get where you are today, I would love for you to share with us what it is about your mindset and the tools that you use to be able to achieve the great things that you have.
Yeah, well, first of all, thank you for doing this. It's awesome to be here. Thank you to North Carolina. 26 days, we're going to turn the state red. We're going to do it together. God bless you guys. And I guess it's a tough question to ask, or a tough question to answer, because it's always hard to evaluate yourself honestly. And I think that maybe the two things, yes, I did have a tough life in some ways, and my mom struggled with addiction for a big chunk of my early life. I was raised by my grandmother. We didn't always have very much money. We love Mamaw. I know we got a lot of Mamaw lovers out here. I see the book, but I think that the main thing that'll.
And we all got over 1,000 y'all in here, man. Make sure to double tap that screen, man. Let's get more people in on the conversation. 3 dots up there in the corner, man. Any question, comments you want to have read out loud, just go in and send a $1+ super chat. We appreciate the support, even jokes. Let's
allowed
go.
Me to be able to live my
Disagreements
dreams
as well.
Is one, we live in the greatest country in the world. Obviously, that's important. I don't think my story could have happened anywhere but the United States of America, but I think what I always had this sense of gratitude, because my grandmother, she couldn't walk very well towards the end of her life. I mean, she died when she was 72 years old, which then I thought was really old, but now I think it's kind of young, actually.
It is.
And I realized there were so many little ways where without her love and without her support and without her going above and beyond, I just wouldn't have been here. And that recognition, you can let yourself become a victim when times are tough. You can sort of become a little resentful, or you can recognize that, there by the grace of God go I. And because of Mamaw, I was able to, marry this beautiful woman who's here. Usha's, my lovely wife, is with me. And, everything that I really wanted, I just wanted to become a good husband and become a good dad. And that was the American dream to me. And that was possible because my grandmother, and those of you who've read the book will know, she was a very, very interesting and in some ways even a contradictory person, right? Because she was a woman of incredibly profound
Let's make 500
faith.
the next goal.
She never graduated from high school, but
Appreciate
she was the
everybody in the
smartest
chat.
person that I ever knew. She also really loved the F word, right? So there was sort of all these things going on with Mamaw at the same time. But I just think that, that the advice that I would give to anybody, and I actually met a young man today who was raised by his grandmother and told me a little bit about his story, and I'm always grateful when people tell me about where they came from, is don't let yourself become a victim, and don't forget that however hard your life has been, it would be a lot harder, but for people that you ought to show some gratitude towards. And if you keep that spirit of gratitude, I think you'll do just fine.
Well, thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, do the same thing.
This is the town hall, so let's get to some questions.
Let's do it.
The first question is from Adam.
You guys stand up. How are you, Senator Vance?
What's up, man? How you doing?
Pretty good, a little tired. Over the last 14 days, we, myself, my fiance, and these awesome pilots behind us have been delivering supplies all over Western North Carolina.
God bless you guys.
Shout out. I wonder he's tired with good reason. Yeah, shout out. Standing ovation. Well deserved.
God bless y'all. We love you. We're proud
Town
of
hall
you.
with JD
and we're so
Vance.
grateful to you.
Said you're saving lives.
They're here.
We've seen a bit of everything. We've seen absolute decimation, we've seen destruction, and we have seen miracles left and right. Over the last 14 days, we've probably had close to, just at our location, maybe 500 different volunteers come through. And we have seen American of every shape, color, creed, and size helping every other American, which is what America is supposed to be. There's two big fears that we have. The biggest fear right now is that when all this is over, Western North Carolina becomes a footnote. And we don't want that. We don't want that for anybody that's left behind after a disaster, holding the bag, trying to rebuild everything that they've lost. And the second fear is that we won't have an opportunity to have a real conversation about the after action of what took place in order for us to understand how we can use a combination of both private sector and public sector funding and efforts to have effective, efficient actions on the ground, to make it more mobile and more agile, but more importantly, to re-inject capital back into the local economy. So this is my question. The first thing I'd like to ask is this. Will you and President Trump promise to not forget Western North Carolina if you win the election?
We will never forget Western North Carolina. That's right.
And I don't doubt that you won't. I do not doubt. The second question I think is more important. The second question is, when can we sit down and have a real legitimate conversation about overhauling the process of disaster relief in the United States?
Amen.
And understanding,
Amen.
if I may, understanding that the bureaucratic process of red tape that we have to cut through in order to get the funding directly to the people who need it most is just simply takes too long. And it's not the fault of any individual agency or the federal government. There's a lot of...
Hold on just a second, man. We okay?
Okay. Yeah. I'm thinking it was a Trump part two.
Kamala Harris built this platform behind us. That's what happened. We doing okay, ma'am? We good?
You can have my chair if you want.
Go ahead, sir.
The question is, can we have a conversation about revamping a national disaster strategy so that we can utilize retired veterans and special operations personnel who have been leading the charge hands down in Western North Carolina?
I've seen it.
I didn't want to say it,
provided
but
food supplies and medical aid assistance to thousands and thousands of lives.
That might be a solid
and
state.
revamping the national
Might be
disaster
dealing with,
strategy in the United States so that we can make it
weight
more
over
effective.
capacity.
Yeah, man, that's a big question, an important question. Let me just say, I want to reiterate, Donald Trump and I know that the Appalachian region of our country, Western North Carolina, East Tennessee, East Kentucky, West Virginia, Southwestern Virginia, has been left behind and forgotten, and we're not going to do it. We're not going to do it in response to this disaster, and we're never going to let the people of that region of our country, the region really built our country, we're never going to let them be left behind or forgotten. I promise that to you, man. And let me just say about the disaster response. First of all, I want to thank you all for everything that you did. And I want to thank all the private relief agencies, the charities, the Good Samaritans who did their job and took care of their fellow Americans. God bless you guys. We should all be proud of them. And it would have been a lot worse without them. And look, I think now that hopefully we're moving to the stage where we're trying to rebuild as opposed to just recover. And I know we're still recovering a little bit, and that's an unfortunate tragedy here. But I think once we get past that, hopefully in the next few days, where we've gotten everybody, saved everybody that we can save, then it's time to focus on the disastrous federal response to this incredible crisis. And I think what I've learned is look, 2 days, okay, you have the hurricane. Western North Carolina is underwater. What should have happened is that the president and the vice president should have sent the 82nd Airborne to Western North Carolina that day, and it should have happened right away. And instead, of course, we had a president at the beach and a vice president at a fundraiser in San Francisco. What you need in times like this is you just need leadership. Because I think, sir, you put it so well, it's not any one agency. And there are a lot of people working on the federal effort who are doing a good job, or at least is doing as good as they can. The problem is all the bureaucratic incompetence. And I was actually talking with Elon Musk about this a few days ago. I mean, Elon, by the way, was like a center-left Democrat 4 years ago.
I mean, yeah, the incompetence with the FEMA budget, I think that's what we really need to touch on. Like the fact that there's supposed to be these like emergency disaster funds for, you know, the U.S. citizens that we pay taxes towards. And the fact that they put in some SSP program that pretty much funnels some of this money to immigrants. And now when we need it, we don't got it. And we would have never found out unless this hurricane happened. Ain't that crazy, though?
Go now, he's got a dark MAGA hat right on that. You didn't talk about a guy who's pissed off about government incompetence. It's Elon Musk. But I think what happened is, look, you've got the FAA, you've got FEMA, you've got all these relief agencies, and you've got people who have been trained by the government bureaucracy that their job is not to cut the BS and help people, it's to basically act like the DMV, right? And unfortunately, what that means in this case is you've got a lot of people who could have been helped, a lot of lives that could have been saved that weren't. And there's a lot of details to figure out. I'm sure we're going to learn a lot about how corrupt and incompetent our government is. But I think the most important thing here is we try to get to the bottom of how we had such a massive failure. And I'm sorry, think about this. In 2010, the terrible earthquake in Port-au-Prince, Haiti, the 82nd Airborne was there 2 days later. 2 days later. The 82nd Airborne is an hour away from Western North Carolina, and it took 6 days to get them there. That doesn't happen without a failure of leadership. We got to get to the bottom of exactly what that failure of leadership looked like. And the final thing I'll say, sir, is the only way to fix this is by accountability. It's true in the private sector. It's true in the public sector. If you don't have accountability, in other words, if you don't fire the people who screwed up, it's never going to get better. And what is fundamentally... And what's fundamentally different about the leadership style of Kamala Harris and Donald Trump is Donald Trump, I mean, hell, he got famous saying, "You're fired." He believes in accountability in our government. Kamala Harris just doesn't. I think it's this attitude of go along to get along, of, yeah, you screwed up and maybe even you got people killed, but we're not going to fire you. That's not going to do good for our people in the 21st century. And
you know what's so crazy, though? Trump was like one of the first, well, I'm going to be real with you, one of the first presidents in a long time to actually fire people in the administration or fire people in government. Because that's the problem with bureaucracy. There's people who like get paid not to do their job or to fail at doing their job, and they still get their paychecks. They don't get on
accountable in any way, shape, or
form
for their failure.
Yeah, no suspension or nothing. Just keep it going into the next administration.
It's sad once they're put in a position, they really don't get out of said positioning.
Man.
Say just one final thing. I see you, and it sounds like you guys are pilots. You guys were helping get relief resources.
These guys are all pilots. The guys that are here, immediate crew that have been filming it.
I just want to say, man, I want to be the kind of vice president where you feel like I have your back and that I haven't left you behind. And I know that Donald Trump wants to be the kind of president that will always have your back and never leave you behind. We are so proud of you. We're so grateful for you, and we're going to fight for you when we're in the White House. God bless you guys. Thank you. Thanks for the question, man. Seriously.
That's what it is to be an American. That's what it is to be an American. Our next question comes from Gene.
Your hired you until they realized your ass was lazy. Then they let your ass go.
That's facts.
First, thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate it. And thank you for being that public official who knows how to answer a question.
Thank you, Gina. Thank you.
I am from North Carolina, and my question regards illegal immigration. Last week, we learned that 13,000 murderers came across our border illegally. What is the plan to deport these awful criminals?
Yes, ma'am. The plan, to put it simply, is we got to send them home. We got to send them home ASAP, and that's exactly what we're going to do. They have no right to be in this country.
I mean, bruh.
And
no stones unturned. Everybody got to go.
You know, it's funny because the media, which for 3.5 years has refused to even cover the terrible problems of Kamala Harris's open border, will now say things like, well, how are you going to deport people it's just way too hard to deport people. It's actually not hard to deport people. You just got to have competent administration that's willing to send people back to where they belong and not let them collect benefits in our country.
Man. That's why I said the lines have clearly been blurred. I mean, these people that would have been here under illegal migration were pretty much granted legal migration status due to the TPS program. And for those of y'all who might say, oh, TPS isn't nothing new. We've had that program around since forever. Yeah, you're right. But it was expanded and bolstered underneath the Biden administration, which half of that is Kamala.
Bro, the whole FEMA SSP was signed in by Biden administration, by Biden himself in 2022. So all these funds coming from FEMA to the immigrants, and then honestly, all these immigrants just getting let in is, well, through the Biden administration. They kind of orchestrated this. They authorized it, and now they're running on stopping it.
Yeah, and I was just saying, the lines have clearly been blurred of legal migration versus illegal migration. Like the TPS program that the Biden administration has implemented and expanded, it makes it hard to tell who's here under good pretense. Like when immigrants or migrants know they can show up to the border and say they're seeking asylum status, it's completely disingenuous to the program and the intentions of the program. So folks is here knowing that all they have to do is show up and say, yeah, I'm just seeking asylum status. Like it's a hack. It's
and bro, we don't even back up their story. That's the problem. Like they can say anything, and we don't even go back and be like, "Yo, is that really going on down there?"
There's too many people to verify. They lack documentation. We're not running thorough background checks. They're being pencil pushed into the country. There's a lot of pitfalls with the TPS program. So just because they're here legally under said program doesn't really, I don't know. I mean, for me, it doesn't mean too much. The lines have clearly been blurred at this point.
And ma'am, I really think that unless we get this right in the next administration,
that's her whole illegal migration is not a
floodgates
crime.
to illegal
like, yeah,
immigration for the next 30 years in this country. Think of the message that you're sending. Because yes, it's 13,000 murderers, and it's tens of thousands of violent criminals in addition to the 13,000 murderers. But it's also millions upon millions of people who have come here, and some of them are good people. But that doesn't mean they have the legal right to be in the United States of America. We've got to separate those two things. And if the message that our country sends after 25 million illegal aliens coming into this country is you get to stay here, you get to collect housing benefits, you get to collect welfare benefits, while folks in Western North Carolina are struggling to survive, we will never have a border in this country again. It's why we got to elect Donald Trump. Send a message to these people. No more illegal immigration. No more open borders.
Speaking of Kamala, we're going to transition right into one of her rallies, man. See what y'all think about this. She took stage in Phoenix, Arizona, and said a few words. You know, Kamala likes to keep it short and sweet.
And the swing say she losing.
Yeah, let's get right into it.
We got some work to do. We got some work to do. All right, we got some work to do. Well, let me just say, it is good to be back in Arizona.
Kamala supporters to the front of the chat, please.
There are so many. This is an extraordinary group of leaders, and I thank you all for the time that you have taken to be together, for us to have this. I love you back. I want to thank Governor Lewis of the Gila River Indian community and all the elected leaders here today. Representative Gallego, who could not be with us, but Arizona, let's send him to the United States Senate. And let's send former Navajo Nation President Jonathan Nez to the United States Congress.
Don't you like how everybody's flexing their crowd now? Everybody's doing the wide out vision. Like, nah, you ain't about to lie about our crowds. Trump, Kamala, everybody on that right now.
It's not even comparable, really. Like, Trump's crowd is like a local sporting event. Like, it's just the crowds are crazy, and you know he's not lying when he says for every 40 or 50,000 he has in there is probably 20 or 30,000 that couldn't get in.
Man, anybody want to give up their seat?
It means so much to be back with the Gila River Indian community. Last summer, I became the first vice president of the United States to visit this tribal nation. And I strongly believe that the relationship between tribal nations in the United States is sacred, and that we must honor tribal sovereignty, embrace our trust and treaty obligations,
She's pandering
and
to the
ensure tribal self-determination.
reservations.
And it is my promise as President of the United States, I will defend those principles always.
Boy.
And
oh, damn, can you defend our right to a secure border? Like, can you do that for us real quick? I mean, that'd be great. Like, it was your job for the past 3 years, but hey, though. Hey,
James Foley, not that type of Indian, bro. Not that type of Indian.
Before I continue, I will say a few words about Hurricane Milton, which has cut a path of devastation across Florida and follows closely, of course, on the heels of the damage caused by Hurricane Helene to communities across the Southeast.
Hilarious.
I know, as you do, that our heart goes out to everyone who has been impacted by these storms. Our administration has mobilized thousands of federal personnel across the region to work hand in hand with local and state officials to give folks the help they need. I have spoken with state, local officials, both Republican and Democrat, to let them know we will be with you every step of the way as you recover and rebuild. That is who we are. That is who we are. So moving forward, let me say that Arizona, look, we have just 26 days until Election Day. 26 days. And we are nearing the home stretch. And this will be a very tight race until the very end. And we are the underdog. We are the underdog.
Got them howling in the crowd. Are you serious?
So we have some hard work ahead of us, but we like hard work.
Hey. Seen and heard it all.
Good work. And with your help in 26 days,
No
we
key.
will win.
Low key.
We will win. And y'all might have seen that just last night, Donald Trump officially ruled out any more debates.
What's the point?
What's the point? You just whoa. What's the point if you're not gonna come to, like, bro, Donald Trump done pulled up twice. He done pulled up to CNN. He done pulled up to CBS. Why don't you come to Fox then? You know, like, come on now. Come on. Well, walk on over to the conservative side and sit your ass down to seat and debate there. He already came to your turf. I mean, y'all made it a 3v1. So at this point, I wouldn't even trust them to have a civil debate if I was to debate, or if Trump was to debate Kamala again. I'll just be like, bro, they're just going to try to, like, jump him. Just like they tried to do with Vance. But Vance wasn't going. Shout out Vance.
I think it's a disservice to the voters. I also think it's a pretty weak move. But even if he will not debate, the contrast in this election is already clear. This election is about two very different visions for our nation. One, his, focused on the past. The other, ours, focused on the future.
Hey, does she got that Tiffany & Co. on right now? Y'all check out that neck. Pause.
Including being focused on the issues that matter most to working families across America, like bringing down the cost of living, investing in small businesses and entrepreneurs. Do we have any small businesses in the house?
Hey, shut out.
We believe in fighting to protect reproductive freedom. And we will always fight to keep our nation secure and honor our military service members. These and so many others are the issues that matter to you and your families, which is why you have taken the time out of your very busy lives to be here this evening. But that is not what we hear from Donald Trump. We don't hear about these issues. Instead, from Donald Trump, it's the same old tired playbook. He has no plans for how he would address the needs of the American people.
I mean, he says it all the time, but okay.
He is only focused on himself. Well, folks, it's time to turn the page.
We're not going back. Turn the page.
I'm burdened by what has been.
We're not going back.
And America is ready for a new way.
I mean, when they say they're not going back, I mean, to what? Like, to what?
Economic prosperity?
I mean, to Biden economics? I hope not. But then again, you know, you was vice president under Biden economics. So what does that say?
She said herself, Biden economics works. It has worked.
And she will never back down on it, even though it's complete failure all around. But, you know.
And to that point, she was asked the other day, like, was there any policy that Biden enacted that you'd go back and change? You'd go back and amend? And what'd she say? Nah, I wouldn't. Nothing he did was wrong.
And shout out Tim, man. He said, fighting to protect reproductive freedom sounds like a teenager. And yeah, it does. Because there's way more important things than reproductive, like, you know, well, than abortion. Let's be real. Than abortion.
Bro, most of her support hinges on that one issue.
Bro, and a lot of these women... Okay, look, y'all got misplaced outrage right now. You should be mad at the women in y'all state that's voting, well, to either have no abortion or have a 6-week on abortion. Y'all should be mad at the women in y'all state, not mad at Trump. And then y'all trying to mandate it for the rest of the country. Well, isn't that pretty, you know, I don't know, authoritarian?
It is. Completely.
Appreciate you, Tim.
Of leadership for our country. Which is why Arizona,
hey, XRM, what's going on,
Democrats,
man?
Republicans, and independents are supporting
We're glad to see you, big dog. Glad to see you.
Oh, man, sorry to hear that, bro. Glad you're all right, though. Hopefully everybody in your family and your community is all right as well. Property, assets, cars, homes. I know it sounds crazy, and I know it's probably nothing to hear right now, but all that can be replaced. Your family, your people, that's the things that can't be replaced, bro.
Yeah.
American people. All the American people, because we know we have so much more in common than what separates us.
Good to see you, though, bro. Happy you're all right.
Exhausted with those who would try and have us as Americans point.
Well, hold on. Where's she at? Arizona? It sounds like she's doing the black sin again. I got to go back on that. But shout out PB Kita D. Hope that's how you say it.
Y'all know she's a plant and been one since Obama. Well, you know, according to that Tucker Carlson interview, yeah, actually. Yeah, that's pretty much what she is. She just sits there and, well, bro, she just sits there and just runs initiatives, like, or run agendas.
Planted into politics. Even before that, bro, you just kind of, like you said, if you just heard that Tucker Carlson story.
Bro, from school to the courthouse, pretty much.
Shout out. That was the first super chat on the live. We appreciate the honor.
Oh, man, you honor us with that one, man. Appreciate it.
And we are exhausted with those who would try and have us as Americans point fingers at each other. We're tired of
is this the MLK or is this the Ebonics? I don't know, bro. But it's kind of funny when she switches it up. She's trying to sound prolific, I guess. But shout out Dark Side Link, man, one of the newest members to the channel, man. One of the mods as well. What's up, guys?
Just saying what's up, man. Appreciate you, bro. Hope your night going well.
And fighting on behalf of the American people has been the story of my entire career. I've only had in my career one client, the people. As a young courtroom prosecutor, I stood up for women and children against predators. As Attorney General of California, I took on the big banks, delivered $20 billion for middle-class families who faced foreclosure. I stood up for veterans and students being scammed by the big for-profit colleges. I stood up for workers being cheated out of their wages. I stood up for
Shout out PB Key to D, another $2.
We're tired of that imposter syndrome.
Is facing elder abuse, and it is my pledge to you as President of the United States, I will always fight for all the American people.
Really? You fighting for all the American people, but what, letting in criminals through the border to hurt American people? I mean, make it make sense.
How'd that work?
Oh, okay. You know, I was burning down trees yesterday, but I was helping the environment.
Like, whoa, how?
Like, wait, what? So, like, hold on.
For everyone. And together, we will build a brighter future for our nation. A future where we build, for example, what I call an opportunity economy, where everyone has the ability to compete and have a real chance to succeed. Under my economic plan, we will bring down the cost of housing. Arizona, you know that's an issue we need to deal with.
I didn't know that's
We will
actual
help
seed.
first-time home buyers with their down payment, with $25,000 down payment assistance. We will help entrepreneurs start and grow small businesses, knowing you are the backbone of America's economy. We will expand health care in a way that makes Medicare cover home health care for seniors.
Appreciate the support in the chat.
Because we know it's just not right that people have to spend down all their money to qualify for Medicaid to be able to take care of what is basically about dignity when it comes to home health care. It's about dignity. And so part of my plan is to recognize you who are members of what we call the sandwich generation, who are taking care of your young children and your parents at the same time. Knowing what that does in terms of the emotional, the physical, the mental burden that you are carrying, just trying to take care of your family. And we need to have policies in our country that see you and lift you up, knowing it is a matter of dignity and just what is right. We will lower the cost on everything from healthcare to groceries, taking on, for example, the issue of corporate price gouging. I've done it before and I'm going to do it again. We will give a tax cut to 100 million Americans, including $6,000 during the first year of your child's life to help you be able to buy a crib or a car seat or all the things you need at that critical stage of your child's development. And all of this is to say I will always put middle-class families first. I come from the middle class. I come from the middle class.
You come from the middle class, but your mom was a biomedical scientist. I mean, I don't know about that one. I don't know. Upper middle class? Hold on. The father was a professor at Stanford University. I don't know about that middle class life. Went to a prestigious all-girls school. I don't know about middle class now.
Yeah, it sounds like she lived a pretty privileged life. Even if you kind of scroll back in the stream, we uncovered that her mother was born into a high caste system in India. So she's never been somebody who's been down on luck, down on finance. She's actually been somebody who's lived an affluent life.
Bro, her mom comes from a pretty much rich Indian family, and her father comes from, well, landowners, really slave owners.
Yep. Been privileged her whole life. Didn't even really have to work to get her position in governance or politics. You know, if you look at the Willie Brown story, then you kind of see she kind of was just blessed with good looks, nepotism, and knowing somebody to get somewhere, pretty much.
But it's y'all queen, though. This y'all queen. Okay.
Now, Donald Trump has a different plan. Just Google Project 2025.
Oh my God.
And they won't do it. Actually, that's crazy because she kind of exposes herself. Yeah, I actually did Google Project 2025. You'd figure out that most of the stuff they say is on there is not on there.
Isn't he planning to make a new housing tax? And it's a big one. He or she? I don't know about any proposed.
Because Trump only cut taxes. Now, Kamala, you know, I'm gonna be real with you. You're gonna get taxed on your house just raising in price because you're gonna get taxed on unrealized gains, which would be the unrealized gains you don't get taxed on when your house, you know, appreciates in value. So that 4% your house appreciates in value will now be taxed.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with any proposed housing tax from Donald Trump within his policy. I'd have to look into that, but appreciate the super chat and shout out Dark Side Link coming in with 2. She feels like a broken record. Bro, I was just talking about it earlier in stream. Like, everything I've heard her say, I've already heard her say. Like, nothing original, everything regurgitated. It's all slogans and taglines. Like, bro, it's almost annoying, really. And I'm not even trying to be funny. Like, if you support Kamala, cool, fine. I ain't even on your ass for real. I'm just like, bro, hearing her say the same thing over and over again is just like, what the hell am I listening to?
Yeah, but you know how that be. We can say the same thing about Trump. Trump just rambles. He weaves.
Yeah.
I mean, like, you know, it's so funny.
At least you know he's being authentic. Like, shit. Like, Kamala literally just sounds like she's going right off the script.
I feel bad for Trump. Bro can't even have a funny moment without people be like, oh, they was laughing at him. They was laughing in his face. They laughed in his face. I was like, bro, they were just having a funny time. They were just chilling. Y'all turn it into something that isn't. Like, damn, bro can't sit down and have a conversation without it being taken out of context.
And then for those of y'all who are still buying into the Project 2025 hype, it's been debunked multiple times. We've done it on stream for y'all.
CNN even debunked it.
It's to the point where even on their website, they list that they're not affiliated with Trump. Trump said it multiple times himself. And Project 2025 is an independent research group, independent think tank, independent government group, or privatized group.
And shout out Dark Link like a walking teleprompter. Shout out Tim, man. He said, my bad, I meant Kamala. Yeah, okay, Kamala. Okay. Yeah, that's one reason way she would be able to do it. Honestly, bro, nobody really realized that, like, I ain't gonna lie. Corporate taxes, tax on unrealized gains, new tax on your investments. Bro, did y'all read through this $4.1 trillion tax plan she has ready for us? Trust me, if you read it, you ain't gonna like it.
And you to say, I can't believe they put that in writing. You know, they published it, they bound it, and they handed it out. They're out of their minds. And it is a detailed, dangerous blueprint for what he will do if he is elected president again. Donald Trump will give
wish somebody would call her out on
billionaires
that.
and corporations massive tax cuts.
Somebody completely breaks it down.
Cut Social Security and Medicare is what he would do. And impose what I call a Trump sales tax, a 20% tax on everyday goods and necessities, which will cost the...
Yo, I mean, Trump never said that. That's not even in Agenda 47. They're literally, hold on. Not only does she take this man's policies, but now she also lies about what policies he has. Like, bro, he never said nothing about no 20% tax on everything. Actually, that don't even make sense to do. Like, that benefits, like, nobody.
The economists have said the average American family nearly $4,000 more a year.
Like, during inflation, during the food high?
On
Really?
top of this, Donald Trump intends to end the Affordable Care Act.
Never said that.
Now, Arizona, I was a member of the United States Senate during that time, when he was president and kept trying to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. And I'm going to tell you about one particular night, which has a direct connection to all of you. So that one night, it was late in the night. They were trying to get rid of the Affordable Care Act again, and it required one more vote to keep it intact.
Think about how many times, hey, but cool beans. Look at how many times they referred to Biden in there as well.
Nah, facts. I'm weak. Let's see if I can find that one.
Hey, shout out Fox Chase, 1993, sending in 5. Can you play the one clip where, or the one short where Kamala says, "Do not come, do not come."
Donald Trump is
like, gonna pull it up for you. And shout out PB Keita D chiming in with another 2. It is simply amazing to me that people believe her.
Well, yeah. Well, when you put the her, when you say
it's
she's
to be
black,
expected, bro. It's to be expected. How many people put in the critical thought necessary to kind of decipher through all this political bullshit? Because a lot of it is just narratives and storylines. So it's to be expected that they can just kind of regurgitate points, say the same thing in mainstream media, and most of their base, most of their followers, most of their voters are just gonna run with it to November. Like, think about how many people are still like, "Oh, Trump's a felon. Trump's a felon."
And all of a sudden, these charges
He's a
getting
con man.
dropped. Charges,
he's a bad guy. What about the Central Park 5 from the 90s? Like, bro, they say anything, bro. Anything. So
what about Epstein's Island? I'm like, bro, what?
People believe anything that people will believe. It's self-confirming bias. People will believe anything that party says to them, literally. And shout out D Hodges chiming in with 2. And it's his first super chat on the live, man. We appreciate the honor. Trump 2024.
A great American award.
Shout out to you, bro.
John McCain. And I'll never forget that night. So we're all standing in the chamber and we're waiting. And then, in the Senate chamber, there are these big wooden doors. And it was like out of a movie. The wooden doors broke open. And John.
Yeah, Cool Bean. It's funny, actually. They actually mentioned Biden's name more. I don't know if I said that, but they mentioned his name more than they mentioned Trump's name in that Project 2025.
It's hilarious. So what was it? They mentioned Trump's name 15 times in there, but they mentioned Biden's name 375.
Something like that. It was definitely more than Trump's name was mentioned.
Yeah, I'll tell you that part, though.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm going to come.
I'm weak.
Oh.
Hey.
Weak. I don't know why. One more time. Like.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm going to come.
Oh, man.
It was
Let's say China.
That had me weak. It was
He said, "I'm gonna come."
John McCain came walking into the well of the United States Senate and said, "No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't." But Donald Trump is trying to get rid of the Affordable Care Act still. And here's the thing. He has no plan to replace it. Oh, you watched the debate. You watched the debate.
Oh, my God.
So remember, he's got, quote, concepts of a plan. Concepts. Okay, so let's think about that. I've said, because it's true, he is an unserious man. And the consequences.
Unserious
of
man. He's
him
talking about a
ever
former
being
president of the United
again
States.
Are
God.
brutally serious. Because think about this concept of a plan. So he's basically going to threaten the health insurance of 45 million Americans based on a concept. And take us back then to what? To the time when insurance companies had the power to deny people with pre-existing conditions? Well, we are not going back.
Oh, man.
We are not going back. We are not going back.
Uh-oh.
Because we will move forward. Because ours is a fight for the future, and it is a fight for freedom. Like the fundamental freedom of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government tell her what to do. And we remember how we got here. Donald Trump, when he was president, hand-selected 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention that they would undo Roe. And they did as he intended, and now more than 1 in 3 women in America lives in a state with a Trump abortion ban, including, right here in Arizona, 3.5 million women. And many of these bans, like the one in this state, have no exceptions even for rape and incest. It is immoral.
Really?
That's not Trump's fault.
And
Actually, if you actually look at his stance on abortion, he says he's always going to be for abortion in these 3 cases: rape, incest, danger to the mother's health. So if certain states if certain state has governance or policy or law that says that they can't get the abortion or access abortion in those 3 cases, that ain't Trump. That ain't Big T.
Man, it ain't Big T, but it's so crazy though, because you want to know what is Kamala though? Like, well, there's a lot of things Kamala is, because this is Kamala.
An undocumented immigrant is wrong. It is wrong to somehow suggest that an undocumented immigrant is a criminal. Being an undocumented immigrant is not a crime. I know what a crime looks like. An undocumented immigrant is not a criminal. An undocumented immigrant is not a criminal. An undocumented immigrant is not a criminal. An undocumented immigrant is not a criminal.
An undocumented immigrant is not a criminal, and Key, you should apologize because you was calling them criminals earlier. And according to Kamala Harris, that is incorrect language, and you need to change your language now, Key. I'm truly ashamed of you to be your co-host, dog. I just can't believe the language that you use off stream.
Very important.
Shit, undocumented would mean illegally migrated. No, I mean, shit, you can't put a wool over my eyes.
Man.
God damn.
Tell us more about Prop 47. What did that do, and what impact did it have on California?
Yeah, absolutely. So the sanctuary cities point is very important. She was for sanctuary city policies as the DA of San Francisco, and as you said, she actually helped to stave off federal action that would have stopped California from becoming a sanctuary state. But when it comes to the specific propositions that she facilitated as California Attorney General, Prop 47, and I'll also touch on what's called Prop 57, she was at the center of this by giving them favorable descriptions on the ballot, which is worth more than any amount of money when you're able to write the wording of the proposition in a way that will lead voters to think it does something different than what it actually does. So Prop 47, which has been behind the explosion of retail theft and open-air drug markets and fentanyl deaths to a large extent in California, just recently, the main architect of that initiative came out and said that he very much appreciated the favorable ballot description that Kamala Harris gave for that initiative as AG. And then even more egregiously, Prop 57, which came a couple years later and was this massive early release initiative that let tens of thousands of serious criminals out of prison early, she deceived voters into thinking that this was only going to apply to non-violent crimes. In fact, she, on the ballot itself, characterized as non-violent crimes such as rape by intoxication, rape of an unconscious person, human trafficking with minors, assault with a deadly
So it ain't grape if the person's unconscious. You should get let out of jail for that.
weapon, domestic violence, drive-by shootings. The list goes on. She said these are non-violent
DV
crimes.
drive-by shootings.
I mean,
so you got blick out the window. Fa. Non-violent crime.
I mean, it sounds like gangland. It's like, bro, it's like legal gang activity, pretty much.
We all know one does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree. The government should not be telling her what to do. Not the government.
And shout out D Hodges. We appreciate you, man. First Super Channel live stream. You honor us with that. Trump 2024. Appreciate you.
If she chooses,
Let's
she'll talk
go,
with
man.
her
Let's go.
priest
Trump
or her
2024.
pastor or her rabbi or her imam, but not the government. So Arizona, we need to fight this battle on every front. And in this election, you have the chance on the state level to vote yes on Proposition 139.
Nope.
139.
Don't do
and
it.
protect your right to make your own health care decisions.
Don't do it.
And then
They say we in a cult, man, but you don't want to join this satanic child sacrificing cult they got going on. Don't do it, man. Do not do it.
when Congress
Don't
passes
come.
a bill
Don't come.
to restore reproductive freedom nationwide,
In the words of Kamala.
as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. Proudly. But look, in addition to that, I'm traveling around the country and across our nation, guys, we are witnessing a full-on attack on hard-won, hard-fought freedoms and rights, fundamental freedoms and rights, like the freedom to vote, the freedom to be safe from gun violence, the freedom to love who you love openly and with pride, and the freedom to breathe clean air and drink clean water.
And shout out to Love Vikina. Appreciate the support. First Super Chat on live stream. We appreciate that honor. Just wanted to show some support with a $2 super sticker. Appreciate that.
A topic that looms large here in Arizona, and I know that topic well. I worked on drought resilience for years and helped secure historic resources for communities across the West to invest in water infrastructure, water recycling, and water storage. And I promise you, as president, I will continue to invest in drought resilience so that communities like those across Arizona have what you need to thrive.
Okay. See about that.
So look, so much is on the line in this election, 26 days to go. And this is not 2016 or 2020.
And nothing would have been on the line, Kamala, if you'd have did everything you said you were going to do 3 years ago. You'd have damn near had it in the bag. Or at least came out and throw Biden under the bus. Talk about, well, I wanted to do this, but Biden didn't let me. Not going over here being like, I have a different plan, but I co-signed everything Biden did. It's like, how does that work?
Are even higher. Because remember, a few months ago, the United States Supreme Court told the former president he is effectively immune.
And shout out Cool Bean. I'm out. I'll be back with more propaganda tomorrow, man. Peace and love, y'all. Appreciate you, Cool Bean, man. Always appreciate you pulling up, man. And shout out Tim. He said, can't you already pick your health care? No, not really. When Obamacare was out, Obamacare came like a individual mandate. So it was like mandated. And Trump took that off because not only could you now go out and get better premiums, but it opened up the insurance market again because, well, once again, Obama had an individual mandate to it. It was really effing people up. It was messing some people up.
Now, because you all know, just Just imagine Donald Trump with no guardrails.
Appreciate you, though, bro. Appreciate
He who
that.
has vowed if he were reelected, he'd be a dictator on day one. Who will weaponize the Department of Justice against his political enemies, and who has called for the, quote, termination of the Constitution of the United States of America. And let us be clear. Someone who suggests we should terminate the Constitution of the United States should never again stand behind the seal.
He never said that.
President of the United States of America.
All right.
Never again. Never again. Never again. So it all comes down to this. Generations of Americans before us have led the fight for freedom, and now the baton is in our hands. The baton is now in our hands because we here know what is at stake, and we love our country. We love our country. We love our country. And I do believe one of the highest forms of patriotism.
And shout out Ronnie Thomason. Hey, man, appreciate the support. They want to get rid of the filibuster. Well, shoot. I can see that. I think, and then the filibustering pretty much when they're trying to come to a vote, but somebody just sits there and just start filibustering, just start coming up with the longest speech in history, trying to sway everybody to one side. And shout out Devin White, man. Appreciate the $2 super sticker. First super chat on this live stream, man. Appreciate that, man. You honor us with that. Man, and shout out also to Ronnie Thomason as well, man. Appreciate y'all.
And one of the highest forms then of patriotism, of the expression of our love of our country, is to fight for the ideals of our country and to fight to realize the promise of America.
I just want to know.
So the election is in 26 days here in Arizona.
That's why Kamala don't ever want to debate Trump on the Fox, because nobody's gonna let her get away with these egregious lies. Bro, they'll even point to the fact that CNN debunked the Project 2025 stuff, even if she tries to pull that up. Even if she tries it. There's a lot of the reason why Kamala will never go on, a Fox interview or a Fox debate, because, bro, they're not going to let her just blatantly lie. They're not. They're going to pull her card on everything.
Early voting has already started statewide. You can cast your ballot today or any day between now and November 5th. So now is the time to make your plan to vote. And if you have received your ballot in the mail, please do not wait. Fill it out today, return it in today. I think some of you have. Because, folks, the election is here. The election is here, and we've got to energize and organize and mobilize. And please, let's always remember, your vote is your voice, and your voice is your power. And so, Arizona, I ask you, are you ready to make your voices heard? Do we believe in freedom? Do we believe in opportunity? Do we believe in the promise of America?
Damn, you know it's so crazy, man. Do y'all know what the informal roles of the vice president is? Like let me inform y'all real quick. Making public appearances representing the president. Performing ceremonial duties in place of the president, which he didn't do for the 13 Golden Star families, the ones that died during the pullout of Afghanistan. Yeah, she didn't do that. Acting as an advisor to the president. I mean, come on now. She's an advisor to the president. Doesn't that mean that she has some type of, I don't know, like responsibility for what's been going on? Like I said, Biden could literally nudge her and be like, what you think about this? And she's like, yeah, it looks good. And meeting with heads of states or government of other countries. Hold on. So that means it was Kamala Harris's sole responsibility to meet with people like Putin, like Kim Jong and all these other people that she neglected. So that's when Trump was pretty much harping down on when he said, how much time did you meet Putin? Because it's your job as vice president to go out there and meet these people. And she had no answer. But she said, I met Zelensky 5 times. That you didn't complete your job then if you didn't meet with Putin.
And are we ready to fight for it?
And President of the Senate, yes, of course.
And when we fight, we win. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
May the last one burn into flame.
All right. I'm weak, yeah. Yeah, she did definitely get that one. Yeah, they definitely gave her that. But, all right, let's move on to Trump's newest rally. Man, this is going to be a good one because, I don't know. Y'all just love to hate Trump. And it's okay. It's okay. Because we're going to play him anyway. We're just going to play him anyway. But in the meantime, though, let me hold this one up for y'all.
By these folks. But look, you can't forget the detail.
So she's the insurrectionist. I mean,
she's the insurrectionist.
To overthrow the United States government and system and destroy democracy.
I'm weak. Goddamn. Let's see here. Let me get that right back. What the heck? Let me see here then. All right then. Yeah, they got that one. Hold on here, guys.
And to the folks here at Macomb County Community College, thank you for building the future and the skills necessary to move folks into the middle class. We're grateful you hosted. Before we get started, I just wanted to say, I know you're all thinking about it too. Our heart's going out to those communities across the Southeast that have been devastated by...
Shout out Tim coming in with a 5. He says, as she denied any of her failures or any accusations against her.
Nah, that's not Kamala. Kamala would never do that. Denia, bro, come on now, bro. She been like scapegoated.
She denied, bro. It's damn near set in stone what she's done.
I mean, bro, if you just want to give excuses for her, go ahead. But shoot, I ain't hearing it. Ah, yeah, they playing with me on that one. No. Yeah, on God, they playing. They gotta let me go all the way to here just to pull up something. I should have put on the fly. But hey, though, it is what it is. It is what it is, right?
Worker in Las Vegas and Reno is this: if you vote for me, inflation will end, your taxes will be cut massively, your wages will skyrocket, your savings and pensions will soar, and your retirement will be more prosperous. You're going to be so much more prosperous. You're going to be more secure. You're going to be safer. You're going to have a much better life. Just vote for me. Let's get it over with, okay? Much better life. Much better life. Under Kamala, it will be massive inflation, massive layoffs, massive tax hikes, and massive misery and depression.
There we go.
Depression. Kamala Harris will kill the American dream. That's what she's doing. And for your children, they don't have a dream with these people. These people, look, she's a Marxist. A lot of people don't know what a Marxist is. So let's put it simply, she's a communist. We're not going to have a communist leading our country. She's a communist. She's also known as the taxing queen. She loves taxes. This is the first time I've ever seen, I've been doing this stuff a long time, only for a short time on this side, but I became president. But I've been doing it for a long time on the other side, writing checks and so I can contribute to guys like Senator John Cornyn of Texas and all. But I've never seen ever, all these great politicians are over here, where somebody's campaigning on massive tax hikes. She's campaigning, we will raise your taxes. And some people, they're not the smartest people, but they can, oh, thank you very much. I've never seen it. I've always heard politicians say, we will cut your taxes. Sometimes they don't mean it, but they say it. But these people openly say that they're going to raise your taxes. Well, let's give her credit for one thing. It's probably the only thing she's honest about. She's going to raise your taxes at levels never seen before, and she's going to drive out all the jobs in the country that I created. Her plan will raise taxes for the typical American family by at least $3,000 a year. Watch this tax video. You have to watch this.
Joe Biden and I are about to get rid of that tax bill.
Calling for a full repeal of President Trump's tax cuts. If Kamala Harris was elected president, there are many different tax policies which could cripple the economy. But the first thing she wants to do is allow these Trump tax cuts to expire.
Even the New York Times admits that 85% of the middle class got a tax cut.
Americans will face a hike. The Tax Foundation finding that a couple with 2 kids making $165,000 a year would have to pay over $2,400 more in taxes.
And on day one, I will repeal that tax bill. Joe Biden and I are about to work to get rid of that tax cut. Joe and I are about to get rid of that tax bill. Joe Biden and I are about to get rid of that tax cut.
Everything from a 70 to 80% tax rate.
I think that's fantastic. We've got to increase the corporate tax.
It's like I said, all she has is slogans and taglines, like no original thoughts. Can't even speak a full sentence of originality. Like she can't. It's like she has no substance at all. It's kind of scary for real, like robotic almost.
Right. Part of that is going to be about repealing that tax bill that they just passed, and also looking at estate taxes are going to have to go up. We will tax capital gains, but we're going to have to raise corporate taxes.
Taxing unrealized gains. Don't do that, Kamala.
Just doesn't.
Don't do that, Kamala. And shout out Tim, man. What country first to invade if Kamala gets president? Based on Trump accusing her of being weak. Will Trump be first to invade if Kamala? Well,
invade us?
Invade us? I don't know.
That'd be pretty ballsy.
That'd be pretty damn ballsy. I ain't even gonna lie. Hit us? Maybe Iran? I don't know. I don't even think they would. Well, maybe Iran. Maybe Iran. Maybe.
I think it would escalate elsewhere before it ever hit our
land.
I
would say this, not who would hit us, but how much other conflicts would get out of hand if Kamala Harris is president.
Right.
Because, well, due to her job as VP, she's supposed to be out there dealing with these heads of states of other countries, and she obviously haven't. So we can damn near blame the Ukrainian war on Kamala Harris because she failed to meet with Putin. Well, actually, you can blame it right on her. She failed to meet with Putin, therefore we're here we are.
But we're going to have to raise corporate
hundreds and thousands of lives
Taxing
later.
unrealized gains just doesn't seem fair in any sense of the word.
When the value of your home goes up, you pay higher taxes even if you don't sell your home.
Your value of your home never moves the way the stock moves to say, we're going to tax what you don't have. That's a sore point, and it's a big deal. Is that something you think she firmly believes in?
I think it's part of the proposals of the campaign.
Under my plan, there will also be a carbon fee. There has to be some connection between the fee and bad behaviors, and there has to be, in that we have to monitor whether it's going to be passed on to consumers. But I'm going to tell you that should never be the reason not to actually put a fee, and in particular, a carbon fee.
Kamala Harris is going to significantly raise taxes.
Taxes are going to have to go up.
Kamala's plan will raise families' taxes by nearly $2,600 a year. Under Kamala, prices have already soared. Now she'd make it worse with even higher taxes.
Taxes are going to have to go up.
President Trump will cut taxes again. no taxes on tips, overtime, or Social Security.
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message. So she's looking to increase your taxes, the biggest economic disaster it will be in American history. I will deliver, and I'll tell you what, we're gonna show you some things pretty soon that are gonna be amazing. What we've done compared to what they've done, we've had the most successful presidency ever. They had a disaster. They've had a disaster. The biggest inflation ever. We talk about the senior citizens. The only reason I did that for the senior citizens is they've been devastated. It's been taken away from them. Everything's been taken away because of their inflation. So I'll deliver the biggest economic boom in American history. It's going to be the biggest. Take a quick look.
That's one way to help inflation.
You see what that says? But let's get back to business, because who the hell cares what it says? Look at that. I love the unrealized capital gain. In other words, it's an unrealized gain, but they're going to tax it anyway. That's a beauty. That'll be the first in history. And in Detroit yesterday, we had a great day in Detroit because we announced we're bringing the car industry back at levels never seen before.
All right, and look.
We're going to make interest on car loans.
And I see he kind of changed his stance on that 15% corporate loan. He's like, all right, 20%. I told you. There's things he's going to have to compromise on.
Fully tax deductible.
Probably people in the Republican Senate said, dog, 15?
To restoring the American dream. We're going to restore the American dream. To bring jobs and factories and wealth racing back to the United States, we will have a 15% made in America corporate tax rate. Cutting the tax from 21 to 15, but only for those who make their product. Remember this. I'm the one that got it down from almost 40% to 21. Everyone said that was impossible. That led to a job boom, the biggest boom we've ever had in this country, and the numbers were great. Now,
wages went up as well.
It was better than competitive. It was good, but it wasn't the best. Now I'm bringing it down to 15, but only if you manufacture, if you make your product in the U.S. How good is that? Right, Michael? You have to make it here. You know, I had one of the top Wall Street guys call me. They said, who the hell gave you that idea? How simple is that? You've never heard anything like, if you make your product here, you get a lower tax. You don't hear it. It seems so simple, like the paperclip. Some guy made the paperclip a long time ago, and everybody looked and said, why the hell didn't I think of that, right? Man. And for those who don't make their product in America, they'll be forced to pay a stiff tariff for the privilege of competing with our cherished companies that we are going to protect because they're stealing our jobs, our treasure, our wealth, and we will take in hundreds of billions of dollars to benefit American citizens and pay. We are going to pay off debt. We're going to reduce your taxes still further. As an individual, we're going to reduce them, and we will be at a level of prosperity. It's called growth that we haven't seen in 60 years. You're going to have a 1929 style depression. And remember, you know the hat, it says Trump was right about everything. I really was right about it. I was right about it. You're going to have a 1929 style, not recession, depression. My pro-American trade policies are one of the major reasons why I've been overwhelmingly endorsed by the rank-and-file membership of the Teamsters, including 60% of the Teamster members in Nevada. Can you believe that, huh? Where are the Teamsters? Do we have any Teamsters? Are you guys? Where are the Teamsters? Thank you. They're good people. Traditionally, they go Democrat. But we got all over the nation, they endorse Trump, along with the police, along with the firefighters, along with everybody. Along with anybody that's sane. We got to, don't forget, we're the party of common sense. We really are. You need a wall. You need good elections. You need a fair press. You need a lot of good things. You need a lot of good things, and we're going to have very good things. And you don't need criminals coming into your country either, by the way. So as we rebuild our economy, we will also restore our borders. And I've just come from Aurora. I just left Aurora, Colorado. where the person that was in charge of your border, we call her border czar, KAMALA, she doesn't know she's alive, I'm telling you. She is so bad. Did you see 60 Minutes? So I've done 60 Minutes many times. I even had the great Mike Wallace say, who was actually a great...
No, that was wild on 60 Minutes, where they kind of filled in her word salad with like pretty much his own commentary as Kamala's sister and tries to explain what her border policy is. I was like, what? Are they talking over the vice president? Like, you tell me the word salad was that bad, and then they had to actually edit out. So pretty much he answered her. She pretty much bro asked her a question, and she answered the question, I don't know, maybe like 20 minutes later. So they had to edit it and put it where where she was supposed to answer it. Like I told you, word salad her way, like to where you damn near forgot what your question was. Oh, no. And trust me, it was crazy.
Great one. Mike Wallace, the toughest of them all. He gave me a great one. But she was interviewed. Her answers were so bad that they put other answers in.
That's what I'm saying.
They don't do that for me. You know, we're just the opposite. Her answers, they take it away and put new answers in.
Bro, it's damn near like, I ask you a question, and then you don't answer my first one, and then you don't actually answer my first question until I ask you, like, the third question. It's like, wait, what? It's like, yeah, I see why they did that edit. And they're like, oh, finally you answered my question. Okay.
So then instead of 4 sentences that are perfect, it's one sentence that proceeds back, and all of a sudden, I used to say to him, why did you cut the hell out of my paragraph? You know, I do the weave, right? Always a weave, right? And always end up in the right location. But I said, why did you do that, 60 Minutes? And remember, I had with Leslie Saul a big fight. Because she said, the laptop from hell came from Russia. And I said, Leslie, it came from the bedroom of Hunter Biden. It didn't come. And then I proved to be right, and I'm still waiting for them to apologize. But I'll tell you, what they did with her, I believe, is the biggest scandal in broadcast history. I do. If that were me right now, I probably wouldn't be allowed to speak. They'd have me tied up someplace like, sir, would you come this way, please? And when you think about it, I've been investigated more than Alphonse Capone, right? He was a killer. If he didn't like you, he would immediately kill you. I've had more investigations. These are corrupt people that we're dealing with. But what happens is this. What CBS did and 60 Minutes did, think of it. Her answer.
And just, let me just say this. Once this man is proved innocent on most of, if not most, or all of these charges, it's really crazy because they did, once they come at you with all these prosecutions, with all this this litigation that they came at Trump with, they searched through his stuff with a fine-tooth comb. So it's proved that he's innocent and they can't find anything disparaging enough to come up with a guilty verdict. A lot of people owe Trump an apology. I'm not going to lie. A lot of people in media, a lot of people in politics, a lot of you naysayers even really kind of owe Trump and his supporters an apology because they ain't going to let this man off. Like, trust me. So if it's proven that he's innocent, that they can't find him guilty on any of these charges,
God damn it.
Kill me, Key. You kill me.
And I say it very respectfully. She's not a smart person. And we've had 4 years of that, and we can't have another 4 years because Russia and China and everybody, they're eating our lunch. We can't have another 4 years. So I don't get it. I don't get it. And oh, by the way, we're leading in all the polls. Yeah. We're leading, so we're leading, but we have to make it too big to rig, right? Too big to rig. We're leading by some pretty good margins, too. Michigan, we're leading, the car industry. Those auto workers love Trump because, we'll be ending that electric mandate very quickly. And we love electric cars. But, we want them for some people and some people not. We want gasoline propelled. We want hybrids, which are good. The only one we don't want, you know the one we don't want? There's a certain car, hydrogen car. They have a new car. The problem is it doesn't go bad often, and it's quite efficient. But when it blows up, you're unrecognizable. Yeah. Is that my husband on the tree? Let me take a look. I can't tell. Go ahead. I can't tell. No, I don't want that one. I'm not going to do that one. They say they think they can fix it. The word think is not acceptable. We think we can. So we'll forget about hydrogen, right? But we have a lot of alternatives. And, you know, we got the endorsement of Elon Musk, you know, that. Right? And he said it's absolutely imperative we're going to save our country. I have to win. He gave me the strongest endorsement. He's a great guy. And he makes some great things. He helped us so much with North Carolina and Georgia. He said to Starlink, and they had no communication whatsoever in some area. And they said, sir, do you know Elon Musk? I said, I do. Do you think you could get a Starlink? I said, what the hell is that? Explain to me. But essentially, it's unbelievable form of communication. So I called up Elon. Hard to get because it's very successful. I called him up. I said, you know, North Carolina in particular is in big trouble. It's almost been cut off from the mainland, and they have no communication. All their lines are down. This was a terrible thing. And the government's done very little. The federal government's done nothing. She's done nothing. She was like she's doing interviews on these stupid shows, and she's got to get there because they really have problems. But he said, well, I'll tell you. And we talked for about a second, and then I get a message from the people in North Carolina. We want to thank you that the Starlink will be coming soon. I said, Elon, how did you do that? We're talking. You agreed to do it, and now I get a call before we hang up that they expect it to be delivered. Nah, he's a great guy. He's a great guy.
When you're on call, people pick up.
Saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives in North Carolina. He helped the governor of Georgia. Georgia governor's doing a very good job, but they helped the governor of Georgia with the Starlink a lot. And he was there. I'll tell you, he was there, so he's good. He's our friend, right? Right? Kamala Harris has supported a savage Venezuelan prison gang. Other than that, they're fine people. Known as Tren de Aragua.
Shout out to him, $2. He said, did Kamala have any accomplishments as VP? I mean, well, I'll be honest, bro. She had one of the lowest approval ratings as VP in our nation's history. Nobody liked her. Even delegates, even Democratic delegates weren't really Kamala or favored. Like, you know what I'm saying? They weren't really in her corner. Like, there was like a pause. There was like a pause in action when Biden stepped aside. And people kind of looked around like, well, damn, who's going to take his spot? And Kamala's sitting here like, well, what am I, chopped liver?
I mean, kind of. We look at that, like, you know, record is AG. Yeah, I would look at her as chopped liver. And that is the problem. It's just mainly her, well, it's just her record.
Yeah.
I mean, in San Francisco and as AG of California, as DA of San Francisco and AG of California, she's done horrible. I mean, all her, bro, she was there and everything got worse.
Yeah, when you really analyze her career as a politician, DA, AG, like you said, she hasn't really done anything substantive.
Gangs were literally going into her county to commit crimes because she made it so sweet for them to do it. She made it easy. She damn near made it legal. Bro, drive-by shootings, non-violent.
Did you ever hear them? Tren de Aragua. But don't smile because they'll knock that smile off your face.
I never knew you could shoot at somebody non-violent.
That has taken over an entire apartment complex. You know, they are like me. They're in the real estate business. The difference is I do it with financing. They do it with weapons that we've never even seen before. Where do they get these weapons? And it's terrorizing the residents at a level never seen. They literally walk in and tell them, get the hell out of your apartment. They took over complexes. And they have a radical left governor who's petrified. He doesn't want anything to do with it. He's afraid. He's chicken shit, okay?
Oh, did he call Walls chicken shit? Oh, he's ready.
No, he's talking about
Newsome. Oh, all right. You know what? It's a wrap. No, nobody needs to debate Trump right now. If you debate Trump, he's just going to eviscerate you on stage. Like, at this point, he's done took the gloves off.
Breaking down doors, they're collecting the rent. Isn't it nice? They just come over from Venezuela. They are collecting the rent. Do you think and you know what the landlord said? Whatever you'd like, sir. You'd like to collect my rent, whatever you want. No, they are actually going around collecting the rent from now on. Let me tell you, if I were president now, those guys would be out of here before you left this room. Send them back. We're sending them back. But they're shooting people, they're smashing jaws, breaking skulls. Watch this video, you're not going to believe it.
Open borders, deadly consequences.
Border crisis. Record high crossings are putting a strain on cities across America. It is a full-blown invasion.
Armed Venezuelan gang members storming an apartment complex in Aurora, Colorado.
When people talk about migrant crime, this is what they're talking about. Biden and Harris had created a program to bring them in under humanitarian parole.
I am in favor of saying that we're not going to treat people who are undocumented across the border as criminals.
More than 13,000 illegal immigrants convicted of murder have been released into the United States.
My 20-year-old daughter, Kayla Hamilton, was murdered in her own room. Kayla's murderer was apprehended by Border Patrol crossing illegally into the U.S.
Kayla's murderer had been improperly released into the United States.
Abolish ICE. Yeah, we need to probably think about starting from scratch.
An Afghan national is in custody today after being accused of plotting an election day terrorist attack. The suspect entered the U.S. on a special immigrant visa.
More than a dozen people suspected of being Tren de Agua gang members right here in San Antonio.
The gang members had been terrorizing the apartment complex. New details in the murder.
Nope, actually having a criminal history or any type of terrorist or gang ties does not disqualify you from entering our country. Surprise, surprise.
Murder of Laken Riley. The illegal immigrant suspect who cops say committed the heinous murder is a Venezuelan national.
And was paroled and released into the country by the Biden administration.
2 men investigators say are in the country illegally from Venezuela are charged with capital murder in the death of Jocelyn Nungaray.
Court documents suggest a group of men arrested for beating and robbing a Dallas woman last month are members of a Venezuelan street gang.
Manuel Hernandez was booked by Colleyville police just 2 days earlier and released the day before the robbery.
That's the most laziest name Hispanic I have ever seen. Emmanuel Hernandez. I mean, all right then. That's about as many.
These
Oh
are
God,
our
they said
our
fuck
new
you.
citizens. These are the new people. These are the people that we have coming into our country, and we're now known as, and all throughout the world, as an occupied country. We're an occupied country, can you believe? And you know, they have a lot of people, if you think about it, 21.
We got 1,300 plus of y'all in here, man. Make sure to double tap that screen for me. Like the video or the 3 dots up there in the corner, bro. We appreciate the support. And if you want to have any questions or comments, just send in $1 plus super chat. We'll go ahead and read it out loud. Appreciate y'all. Let's get back to the show.
Million, not including the gotaways. You know what a gotaway is? Those are the people that just run and nobody knows who the hell they are. But we have 21, think of this, 21 million people, 13,000 murderers, to be exact, 13,099 murderers, the biggest drug lords in the world. They got them all out of Caracas, Venezuela. Do you know that Venezuelan crime went down 72%? Because they put all their criminals into the good old USA. We're not going to stand for it. We're an occupied state that refuses to let our great law enforcement professionals do the job that they so dearly want to do. You know, the law enforcement wants to do the job. They really want to do the job, and they're not allowed to do the job. They want to do it so badly, they're so good, but they don't want to lose their pension. They don't want to be fired and lose everything, lose their family, lose their house. But to everyone here in Nevada and all across our nation, I make this vow to you. November 5th, 2024 will be Liberation Day in America. Liberation Day. My teleprompter people do a great job. Thank God I don't use teleprompters too much. These people, they do a great job. No, I look at the teleprompter's totally gone. I say, what the hell happened? The sign fell on top of it. But I can level with you. Did you see her? Now, here's the good thing. Isn't it nice to have a guy that doesn't need a teleprompter? Isn't it? As a president. A potential president that doesn't need a teleprompter.
You can hope
When
he'd
you
be able
use
to
a
go off
it
the
gets
cuff.
very boring when you use one. But how about her? There was 32 days left, and her teleprompter. You know, a teleprompter goes bad a lot. If you rely on a teleprompter, in other words, if you're like Biden, where he couldn't function without he couldn't function with a teleprompter. But if you need a teleprompter, like to do like she did, it was just announced. Did you see the picture? She did a town hall using a teleprompter. You can't do that. No, think of it. You're walking around. There's no teleprompter. She's reading a teleprompter. It's following. Oh, it's terrible. You can't have her as your president. You can't have her as your president. But did you see where she was 32,
Yeah.
right? It was 32 days. So she's going, and I'm watching her. I
These are
said, what
pretty
the hell's
smooth.
wrong with her? She goes, 32, and the
If you weren't paying
teleprompter went out.
attention, you would almost think she was speaking for herself. If you weren't paying attention.
She meant 32 days till the election. So she goes, 32.
He's 32.
32.
And shout out Otis, man, $20. That's a baller alert here at S.E.T. Key Media, man. We appreciate you. Says, okay, got you. S.E.T. Key, much love from East Oakland. Hey, shout out Oakland, man, that Bay Area. Keep doing your thing, Trump 2024, man. Shout out, man. You should know firsthand about Kamala's pitfalls. I know you do, bro. Actually, I know you do. Appreciate you, though.
32.
We up, man.
32. I said, what the hell is wrong with her? I called the First Lady. I said, First Lady, what the hell is wrong with her?
32 days.
And then, thank goodness for her, the teleprompter
like,
kicked
bruh.
back in. But usually it doesn't kick back
It's
in.
a glitch in the AI.
Usually it doesn't. It's, you got to be out there. I would say 5% of the time, if you want to do this professionally, like if you want to run for president someday, no matter how good you are, because I have a guy, Gabe, he's excellent. I've had some real bad ones, but I have Gabe. Some of the bad ones, they go so fast. Okay, I will go and pop. I say, slow the damn down. No, a good one is really like gold, right? But I don't use them that much because I find it's very boring. The concept I use, but I don't like it. But if you want to run for president, you have to assume that 5% of the time, even if you have good people, you're not going to have a teleprompter. For instance, when you do outdoors, I was with Bernie Moreno. He's doing very well for the Senate. And I think he's going to win in Ohio. He's got a chance. And I'm way up.
So I'm up now.
And I went out, and I didn't want to do it because I said the weather's too bad, but that's okay. I did it. We had 45-mile-an-hour winds. This is in Ohio. That's like, I thought we were in Scotland, actually.
I ain't gonna lie.
And the teleprompter.
Hey, Trump ain't familiar, but it get like that in Ohio, man. It'll go from 70+ degree weather, nice, calm, clear skies. Next day, raining, 30 and 40-mile-an-hour winds. You inside because it's cold.
Or 70 degree today, and then during the night, 20 degrees. Like, wait,
bro.
Like, what?
Yeah, anybody in the Midwest could probably attest to that shit. It's crazy out here.
You gotta wear your hoodie all day.
Man, hoodie, shorts, beanie, T-shirt underneath. You never know what you might run into.
Bending because they're not strong. They're bending. They're going over. And that didn't matter because within about 2 minutes they blew off the stage.
You just in shorts. Yeah, you're around. Y'all got it.
And we had 50,000 people. I'm standing there like this. I didn't have any notes, nothing. And you know what? He won the election.
Oh yeah, you mean
Thank you very much, President Trump. He won the
All right, Camaro, I'll catch you, bro.
Other than a few people that saw the things flying away, they
Appreciate
flew away
you pulling up,
beautifully.
man.
Nobody even knew. So anyway, no, there's something wrong with her. When you can't get up and make a speech like normally, like with all the work we do, you think you could for 40 minutes. Well, she makes very short speeches too. Do you ever notice they're like 10 minutes? It's, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank.
I mean, Trump will go on for like an hour 30, bro. Kamala will probably hit you with the 20 minutes, 40 minutes max.
And then, like I said, you're gonna hear everything you've already heard from her before.
Because I remember they was complaining about her length of her speeches. Like, bro, she give like quick 20-minute speech and then bang out. Bro, some of the guest speakers be speaking longer than her. Yep. And then she just all of a sudden start increasing her speeches to like 40-minute speeches.
And we've seen enough Trump rallies and Kamala rallies to compare. Like, I'll be honest, Trump, I mean, you get up here, you got points to make. he does end up repeating himself on some things, especially policy related things, just because like
trying to drill.
Yeah, you might not have seen my last rally, yeah, and I'm in a new state and I'm in a new city. I need to spread the message to my supporters everywhere. But as far as just freestyling, going off the cuff a little bit, we've seen him do that. Kamala, she makes no deviation from the script, none at all.
Thank you. My name is Kamala.
Even Walls can do it a little bit more. Walls get up there. I'm a coach. Blah blah blah.
Yeah,
I'll man of the people. I'll bullshit with y'all. Kamala can't at all, bro.
Yeah, Walls hold a pep rally. Kamala, man, she needs that teleprompter word salad.
She's actually the only candidate out of the four that is that bad off doing that.
That is wild, though. They could have found somebody who would make better speeches,
bro.
And she'll speak like so routinely.
Even Biden is bad off as he is. I think could do a better job just winging it.
Words. I don't like the sound of it, but it's sort of true. She just they're just words that put together. They don't mean anything. How the hell can we have a person like this to be our president? It's crazy. But I will round up the illegal alien gang members, and they will be put in jail or thrown out of our country until not a single one is left. And we're going to call it Operation Aurora, if you don't mind, okay? Because they were the first to come.
Yeah, if you think J.D.
And this
Vance
is happening all over the country, by the way. If they come back, it's an automatic 10 years in jail with no possibility.
Even his detractors have admitted, he's one of the brightest minds in Washington. Yeah, J.D. Vance, fresh into politics. He's one of the brightest minds in Washington in this whole shit we got going on. And you can tell by his articulation, bro, knows what he's talking about.
Lydia Perot. Because we don't want him to come back.
All right, catch you.
Shut down Walls, did he?
And I'm hereby calling for the death penalty for any migrant that kills an American citizen or a law enforcement officer.
The death penalty, I love it.
Thank you very much. No, we have to do that. We have to do it. They're violent people. These are violent. Remember when Kamala said, people that come into our country are far less likely to commit a crime? Really? The fact is, they make our criminals look like very fine people.
And shout out Kroger's bottled water, man. Hopefully it's the spring water.
I ain't gonna lie, that's the best water. I ain't gonna, bro.
I'm weak. All right. People shit on J.D. Vance, but you watch his speeches. Yeah, that's true. Hey, I like J.D. Vance.
J.D. Vance, but you watch it. Yeah, I mean, honestly, bro, I don't know if they are watching the speeches. If they truly were tuning in, like I said, bro is as bright as it comes. And this is something that his peers, his delegates have admitted to. Like, even Trump himself, there's a reason he was added to the campaign. Y'all think that Trump don't remember how he came out and said years ago he wasn't a Trump fan? This man's IQ and intelligence supersedes the fact that he was a never Trumper. So there's a reason why he's in the position he's in. He's only been in politics 3, 4, 5 years, I believe.
Bro, and if he can go from a never Trumper, you can too.
Yeah, man.
Don't worry. You can change. Just walk with us down this path of logic and common sense.
Yeah, I know what you meant, bro. Yeah, they're not watching this.
And that includes our murderers. They are very fine people. These people make us look like a bunch of babies, okay? And we're getting them the hell out of our country. They're destroying our country. They're ruining lives.
We're getting them out.
Kamala's open border policy will destroy Medicare and Social Security for seniors because they're stuffing them. They're putting them everywhere, but they're stuffing them in. She let in 21 million people and wants to make them all citizens. She wants to make them citizens because there's no way of telling. They have no records. They have no anything. They let them in totally unvetted. Everyone's coming in, the murderers and whoever. She wants to have them come in and then they can loot, they can plunder, they can take everything that you've made in your life. They can destroy your lives. They can kill you. They can hurt you. She wants to make them all citizens. It's crazy. It's crazy. Remember, we're the party of common sense, and you know that doesn't work. A new study released this week found that if Kamala gets her way, illegal aliens will drain Medicare and Social Security to the tune of $2 trillion. In other words, they'll be useless, they'll be worthless. You won't get your Social Security worth. She'll kill it. And she has no idea, economically, with finance, she has no idea what the hell she's talking about. They ask her a simple question. When they asked her the other question, that was a disaster because she said, yes, I'll change a lot of things from Biden. And then she gets in trouble because he hates her so much. And she, what do you mean you'll change? So now they're fighting. So she doesn't know what the hell's going on. He's angry. Her people want her to say she'll have nothing to do with Biden because he's a disaster. And then she wants to say that she's okay, but Biden doesn't want that. So they go back and forth. This poor woman doesn't know what the hell is happening. I will protect Medicare and Social Security with no cuts. We're not going to have any cuts. And we're not going to raise the age. She's going to raise the age by 7 years on Social Security. We're going to have no cuts whatsoever. And we didn't have any. And there'll be no benefits for illegals, by the way. Already, Kamala is ransacking Medicare to pay for the Green New Scam. Do you know what the Green New Scam is? She actually wants $93 trillion. Think of this.
Boy. That's we actually just covered one of her speeches. We cover all of her rallies.
93. You know who made it up? AOC plus 3. We said, did you go to college on the environment? No. Do you have anything to do? This is AOC, right? Do you have anything to do with the environment? No. But I've decided that this is the way it is. All buildings in New York are going to be ripped down and new buildings are going to be built without windows. Because you see, a window is environmentally unfriendly, having to do with the heat, the gases, and the sunlight. The ideal building is tall, thin, with no windows whatsoever. It's a hard sell. If you can get somebody to buy it, you can sell anything. It's the only thing.
No, they ain't lying.
Shout out PB Papa Bear.
Hey, man, appreciate the support. Man.
$5.
You had too much to say. Just wanted to show some support. Appreciate you.
But the total cost is $93 trillion. So if you add us, China, every other country in the world, and gave us about 40 years, we might be able. These people are crazy. They're destroying our country. They use it almost as a method of hurting us and hurting our country. And some countries laugh at it. You know, China laughs at it. Kerry goes over there on his private jet, lands, meets with President Xi. We don't want you to use coal anymore. Oh, okay, we'll work on that. We're going to start working. In the meantime, he's building a coal plant a week. Oh, we'll work on that. Kerry goes, he promised he'd work on it. He promised. What a fool. No, it's so embarrassing. You know, these people are very streetwise. They're brilliant people, and they're at the top of their game. We have a man that 30 years ago wasn't at the top of the game, and she's worse. I'm telling you, she's not as smart
appreciate
as
the love, CM.
Watch. And you see it now, and she's fading rapidly in the polls. The only reason she was okay is because nobody knew who the hell she was. They said Harris.
It was like, God damn.
Nobody knew who she was. And now,
shout out PB Papa Bear coming in with another 5.
I got you.
Hope you fine young gentlemen are doing well tonight. What states do you both predict Trump will win versus coming ho hairless? Wow, I have never heard that one.
Man,
wins if any.
I want to give Arizona to her. I kind of want. I want to give Michigan to her, but I don't think she's gonna flip. I don't think Trump is gonna get Wisconsin though.
Trump's got PA for sure.
Sure, I damn near think he got Michigan. We know he got Arizona. He's trying to flip Nevada right now.
He's trying to get New York as well. He was doing a lot of campaigning in
There's
New York.
no way. New York's a lost cause.
But man, he's got upstate New York for sure. He's got upstate New York, like outside of the city.
Oh, he's a brave man for going to some of these places. New York. He's about to go to Coachella.
Like Cali. He's trying to get Cali. He's
I'm
doing
just
a lot of campaigning in Cali.
I'm like, dog, I ain't gonna lie. Cali rigged up, man. You can't get Cali.
Wisconsin's gonna be a tough one for him. I think that's gonna come down to the last nitty gritty between him and Kamala in Wisconsin. But yeah, AZ, Michigan, PA. I think he's got those in the bag.
Yeah, but those other two though, I don't know.
And like PBD podcast said, if he wins those swing states, it's gonna be an early night. It's gonna be a good
bro. Yeah, it's gonna be like 300 and like 219. It's gonna be something crazy.
That she's a communist. We're learning that all sorts of bad things about her. She's further left than Pocahontas. Do you know Pocahontas?
Shout out Tim coming in with 5.
Remember when?
Appreciate that, Tim.
All right, man. Trump was prez, got extra tax returns. Biden/Harris had to have them withhold extra money each paycheck to get a return. Obvious choice who to pick. So Trump was prez to get an extra tax return. Biden/Harris. Wait, did I read that right?
Trump was president. We got an extra tax return. Biden/Harris had to have them withhold extra money each paycheck to get a return. I think I get what you're saying. I think I get what you're saying.
Tax policies one tax policy always leads towards more money towards the government, and the other tax policy kind of tries to keep more money in your pocket.
Yeah.
Which one do you want? Because I ain't gonna lie, I feel like the only way to curb inflation is to release some of these taxes. It's like we have to actually take home more money now than ever just because. So the government, they kind of got to lose some revenue just so the American people can curb this inflation.
Shit, you put most of that money, I like to say the economy is a revolving door. You put some of that money, some of those excess funds back into the consumers' pockets, back into the American citizens' pockets, where we have no choice but to spend that on the economy, whether you're spending it at a mom and pop, whether you're spending it online, whether you're spending it this way or that way. The economy is a revolving door. So you give us more, we can boost the economy more.
If we give it to the government, well, the government's going to boost its agenda.
When they wanted me to apologize to Pocahontas, I said, I'll do it because I destroyed her presidential campaign. She was leading for president, and then she said she was an Indian. Why are you an Indian? Because my mother told me I had high cheekbones. You can't get in trouble when you're telling the truth. That was her reason. And then when I heard that, I said, let's call her Pocahontas. And because she didn't look like an Indian to me. But we drove her crazy. And then she fell for it. She went out and did a test. Remember? And it came back 1,024th. In other words, somewhere in a million years, there may have been one guy.
And meanwhile, Kamala trying to propose a carbon tax.
And she was so happy. Remember? She was so happy that she released the finding. She thought it was good because maybe there was a tiny little chance. And then I said, well, I have more Indian blood than she has, and I have none, unfortunately. I'd like to have some. I'd like to have some. I would be very honored. But I have none. But
you don't look good.
I think I have more than she has. And that was the end of her political career. She likes me very much. But Pocahontas. Because of the Medicare cuts, Kamala passed with her tie-breaking vote on the Inflation Creation Act. Did you ever hear of I changed the name. I take a little, much less liberty than 60 Minutes takes, by the way. They would take the whole damn thing out and write it for her. No, it's called
she herself admitted that carbon tax might affect consumers.
Right? And I
she
thought,
said, we'll address it when it potentially does, but for now, it's no problem proposing
the Inflation Reduction Act.
Go back and play that clip?
And I call it the Inflation Creation Act.
Tax clip.
So that's not nearly as bad as 60 Minutes. Right? 60 Minutes just took everything out. They say,
it was in one of those Kamala exposed.
We put her on. She gave us this answer. If people hear this answer, she will immediately be thrown off. I mean, it's so bad. So why don't we just give her a new answer? So they took it out and gave her an entirely new answer. If I ever did that, or if that were ever about like a Republican, it would be the biggest scandal in history. I think it's going to be anyway.
And appreciate you, Brian Smith. He says, great work, guys. And I appreciate that, bro. We appreciate the support here at S.E.T. Key Media. And that was your first that was your first super chat on a live stream. We appreciate that honor, man. Hey, let's go.
60 Minutes should be taken off the air for what they've done.
Let's go.
It should be taken off the air. And you know what else, John? They should lose their license because that's not just a little bad stuff. You know, they have licenses. These networks, they're worth billions of dollars. But the one thing is it says you have to be honest. That's election interference. They're interfering with the election. Am I right? They should lose their license, and 60 Minutes should be taken off the air. Because of a vote 560,000 seniors are set to lose their Medicare Advantage plans. Did you know that? Oh, did I ruin your evening? No, it's going to happen in the next few weeks. Because of her vote, 560,000 seniors will lose their plan. In other words, Kamala is shafting fixed income seniors on Medicare to fund $7,500 tax credits for rich people to buy luxury electric cars. You know, we're subsidizing this whole crazy thing with again, I love electric cars, but you can't do this. You can't do this. They don't go far. Lots of little problems. They're made in China. We don't have the material. But you know we do have? A lot of gasoline is down there. A lot of gasoline. I will stand up for our seniors and I will save Medicare Advantage. So seniors, you must vote for Trump or you're going to have a very unhappy rest of your life. But you got to get out and vote. You know, I learned the other day, I was saddened by it, because I have the endorsement of the NRA. I have all the, I have everybody endorsement. So, but here I was saddened by this. Evangelicals, where I'm like at 90%, but they typically don't vote very much. In other words, they vote like 15, 20%. If the evangelicals would vote, we would win in a landslide. So evangelicals, you got a lot of them here. Please vote. The other ones, there are two groups, especially, meaning they vote very, very disproportionately low. The other group, you know who doesn't vote? Gun owners. Gun owners. They don't vote. This has been true for 50 years. I think it's a rebellious thing, okay? It's rebellion. They're having a rebellion. Gun owners, get out and vote. Evangelicals, get out and vote.
For your guns, man. Vote for the
somebody in office that's going to destroy your country. You also need to defeat your...
It's like, come on, man. I want to be able to get myself a new assault rifle for Christmas. Like, come on now. And I can't do that if Kamala Harris out here not letting me get my guns. Or with that, on God, or with that BS ass assault rifle ban. How am I going to do that? So help S.E.T out get what he wants for Christmas, which is an assault rifle.
I'm weak.
Your disastrous radical Democrat Senator Jackie Rosen and elect a great patriot to defend
I just need you to vote right. You can help me just by doing that.
Your Washington values and your values in Reno. Although, I don't know, Reno, can I talk about great values in Reno? Yeah, I think I can. I'm not sure if everybody's going to believe that one, but I believe it. I know a lot of great people from Reno. We have values and all different values, and you have great values here. She's good. Jackie Rosen is a disaster. She votes virtually 100% of the time. Originally, you know, she was a big Barack Hussein Obama. Have you ever heard of him? Remember Rush Limbaugh? Rush Limbaugh, he'd be talking about, we'd go, Barack, he like falling asleep, Barack Hussein Obama. Yes, Barack Hussein Obama. We miss Rush, right? But we've got Sean Hannity, and we've got Laura, we've got Jesse. We've got Gutfeld. How do you like Gutfeld? I did his show. You know, I did his show, and he had the highest rating last week, 2 weeks ago. I did his show. He had the highest rating in the history of his show, and he won the entire week in television. How about that? Is that? No, he's good. You know, he used to hate me. He used to hate me. He used to hate Trump. And then after about a year, I just said, that guy really doesn't like me much. Gutfeld, he's a great guy and very talented guy, but he hated me. Oh, it was terrible and saying bad things. And then after about a year, I noticed it was a change. He said, you know, I don't love this guy, but he does everything. I mean, everything he says, he gets it done. Like, he defeated ISIS in record time. Said he was going to do that. He gave you the largest tax cuts in history. And he said he was going to do it. He got it passed in Congress. He gave you the largest regulation cuts, and he goes through this list. I didn't even know I did that much stuff. But he said, you know, I'm starting to like him, actually. He said, would you rather have a guy that you really like, but he gets nothing done, or a guy that you can't stand, and everything gets done that's good for the country? I built hundreds of miles of wall. I built 571 miles of wall. I was going to add to it much more than I said I was going to build. He said he built the wall. Now, I will say this. I was going to add 200 miles more. I didn't promise to do that, but I thought it would be good. And when they came in, they sold a lot of that for 5 cents on the dollar. And I said, you know what? I think they want open borders. That's when I learned. I think they want open borders. But Gutfeld was great. So
people say, where's the wall? I'm like, well, Biden took down the wall. Yeah, Trump kept his promise. He built that wall. The problem is, and he even built those little water walls that they build in the little rivers to keep, immigrants from swimming over. Biden took down parts of the wall. Sold
Texas for upholding the parts of the wall.
Sued Texas, for upholding parts of the wall, and took down the little what they call them, water gators or water.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Barrier.
Took out the water barriers so the immigrants go ahead and swim across, making it easier for them to come across.
Anyway, he had these great ratings, and now he really likes me a lot because he says he does everything he says he's going to do. And I say I'm going to do more than anybody else says they're going to do because I'm a worker and I know how to get things done. So I would like you, if you would, because he's a spectacular man. And I'll be honest with you. Stan, would you stand up, please? There is nobody.
And shout out, man. Let's see.
Marco Jurjevic. Hopefully I'm not butchering that too bad, bro.
Man.
He says, shout out to you two young gentlemen for being on the right side. I'm not even American. I'm from Toronto, but this is what the world needs to go back to peace.
I'm telling you.
Yeah. Trump for peace, man. And y'all might not like him, but he had the best diplomatic relationships with these foreign leaders, these adversaries like Xi Jinping, Kim Jong-un.
And I believe that Keystone Pipeline, wasn't that supposed to low-key kind of, link us with Canada? Or am I wrong?
It had roots. It rooted here and had roots all the way up into parts of Canada. You're right.
He locked that down. We let the one in Ukraine go down. And then they handled...
Biden.
Yeah, Biden. Biden did that. So pretty much Biden locked down the Keystone one. Then he allowed the Nord Stream one to go down, just so Hunter Biden can hop on that energy corporation, right? Hop on that board, get that bread. You feel me?
Man, you like how that works, huh?
Man, and wow, boy, it's crazy what they get away with.
Nobody's checking. Nobody's looking. Senate that has given up so much. He's given up so much. He's a great war hero, and he took a big hit. Big hit. He took a hit like nobody takes.
Appreciate that.
And if they took a hit like that, most people wouldn't be around, and other people would they wouldn't know what to do. This guy, and he's got the greatest wife and family.
It's crazy. He did all that simping for the Nord Stream pipeline, and then has such terrible foreign policies that now we don't even have access to that pipeline. We just simp for. We just shut down our own, and we pretty much jumpstart theirs, and then we're kept away from it. I mean, karma's real, bro. Karma is real.
Man.
You've ever seen.
Only something Biden would do.
And nobody has given up so much as Sam. And Sam, I want you to win so badly, and you know that. And he has my full endorsement and all of that stuff. But
facts, man, facts.
He's a great guy. And he's doing very well. He's against an unpopular person that has no respect in Washington. So let's see what happens. But here's my total and complete, as I say, endorsement. Thank you, Sam, very much. Thank you for being here. We're also pleased to be joined as well by Senator John Cornyn of Texas. John, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And I think John agrees with me on Sam, what Sam has done and what he's given up. And he's a big hero. He really is a big hero. Another great one is Wesley Hunt of Texas. Stand up, Wesley. Wesley's fantastic. He's a great guy. Mark Amadai of right here, right around here. Come on, Mark. Where is Mark? Thank you, Mark. Good job. He's a warrior.
Shout out.
And a great football player and a great... And he's great. He's great. He's one of the most successful guys in show business, and you wouldn't know it. He's a modest guy, but he's got some mouthpiece, so I got to tell you. He's modest, but those lips move. But we have some really good people, but Sean Hannity is great. And that whole group, Jesse, has been great. Pete Hegseth, Rachel. They have a lot of good people. And then they have a few that I can't stand, I'll be honest with you. And I think it hurts them badly, if you want to know the truth. But they have some really, really good ones, and it's an honor. Who? Tucker's great. Tucker's great.
Hey, that episode Tucker did.
And speaking of Tucker, because you like this guy, how did we like J.D. Vance the other night? Right? Right? J.D. Vance was unbelievable the other night. So, Burgess Owens, please stand up. Great football player, great man, great friend of mine. He's been my friend from the beginning, even before the beginning. He was saying, I hope Trump runs. You know him? No, I don't know him, but I think he'd do a very good job. And so he was there before the beginning. And the Nevada GOP chair, we have a man who works his ass off, right? Michael McDonald. Stand up, Michael. So are we going to win, Mike? We're going to win? He's the Nevada chair, and he's working hard. We're 6 points up. Did you know that? But I don't want to say it. I don't want to say it, Michael. Always I say assume that you're 1 point down, right? Assume you're 1 point down. In 4 incredible years under the Trump administration, we achieved more than any administration in the history of our country.
2020 showed us that.
We passed record tax cuts, biggest tax cuts in our history. They want to end them, and that would raise your taxes at levels that nobody's ever seen before. You know, you have one thing in those tax cuts that I hope people appreciate. The estate tax for small businesses, farms, and other things, it's non-existent. You are leaving your farm or your small business to your children, and they had to go out and borrow money to pay the tax, and they'd oftentimes lose it and be depressed for the rest of their lives and worse. And I got that out. You don't have any estate. When they end this, that comes back. And that's, you know, I only tell you that to the people that love their children, because if you don't love your children, it's not really worth that much, to be honest. Is there anybody in the room who does not love their children? I've only had, I've said that about 10 times. I've only had one person raise. I said, and I thought he was kidding, and he actually wasn't kidding. But that's a big deal. Think of that. You have no estate tax. You leave your farm now, and they can operate the farm. And, you know, because a lot of farmers, they have great value.
I don't like my kid.
But
He's
they
a
don't
KAMALA
necessarily
supporter.
have a lot of cash. A lot of businesses, they have a value. They have valuable businesses, but no cash. They couldn't pay. They go out, they borrow, and all of a sudden they end up losing it. That won't happen. But if they end our tax cut, you know, that's part of it. So it's to me, it's a very important part. Record tax cuts, record regulation cuts, more than any other administration in history. And we achieved an all-time low unemployment rates, record low poverty rates, and rising wages for everyone at the highest level ever. We had the most successful country in the history of in our history. We never had, and probably in the history of the world, we had never had a period of time like this. And we had, remember this, we also had the best border. Remember that famous, remember the graph that I like more than any graph ever. Because I wouldn't be here. Do you have that graph by any chance? Put it up. Hey. I love this piece of beautiful paper.
The graph that saved his life.
Man. The graph that proves that, well, Obama did good on immigration. Trump did good on immigration. But Biden did absolutely terrible.
Record high.
Bro. He broke the record 4 times on immigration. Like, how do you do that? And letting them in.
It's like he was going for it. He was like, man, I wonder if I could break this mug.
Bro, oh God. Like,
Trump the scale.
Bro, Trump gave us 2 record lows. Then Biden come over here with 4 record highs.
Man, he was trying to go for the Guinness World Record.
Oh, letting immigrants in. Well, he already beat it.
Hey, shout out.
Man.
Oh, I love it. Oh.
What are you trying to do? Beat UK or something?
So I'm going for the world record.
Did you see the line on the bottom? The red line? That's the lowest point. That was my last day in office.
He actually brought it up. Shout out. It is funny, though, the record lows, boom, boom, and then we got Biden's 1, 2, 3, 4, no, 5 record highs on immigration. My bad.
That was the lowest we ever were on illegal immigration. That includes drugs and a lot of other things, too, by the way. But look at that. And then it exploded like a rocket ship. Look what happened to it. And now it's worse than ever. But what a beautiful, even if that red line wasn't there, if it was 2 inches to the right, I'd still say, what a beautiful piece of paper. Because if I didn't turn to the right, to look at that beautiful piece of paper, I wouldn't be talking to you tonight, you know? Beautiful. Beautiful. Yeah, I just realized I just went like this. Yeah, that's what I did. I went like that. We ended the NAFTA disaster, canceled the TPP, which would have been a disaster for your state, withdrew from the ridiculous, one-sided Paris Climate Accord, and stood up to China. We stood up to China like never before, bringing in tens of billions.
And shout out Tim, man. I think I saw Biden and Kamala at the border shaking everybody's hand for 4 years as they come in. I'm weak. He said, you know, like, yep, welcome to America. Where you from? India. Wait, are you a terrorist? Yeah, man. Welcome to America, man. I like you.
That man a dap and a map.
Oh, man. Oh, well.
Dap.
Hispanic man came up like, oh, MS-13?
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh, man.
Here's a local map.
Hey, man, I know people from there.
Yeah,
just letting their ass in.
Dap and a map.
Man.
Billions of dollars when no other president.
Just go up there and Border Patrol will let you into the country.
China,
not really?
Bush.
Like, what? It's that easy.
Obama.
Welcome to America.
They never got. In fact,
open season,
I
man.
put on taxes and tariffs. I took in
like,
billions, hundreds of billions of
damn.
dollars from China. It never happened before. And don't let that baby bother you, because it doesn't bother me. To me, it's that beautiful. Where is that baby?
Can I see that baby?
God, baby, they come out of nowhere, though. Shaking hand, kissing babies.
That's a cute baby.
That's a good-looking baby. Don't worry about it, Mom. It doesn't bother me. You know what it means? Happy, youthful, beautiful baby, perfect baby. Thank you. We had the most secure border in U.S. history, fully rebuilt the U.S. military, and created a thing called Space Force. That hasn't been done. Remember that. That hasn't been done since Air Force 82 years ago. We obliterated ISIS, and with the Abraham Accords, we made peace in the Middle East, but Biden didn't follow it up. They don't follow anything up. I'm proud to be the first president in decades to have started no new wars. I finished wars.
Hey, this was a black baby.
And I also gave you $35 insulin, which Biden and Kamala are trying to take. You know, I was the one that did it. And, you know, it's interesting because I did it, but it doesn't kick in for like 2 or 3 years by statute. And when it kicked in, I said, you know, I better win this thing, because otherwise whoever the hell is president, they're going to take credit for $35 insulin. No, I did it. I did it. But those 4 wonderful years of peace and prosperity have been followed by 4 years of...
Bro, they take credit for the insulin. They take credit for the bounce back jobs, all that. It's like, bro, everything that Trump, Loki set him up with, they take credit for it, and then they just disavow him. Like, oh, yep, nope, that was all us. That we started all that. I'm like,
they bank on the fact that most people just aren't paying attention. Like, if we can hijack it, if we can plagiarize the policy, or just pretend like we did it, or say we did it, I mean, most people would just take our word at face value.
And people with the mindset of Orange Man bad, like, oh, well, yeah, he can't do anything good in their mindset. So, yeah, whatever they say is truth.
Misery and failure under the worst president and vice president in American history by far. It's true. It's true. In fact, Jimmy Carter is the happiest man
racist.
today. You know, he's almost 100, I
here
guess.
for a
He's
while,
celebrating or celebrating.
Like
he's very close to
go.
100. And he is now happy because he goes down as a brilliant
Blacks
president by comparison
like,
to Biden. He didn't have a border like this. He didn't have the problems that we have. We're going to end up in third world war with this guy. We're going to end up in a third world nuclear war because of this guy, because he doesn't have a clue what the hell he's doing. And she is worse. Remember I said it. She is worse than him. She's not as smart as him, and he's not smart at all. But here are the facts. Kamala Harris is a radical left Marxist, rated even worse than Bernie Sanders. She was an original creator of Defund the Police movement. Think of that.
Like, what?
Anybody that was involved in Defund the Police.
Look, I just need, like, look, if y'all going to bring up this bipartisan border bill, I'm going to have, you know, one of the homies, I'm going to have one of my fellow black men explain it to you. Boy.
On the phone, call what happened to that bill. Donald Trump got on the phone, called up some folks in Congress and said, kill the bill. And you know why?
Donald Trump said no, told them to vote against it because it gives him a campaign issue.
Good Lord, is this disingenuous? Let's talk about what was in this supposed border bill. Out of $118 billion, $61.4 billion was for Ukraine. That's 52%. 12% was for Israel. 11% was for border security. So was this a border bill or a foreign aid bill with a border component to it? This is a classic politician move. Instead of actually addressing a targeted issue with specific solutions, load a bill with billions of dollars for unrelated stuff, make the bill hundreds of pages so no one can actually read it, and then blame the other side and say, well, we proposed a solution, but you shot it down. The Biden-Harris administration does deserve credit for finally signing an executive order in June that has substantively decreased illegal immigration across the border. But the Democrats held the executive branch and the House and the Senate for the first 2 years of the Biden administration. Biden has had the ability to unilaterally sign this executive order for 3.5 years. So why is it only now, interestingly enough, during election season, that they're proposing?
So, yeah. So when y'all talk about, oh, he knocked it out. One, I mean, look. Y'all say, oh, everybody disrespect Trump. Nobody ever respected Trump. But for some reason, Trump got all this respect that we can call up his people on the Senate and Congress and be like, yeah, go ahead and knock that bill out, on Donald T orders, Big T. Like, come on now. Make it make sense. Like, does he have respect or doesn't he? Because by that logic, if he doesn't, then by your logic, there's no way he could have made that call. And there you go.
Even for a day, let alone years, is not worthy of being president of the United States, because we cherish our police. We cherish our police. Kamala Harris vowed to abolish. She vowed to abolish ICE. ICE, these are great patriots. They also have to be tough people. They take MS-13 gang members out. They deposit them back in their country where they came from. It's a tough job. I mean, I have some tough friends in the front row. They don't want to be member. Would you like to be a member of ICE and run into a pack of MS-13 killers and swing it out for about 2 hours and then stand up and say, let's get them out of here? You wouldn't. Tough guys don't want any part of it. They're tough and they're smart. But you know what? They love our country and they do an incredible job. And she wants to get rid of them. Yep. She wants to get rid of ICE. It's not going to happen. She wants to ban fracking, as you know. She wants to ban anything having to do with fossil fuel. She imposed the natural gas export ban and is now shutting down power plants and destroying our electric grid with her crazy Green New Scam regulations. Energy prices are already up this year 50%.
We need people like that.
In Nevada, under Kamala, they're going higher. They're going to be maybe double within a year from now. She lost more. And here's to me the worst, because she said no, she'd like to keep everything just the way it is. This is to me the worst. She lost 325,000 migrant children. They're gone. They're gone. No, but you can't understand. Think of it. 325,000 children are missing. Most of them are dead, in my opinion. And they might, she said all of them, they might be all. They're either sex slaves, dead, or just missing. But many of them are dead. And she said, I want to keep it just like we've had it. There's never been a travesty like that. Think of that. Think of that in relation.
And shout out Tim coming in with $2. He says, how hard is it to acquire a green card, bro? It could be quite
the difficult
lengthy
task.
process.
Yeah.
Expensive, lengthy, time consuming, and a lot of folks will spend years trying to access legal migration status or green card status.
And sometimes your family gotta come from have some type of affluence or influence, really.
And even the people that legally obtain them, I ain't gonna lie, they've had to jump through loopholes to get a marry-in. Maybe like have a kid, anchor baby.
Man, I don't know. Somehow land a job. Who knows?
Yeah, it's not an easy process. It can be a very lengthy and expensive one.
Some families have special connections through their government.
Right. For sure. It can be easier if you're higher status family or individual. But yeah, just to answer your question bluntly, it's not always as easy as they make it seem. So I'll be honest, like that's why I say it is kind of completely unfair for the people who are trying to legally migrate. When you got this TPS program that has blurred the lines between legality and illegality, it's just kind of like, well, damn, what about the people who are trying to come over here legally by honoring our system? Like, we're just overlooking them?
Yeah, once you get your green card, then you got to wait like, 10, 15 years to become a full-blown citizen, no criminal record, all that good stuff.
It takes a while, bro.
Then you got to be working.
It takes a while.
Yeah.
It's a quicker process for some, a longer process for others. I can't really detail it in full detail, but I do know it is difficult for a lot of folks.
Yeah, that's why they like to skip the line.
Relation to wars and everything else. There's never
if it was
been
easy,
like
come on
that.
now.
They're
Would they be going
innocent
to the border?
Right.
Their parents will never see them again, most likely,
easy.
most of them. And she has the 13,000 illegal alien convicted murderers roaming free in our country, free to kill again.
Yeah, bro, it's not easy
at all. As
all.
California Attorney General, she redefined child sex trafficking, assault with a deadly weapon, and rape of an unconscious person as totally non-violent crimes. No, she's radical left. She just moved a little bit toward MAGA when she realized she wasn't getting any votes, right? In fact, we're going to send her a MAGA hat, I think, tonight. And she pledged to confiscate your guns and endorsed a total ban on handgun ownership. She sponsored a bill to oppose a 100% ban on gas-powered automobiles. Can you imagine that? You have to give up your automobile. Darling, I really want to drive to Washington, but I don't want to make 7 stops. She even called for free sex changes for illegal aliens in detention. At taxpayer expense, one of the most expensive operations, by the way. That's the least of the problems. And perhaps most revealing of all, she lied about working at McDonald's. How simple is that? No, she said everything that she had. I worked hard at McDonald's for a long time. I worked over the French fry bin. You know what I'm doing next week? I'm going to a McDonald's to work. Because if I work there for 10 minutes, I will have worked there longer than her.
No idea. I've looked that one up.
I thought he was coming to Springfield. I didn't hear anything else about it.
But then, I don't know.
You know,
like him coming to Ohio, he might have Ohio so in the bag. He's like, I'm good. I don't need to show up there. Like, and I wouldn't even blame him. I'm like, yeah, you trust me. Ohio, we locked in on Trump. It's like, we locked in.
In many ways, I don't like talk because it's so basic, you know. It's just so. But there's something beautiful about it too. It's so simple. She said she worked at McDonald's, meaning I worked so hard. It's hard work. She worked at McDonald's. It turned out to be a lie. She's a liar. That's why I call her lion. That's why I call her lion. I had her as comrade. Okay, here's another poll. Who likes comrade Kamala Harris? Comrade meaning like, you know, sort of a communist thing. Or who likes lion? Let's do comrade first. Who likes comrade? Comrade Kamala Harris.
Comrade Harris.
Lion Kamala Harris. I guess that's the end of that one. But with your vote this November, you know, I did 3 of them today. I did a little one, a little tiny one with a small group, and then I did a really big one.
Yeah, you said
I did a
busy,
big one, and I did this one, and I'm still raring to go. They say, how the hell do you get the energy? How do you get the energy? How do you get that energy? But I love doing it. You know why? Because I see it. We're making so much progress. We're exposing her for what she is, an incompetent communist. And people aren't going to have that because we don't have a choice. If we don't win this election, you know, there are those people that say you'll never have another election if we don't win this one. That could be possible. Look at Venezuela. Look at so many places. It sounds far-fetched. It's not at all. Look at what's happened in just 3.5 years. Look at what's happened to our country in 3.5 years. We have to get out. We have to win this election. But with your vote this November, we are going to defeat these radical left country destroyers, and we are going to finish what we so brilliantly started. We had it going so good. On day 1, I will close the border. I will stop the invasion of illegals into our country. And we will begin the largest deportation operation in the history of the United States. We have no choice. The illegal migrants coming into our country are taking the jobs of American citizens. But you know what they're really taking? The jobs of black and Hispanic workers. They're taking the jobs. Black community, Hispanic community is being decimated by what's happening. They're coming in and they're taking the jobs.
Can't
and you know
say
what's
black
going to be
jobs
next?
no
Unions
more,
are gonna
I
become-
guess.
They're going to be next. They're going to take a lot of
Gotta have
union jobs
Hispanic
away.
to it.
They're going to take jobs away, period. But the black community, you saw the bad numbers last week. They were terrible. They got down. You know why? Because they're hiring people. Well, you had a job for years, and now all of a sudden somebody else is taking the job. And it's also affecting the Hispanic people. And my numbers with the black, and especially black men, I love black men. I love them. I love them. I have gone through the roof with black men.
Nah, he has. His approval rating is actually soaring in the black male community.
I
will
mean,
have to add.
he wasn't young, bro. Come on now, bro. Trump
It ain't
is-
just us. I'm talking about like
Trump has a history of standing up for the brothers. I ain't gonna lie. He has a history of standing up for brothers. So let's go through a great time in, well, history where, well, Trump was there for a brother.
And shout out Tim coming in
cases
with
like
another
that,
5. He says they
that-
need one final debate where they are only all to answer, or we're only there to answer yes or no.
I'm weak.
Yeah, Trump said he doesn't want one. Kamala wants one. So
Yeah, but she wants to try to have it rigged again to where it got to be on a liberal platform. That's the problem. Trump will do a debate, but what he's not gonna do is get set up again.
King Wise and Oak, what's up?
All right, let's go.
Could mean life in prison. And cases like this can depend on the testimony of the child accuser.
In general, the child will be able to recall and recollect with some detail the incident, and that is persuasive to a jury, even if it is the only testimony that is available.
Jackson gave a wave when he was released after booking. He's scheduled for arraignment in January.
Michael's been a long-time resident of Trump Tower, and last night the Donald strongly
Lives
reiterated
there.
his defense of Jackson with Larry King by going after the accuser's
Live
mother.
in Trump Towers.
She's had plenty of
Hold on.
experience at
Hold
going
on.
after people, and she goes after them vicious.
I thought Trump was racist towards black people. Wait, why got a black man living in his
Oh,
in
not
his
the,
hotel?
Not the rich ones said, not the rich ones.
Not the rich ones?
Yeah, I guess.
I guess so.
And violently, and I saw a story and I read another story about some of the things she's done, and I don't believe it.
But you know what it's like when an indictment comes down.
It's tough.
It's presumption.
It's tough. It's tough to win, but I have a feeling he's going to win, Larry. The interesting thing is I've known Michael from many different standpoints, and Michael would spend a lot of time with my kids. I have beautiful kids, and at the time, like at Mar-a-Lago, and even in Trump Tower, the kids were very young. Michael would come, play with the kids. He just loved children. He was not a child molester.
Well,
and
he actually
I am
backed up.
certain of that. He
Well,
loved
yeah, he backed up Ice Cube, Jesse Jackson, a lot of people, a lot of, some. He stood behind some black people.
loved children. He'd play with my son Eric and my son Donald, and he'd just play with them forever. He loved children, but he was not a child molester. And, that whole final saga of Neverland and the police and what they did was, I think, a very, very bad part of Michael's
Fishing
life.
expedition.
But hey, though.
Shout out Michael Jackson, King of Pop, man.
Man, R.I.P. R.I.P.
Black men. I don't do quite as well with black women, I must say. I don't know why, but I'm sure that'll work out too. But it's I do appreciate it. I do.
I
We're doing
don't work out
unbelievable
well
with
with me.
Hispanic.
At least he yawned. He's like, I don't work out
Hispanic
well.
population, Hispanic. Incredible. We will quickly become energy independent as we were before and make America the dominant energy producer in the world by far. We will frack,
I think a
and
lot
drill,
of
baby.
black women's opinion on Trump could be summed up to his interaction with the NABJ, where they were giving him that pushback. They were just kind of being catty with him. I think that's probably a lot of black women's disposition when it comes to Trump.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Drill. Get our prices down. And we will terminate the insane mandate demanding that you have to have all electric. Everybody has to have an electric car within a very short period of time. That goes for trucks and everything else. You know, the truckers, it doesn't work. The battery is so heavy. Do you know that a battery for a truck is so heavy that you'd have to rebuild every bridge in America because they can't handle the weight? That doesn't affect these people. The other thing is you'd have 6 stops between New York and Los Angeles. With diesel, you'd have none and can even come back 10%, okay? You'd have none. Think of it. And it takes up a lot of payload. But think about it. It's much heavier. The battery's very heavy, right? Very, very heavy. You would have to rebuild every bridge in America because it's not designed for that kind of a load. Can you believe it? And I said to this gentleman, one of the big truckers, one of the biggest, maybe the biggest in the world, I said, have you told them that, yes, what did they say? We don't care. We want you to build all electric. And he ain't doing it. I'll tell you, he's not doing it. I said, how many trucks do you have? He said, 29,000. I said, you got 29,000? How big are they? They're all 18-wheelers? Is that what it is? The big ones are 18-wheelers. And he said, you must be very rich. He said, I'll tell you what, they're going to try and make me poor. He said, he said something interesting. He said, sir, I've been buying trucks for 50 years, and every year they get better, more efficient, stronger, bigger, better looking. And now we even build beautiful, I call them an apartment. We build beautiful apartments behind that cab, and they are beautiful. This guy loves trucks, and they are beautiful. Sir, honestly, you'd be proud to live in one of them. And I said, How about the First Lady? You think she'd love it? I don't know. I don't know if she'd love it. I can handle it. I don't know if she would like it.
Truckers got space in there.
I don't know if she. By the way, go buy her book. Her book is great. Yeah. I was a little nervous when I read it because I said, I wonder if she's going to be hitting me hard. No, she was very nice. Otherwise, I wouldn't recommend it. It's very simple. Now, go buy it. It's great. It's number one bestseller. I will stop outsourcing and turn the U.S. into a manufacturing superpower. Working with Elon Musk, we will slash a record amount of government waste. He's good at that. That's what he wants to do. He doesn't want to be a secretary. He doesn't need. He's got rocket ships all over the place. He's a wild man, I'll tell you. But you know what he wants to do? He said, I can cut costs, trillions of dollars, and nobody will be even affected, and our country will be back in great shape. Between that and charging countries that come in and plunder and steal, we'll have a country that's a machine. We're going to make a beautiful machine, and then we're going to take all that money and pay off debt and help people that are not in good shape and sick and old and tired. But he wants to do that. He doesn't want anything. He doesn't want a title. He just wants to say, look, there's so much waste and abuse and fraud. You ever hear the expression, fraud, waste, and abuse, right? Levels that you wouldn't even believe. You know, when I cut the price of Air Force One, I bought it. Sir, it will be $5.8 billion. I said, nope, I'm not doing it. I was supposed to walk in and sign it because I said, who negotiated the contract? They said, Barack Hussein Obama. I said, well, then it's too high. They said, why do you say that, sir? Because he negotiated it. It's too high. And I said, it has to have a 3. You know that, sir. So I waited, Boeing. And then finally they said, oh, boy. Because, they thought they had. So think of it. If I didn't do that, they would have made $1.7 billion. I said, because they ultimately cut it down to $3,999,000,000.
Hey, what's good, man? What's good, NRG?
99 cents. 1 penny. I said, it's got to have a 3 in front. This had a 5 and it's 5.7. So I said, let me ask you a question. So if I didn't come along, you would have made 1.7, same exact plane, right? Except I had a much better paint job, much nicer. It's true. It was red, white, and blue the way it should be. Yeah. It wasn't baby blue, it was blue. Not that little baby blue. But no, I did a great job on it. But I said to the head of Boeing, I said, this was before the 2 planes went down. This is before the problems for Boeing. Boeing was considered maybe the greatest, but certainly one of the greatest companies in the world. And now they've suffered a lot. But this was before. I said, you mean if I didn't come along, you would have made $1.7 billion on this. Actually, it's two planes, you know. It's Air Force One is actually two planes, two identical planes, 747s. You would have made $1.7 billion. He said, well, we of course, you know, they would. The answer is they would have made $1.7 billion. So Elon's actually right, because they shouldn't make that kind of money on it. But I got him down $1.7 billion. It took about 2 months of not returning phone calls. I will end the war in Ukraine.
And that's how you negotiate, people. That's how you negotiate. You gotta play hardball with people. He's like, bro, you want to pay $5 billion? I know y'all can get this done with 3. Like, come on now, quit playing with me. Y'all can get this done with a good 3.9. Y'all be all right. And bro, I keep telling people, if you really look at the deals that Obama and Biden have in place, bro, they're like the worst foreign deals you've ever seen. Like, it's like, what were you doing? Like, would you just go over there and just bend over the table and be like, all right, bro, just take us, bro. Just take everything. Take us for all we got.
Stop the chaos in the Middle East and prevent World War III. I will crush violent crime and give our police the support, protection, resources, and respect they so dearly, look, you know that, they dearly deserve it. We're going to give our police their respect back. They want to do the job. No, but think of that with all the criminals that are being put in all over the world. This is not just South America. We mentioned Venezuela, but it's all over the world. Crime is down all over the world. Prison populations are down all over the world. They're delivering into the United States mental patients, prisoners, killers, drug dealers, gang members, criminals, street criminals. They're all here. They're all going to be here soon. We're not going to allow it to happen. Not going to happen. We will strengthen and modernize our military. We will build a missile defense shield, all made in the USA. And we will not have a woke military. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. You'll like this.
You little scumbag! I got your name! I got your ass! You will not laugh! You will not cry! You will learn by the numbers!
Happy Pride. Happy Pride Month, and actually, let's declare it a summer of pride.
So you're a killer? Sir, yes, sir! Let me see your war face! Sir, you got a war face? Ah! That's a war face! Now let me see your war face! Ah! Bullshit! You didn't convince me! Let me see your real war face! Ah! I hear it and I know that I know you wanna take.
Yo, they are grimy as hell, but this is hilarious. And shout out Sarah Jean, man. He funded black colleges for years. For some reason, they were made to come ask for their money. They said it made them feel like they had to beg. Trump stopped them from being made to feel that way. Yeah, and that's why all them, people came into office, put their hands on Trump and all that stuff. It's like, there's a reason. There's a reason. And then, bro, the Democrats want to take credit. Like, no, that was us. We signed that in. I'm like, bro, but Trump, who been riding on that. Yeah, we're going to get them black colleges funding. And he did it. He did it. Everything that man promised, he did it. Crazy enough. And he cut the price on doing so.
You will be a weapon. You will be a minister of death.
Shout out Sarah Jean.
But until that day, you are pukes. You are the lowest form of life on earth. You are not even human fucking beings.
And low-key to be made that, like, bend the knee and like, oh, yeah. You like, cool. You get your funding, but you better come over here and beg for it. Is like wild. Like, so Trump just pretty much signed that funding from, they didn't even got to ask them. We're just straight to him.
You are nothing but unorganized, grabastic pieces of amphibian shit.
How to abracadabra, these bitches know I got answers the way I...
It looks to me like the best part of you ran down the crack of your mama's ass and ended up as a brown stain on the mattress. I love working for Uncle Sam. I love working for Uncle Sam. Let me know just who I am. Let me know just who I am. 1, 2, 3, 4, 9, 6,
You know what? I think I'll take the military treatment or the cold desert or to be, you know, dug in wet sand over the makeup, hair, and whatever else he had on. I think I'll take the military or just being stuck in the cold sand. Yeah, I'll take that.
1, 2, 3, 4, United States Marine Corps.
It may not be politically correct, but we won 2 world wars. We won 2 beautiful, big, ugly wars. And we are in a woke mode. Look, I defeated ISIS in a matter of weeks. It was supposed to take years. And those people did it. And I had great generals, not the guys you see on television that don't know what the hell they're doing. And they are woke. But the military, you could take these military guys that we have and put them into a woke cage. They call it a woke cage. Scream at them for 2 years about wokeism. And they come out and they want to beat your ass. We have very tough, smart, great military. We have to take care of our military, though. We gave billions and billions of dollars of it to Afghanistan, to the Taliban. You know, we didn't have one soldier killed in 18 months. They were going along killing our soldiers. And I made a phone call, and the fake news, that's a lot of fake news back there. Look. The fake news. That's a lot. That's a lot of cameras. It's amazing when I watch and I see those red lights. You know, when the red lights are on them. And sometimes I'll point to them, and as soon as I start pointing, those lights go off so fast. We will lead the world in space and reach Mars before the end of my term, and we will rebuild our cities, including our capital in Washington, D.C., making them safe, clean, and beautiful again.
Hey, yo, those are some promises.
And I will support universal school choice, very important. And we will get critical race theory and transgender insanity the hell out of our schools. And we will keep men out of women's sports. I will defend the Second Amendment, protect religious liberty, restore free speech, and we will secure our elections. Under the Trump administration, we will put American citizens first, American children first, American patients first. You cannot get into a hospital, by the way, because the migrants have all of the beds. You cannot get into a hospital. You cannot get your kids into a school because there are migrants there that don't even speak the language. It's unbelievable. They're giving, because of Biden and Kamala, they're giving precedence over your children who've been in that school. Is it not even thinkable? I will put American taxpayers first, American workers first, and American communities first. And we will put communists and Marxists and fascists last.
All right, now please enjoy this video of, well, Kamala doing a whole lot of lying. Let's go.
The moderators try and paint the events of January 6th as though Donald Trump
I'll be
only
right
told
back.
his supporters to march down to the Capitol and nothing else, and then after shit hit the fan hours later, jumped on Twitter and told them to be peaceful and go home. And this is not entirely accurate. What Trump actually said to that crowd before the events ensued was that, "I know you will soon be marching over to the Capitol to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard."
I know that everyone here will soon be marching over to the Capitol building to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard.
And then he followed up hours later on Twitter telling his supporters to go home and that we are the party of law and order.
But you have to go home now. We have to have peace. We have to have law and order. We have to respect our great people in law and order. We don't want anybody hurt. It's a very tough period of time.
And also, Donald Trump was right when he said Nancy Pelosi admitted fault for not accepting Donald Trump's offer to send in the National Guard.
Responsibility, Terry. We did not have any accountability for what was going on there, and we should have. Should we call the Capitol Police? I mean, the National Guard? Why weren't the National Guard there to begin with?
They thought that they had sufficient resources.
That is not a question of how they had. They don't know. They clearly didn't know, and I take responsibility for not having them just prepare for war.
Lie number 17, Harris says that Donald Trump incited a violent mob. Again, just covered it, not true. Lie number 18, Harris claims that officers died in the line of duty on January 6th. This is false. Lie number 19, Harris alludes that Trump was charged with an insurrection.
And shout out Tim, man. He said, did she blindly follow Biden or did she try to do her job as VP? Nope, she just blindly followed Biden. She not do her job as VP, man. Not at all. Well, the way this Ukrainian war went, nope, not one bit.
Again, this is simply not true. Lie number 20, Harris perpetuates the Charlottesville hoax, even though it's been debunked time and time and time again, including by yours truly. In actuality, he denounced it an hour and 49 minutes after the events, and then 2 times after. Here's what he really said.
And you had some very bad people in that group, but you also had people that were very fine people on both sides. And I'm not talking about the neo-Nazis and the white nationalists, because they should be condemned totally.
Lie number 21, she claims that Donald Trump told the Proud Boys to, quote, stand back and stand by. So this is partially true, but there is a little bit more nuance to it than meets the eye. Donald Trump was asked by Chris Wallace during a debate in 2020 with Biden if he would denounce white supremacy and militia groups and tell them to stand down. Trump misspoke and said stand back and stand by, leading to confusion and people to think that he is affiliated with the Proud Boys, of which he is not.
Are you willing tonight to condemn white supremacists and militia groups and to say that they need to stand down and not add to the violence in a number of these cities, as we saw in Kenosha and as we've seen in Portland?
Sure,
Are you
I'm willing
prepared
to do
specifically
that, but
do it? Well, go
I would
ahead,
say
sir.
I would say almost everything I see is from the left wing, not from the right wing.
So what are you saying?
I'm willing to do anything. I want to see peace.
Then do it, sir.
Say it. Do it. Say it. Do you want to call them? What do you want to call them? Give me a name. Give me a
White
name.
supremacists and
Who would
white
you like me to condemn?
White supremacists and right
Proud Boys. Stand back and stand by.
Even though they are not a white supremacy group to begin with, their leader, Enrique Terrio, is actually of Afro-Cuban descent. Lie number 22, the non-biased moderators claim that Donald Trump's remarks about winning the 2020 election are completely false, and that also more than 60 cases were seen by many judges and all dismissed. The truth is that no judges actually looked at these cases, and there's actually quite a lot of substantial and tangible proof to show that there was voter fraud and tampering of evidence. Again, this is a huge can of worms, and I plan to make a dedicated video to this topic alone at some point, so stay tuned. Lie number 23, Harris peddles the bloodbath hoax. Trump never said if he didn't win there would be a bloodbath. What he said was there would be an economic bloodbath in the auto industry.
We're going to put a 100% tariff on every single car that comes across the line, and you're not going to be able to sell those cars. If I get elected, now if I don't get elected, it's going to be a bloodbath for the whole. That's going to be the least of it. It's going to be a bloodbath for the country. That'll be the least of it.
He said, I'm weak for our Russian asset fund. I mean, low key at some point, you know what, man?
If keep on saying it, we might as well create a coalition. GoFundMe.
Man, I got real salty looking at our global statistics, bro. I was like, wait.
For them to say we're Russian propagandists,
you would think we'd have a lot of viewers in Russia.
Shit, it was like what, like less than 1% of our viewership?
Yeah, like 20K.
Something crazy.
We don't even get likes from Russia.
Lie number 24, Harris claims that Donald Trump would be a dictator on day
Russia.
one. Again, this is just absolutely false. It stems from a town hall that he did with Hannity a few months back when he claimed that he would be a dictator on day one because he would shut down the border and drill, baby, drill.
But America
this was
number
said
one,
jokingly, and it was very obvious in jest to anybody with a room temperature IQ.
Says, you're not going to be a dictator, are you? I said, no, other than day one. We're closing the border. And we're drilling. After that, I'm not a dictator.
So that sounds to me like you're going back to the policies when you were.
This is just a political ploy. Trump is a dictator. He wants to be a dictator. You're not going to be a dictator, are you? Tell me. I said, I'm going to be a dictator for one day.
It's one day.
We're going to do two things. The border, we're going to make it so tight you can't get in unless you come in legally. And the other is energy. We're going to drill, baby, drill. After that, I'm not going to be a dictator. So I said, I'm going to be a dictator for one day. They cut it. They go, I'm going to be a dictator. But they cut the rest of the sentence. No. I am not going to be a dictator. I'm going to manage like we did.
25, Harris claims that Trump told Putin, quote, you can do whatever you want and you can go into Ukraine, end quote. This is simply not true. There is no evidence to support this wild-ass cockamamie claim, none whatsoever. Line number 26, Harris claims that Trump and Kim Jong-un exchanged, quote, love letters. This one is just kind of elementary and a little...
You know what's funny, though? We can go on a debunking rampage. I kind of want to go on a debunking rampage because Trump shooter CIA asset, dog. We can low-key go all day. But you know what? I do want to touch on something because we are about to watch something from Tim Walz. So before we watch Tim Walz,
if he would have went to Iraq, he'd still be hiding under his desk over there. Anybody else, it's stolen valor is really what it is. I don't know of anybody else that's done what he's done. If he would have went to Iraq, he'd still be hiding under his desk over there. Because that's just, just the cowardice that I seen portrayed with him. He abandoned us, what the hell kind of leader does?
He said, I looked at him and I was like, I could see the bitch in your eyes. Like, man. He's like, I can tell there's a bitch in your blood. Like, whoa.
Bitch boy.
What was that? He just,
like,
as soon as the shots were fired in Iraq, he turned and ran the other way and hung his hat up and quit.
Barron says Walz's misleading statements about his military service first led him to come forward in the fall of 2018.
I didn't say this. He said
So you try to get this message out, but Minnesota's largest
Let's get it to
newspaper
600
checks
likes,
it
y'all.
out,
600
says
likes.
it's 100% true, but yet refuses to print.
Double tap that screen or you hit the three buttons in the upper right-hand corner.
Back in 2005, a warning order went out to the 1st Battalion, 125th Field Artillery to mobilize for a mission to Iraq. At the time, Walz served as the unit's highest non-commissioned officer, but months later, Walz would retire from the Guard.
Shout out Tim, $5.
Get that one from quick. 10,000 marched last time. Chances of civil war this time? I hope not. Well, it all depends.
10,000 march for what? What's he referring to?
What did he say? Marched? 10,000 marched, right?
For what? For what cause? What's he referring to?
Are you referring to January 6th? What are you referring to? I am a bit confused on that one. You lost me, my friend Tim. You lost me. Which one?
In 2020 when Trump lost?
Wait, was it 10,000 that marched down? I thought maybe. You know what?
If that's what you're referring to, man,
we got a video for you. Don't
Run
worry.
for Congress. Tom Behrens was next in line for the
It
position
does
and
stand
was
to reason
asked to
that there'll
take
be
his
a lot of
place.
outrage if he doesn't win this time.
For Pete's sake,
I
this
get what you're
guy
saying
quit.
there.
Yeah.
If I say I'm not going to do it, what the hell kind of leadership is that?
Behrens would go on to serve in Iraq on a nearly 2-year deployment as a command sergeant major. All while Walz began using that title as a congressman. Behrens says he first...
Yes. Walz stole another U.S. serviceman's title. Stole his honor. Stolen valor. Stole his bravery,
Bro,
really.
All you had to do was just go through the school. He'd been good.
Like, it's not that he didn't serve. It's like he literally lied about his position that he had. I'm going to scroll that back for y'all.
Congress. Tom Behrens was next in line for the position and was asked to take his place.
I was like, well, for Pete's sake, this guy quit. And if I say I'm not going to do it, what the hell kind of leadership is that?
Behrens would go on to serve in Iraq on a nearly 2-year deployment as a command sergeant major. All while Walz began using that title as a congressman. Behrens says he first contacted Walz with his concerns, sending these letters to Washington. They all went unanswered.
He bragged that he was a command sergeant, retired command sergeant major. I'm the highest ranking person ever in the House, and all this lie that he was telling. The state of Minnesota came out after 2018, after this was exposed, and they said, well, he can say that he served as a command sergeant major, but he can't say he's a retired one because he's not.
And that's what he was saying. So how about when he also comes out and he calls you guys 19-year-old cooks?
Damn.
I'd take any 19-year-old cook before I'd go to war with him. I don't know how he could even utter such a statement. It's just...
Yeah, that's Walz. Tampon Timmy. All right, well, let's hear from Tampon Timmy himself.
Representatives has Democrats having the gavels, so let's send Carl Malinga to the Congress. Make sure we get this done. And again, the privilege, I had the chance to...
Yeah, make sure to follow us on Rumble. Yep, Sankey Media on Rumble as well. And make sure to double tap that screen, 3 dots in the corner, and get you a shirt, man. Trump, truth.
Serve with your incredible senator. Debbie Stabenow is the epitome of what a public servant looks like. Thank you, Senator Stabenow. And once again, she needs more company. You need to send and have Senator Slotkin as be our next senator. Make sure that gets done. And this is one I know you all know it, but I'm bringing this from the rest of the country that knows it too. You have got a hell of a governor in Gretchen Whitmer, so you know. And to the folks here at Macomb County Community College, thank you for building the future and the skills necessary to move folks into the middle class. We're grateful you hosted. Before we get started, I just wanted to say, I know you're all thinking about it too. Our heart's going out to those communities across the Southeast that have been devastated by Helene and then Milton. Vice President Harris, President Biden, watching developments closely, working with states, local governments, and the governors. She'll stand with the people of the region every step of the way.
I don't know. I'm still sus over that whole, FEMA SSP is like, y'all killing me. Y'all killing me right now. Like, that was signed under Biden, which means that Harris also had a look at it. And that pretty much means that, Biden and Harris pretty much signed in for emergency funds for Americans to be sent over to immigrants to support them. And if you guys want the proof, we can bring it up, but it'd be better if you just look up FEMA SSP.
Until this recovery and rebuilding is done from these storms, because that's what Americans do at a time of crisis. So thank you. All right. You might know I'm from Minnesota, but I say this with a pure and true heart on this. How great is it to see the Tigers playing baseball in October? So it's a Central. It's a Central, but look, just one more reason Detroit's a great city, so that's what we know. So. All right, but here's the deal. From the Iron Range to Motor City, our states are united by the spirit of creation. The dignity and pride of working people stretches across this country, and that's exactly what I'm here to talk about today. Kamala Harris and I have a plan to build American industrial strength, powered by American workers. And I promise you this, when Vice President Harris and I are elected, we'll have your backs, just like you've had our backs every step of the way.
Realistically, they're probably paid by their employer to be there.
This is a defining arc of the America's economic story. People came here to Michigan from across the nation and across the world for a shot at a better future for their families. And in the process, they built the engine that built this country. Vice President Harris understands that. She grew up in a middle-class family, understands that manufacturing jobs are a ticket to the middle class, and they don't require a higher degree many times, and they don't require student debt. Under her leadership, we're winning the race to make sure everything made in America. Kamala Harris has helped spur this resurgence of American manufacturing, especially here in Michigan. As Vice President, she invested in working people. And today, there are more factories getting built, more auto and construction jobs, and more American energy being produced than any day when Donald Trump was president. She's proud to be part of the most pro-labor administration in American history, unafraid to walk picket lines and demanding better pay and better working conditions. She walked those lines with UAW workers. And she fought side by side to save those pensions for over 1 million union members. Because you see it and you know she knows it. She understands that unions and working people are the backbone of this country. As governor of Minnesota, I had the privilege of signing one of the biggest packages of pro-worker policies in history into law. And now Minnesota is one of the best states for workers in the country. That's our vision for every state across the country. Now look, Donald Trump and J.D. Vance, they got a little different view of things. Just yesterday, Donald Trump was in Detroit, and he said, our whole country will end up being Detroit. You're going to have a mess on your hands.
He's talking about the loss of industry jobs. Look, he's talking about the loss of wealth, companies leaving Detroit. The auto industry used to boom in Detroit. Yeah, Chrysler, GMC, used to boom in Detroit. That's what they were known for. But I mean, if you look at Detroit in the past 20, 30 years, they've been a shell of themselves due to the loss of the auto industry. It's lost jobs. It's lost the people. A lot of people have left in a mass exodus of Detroit. And I know the situation pretty well. I know some people from Detroit, from Ohio, neighbors with Michigan. Like, that's what he meant when he said that. Like, if we don't do something about it, a lot of these cities, these mid-major cities that resemble Detroit, are going to start looking like Detroit.
I know you don't. That's not unexpected for him. That's exactly what he's going to do, tear down America. But if the guy would have ever spent any time in the Midwest, like all of us know, we'd know Detroit's experiencing American comeback and renaissance. Look, I'm a Twins fan, and you whipped our ass. We know where this is. Detroit's there, so we know. City's growing, crime's down, factories are opening up. But those guys, all they know about manufacturing is manufacturing bullshit every time they show up. Every time they show up.
Everybody cussing now?
Look, this guy has spent his
Trump saying
life,
shit,
has
Wall
spent his
saying
life
bullshit.
talking a big game. But he has been an absolute disaster for working people. One of the biggest losers of manufacturing jobs of any American president in history. Under Donald Trump, we saw 280,000 Michigan jobs gone. 30,000 of those manufacturing jobs gone. Nearly 9,000 auto industry jobs gone. Trump's presidency was an endless string of broken promises. He actually came here to Warren when he first ran, and he promised you, under a Trump presidency, you won't lose a single plant. Technically, it wasn't a lie because he lost 6 of them, not one. So, as they fact checked me, I got it right. They lost 6 of them. Look, he lost the GM transmission plant down the road. I'm not telling you anything you don't already know. He promised to fight for union workers, repeatedly turned his back on them. He even encouraged automakers to move manufacturing out of Michigan and go to anti-union states so they could pay their workers less. There's the reason that the UAW members endorsed Kamala Harris, and your president and many of your members called him exactly what he was, a scab. All right.
And I got a quick little video to play for y'all because shout out Vance, man. Vance pulled up to the New York Times and did a quick little interview, and a little clip went viral, actually. Let's get into
2020 election. In the debate, you were asked to clarify if you believe Trump lost the 2020 election. Do you believe he lost the 2020 election?
I think that Donald Trump and I have both raised a number of issues with the 2020 election, but we're focused on the future. I think there's an obsession here with focusing on 2020. I'm much more worried about what happened after 2020, which is a wide open border, groceries that are unaffordable. And look,
Senator, yes or no? Okay. Did Donald Trump lose the 2020 election?
Let me ask you a question. Is it okay that big technology companies censored the Hunter Biden laptop story, which independent analysis have said it cost Donald Trump millions of votes?
Senator Vance, I'm going to ask you again. Did Donald Trump lose the 2020 election?
Did big technology companies censor a story that independent studies have suggested would have cost Trump millions of votes?
Senator
I think that's the question.
Vance, I'm going to ask you again. Did Donald Trump lose the 2020
And I've answered
election?
your question with another question. You answer my question and I'll answer yours.
I have asked this question repeatedly. It is something that is very important for the American people to know. There is no proof, legal or otherwise, that Donald Trump
This is such a
did
disingenuous
not
question
lose.
because what's the purpose of asking me? Clearly he lost, right? He wasn't president in 2020 to 2024. So you want me to say something that goes against the decision made almost so you can paint me as some liar, conspiracy theorist, or it's like, what's the purpose of really asking this question? It's a pointless question.
Nah, it's like, and the reason like he's not answering because he's like, no, he kind of answered the question in a way. He's like, yeah, well, wasn't there a case for election fraud? Was there not? Like, did Mark Zuckerberg not come out and just say, yeah, I did hide the Hunter Biden laptop story? Yeah, Russia, like, bro, they said that Russiagate came from the CIA, but it really didn't. It was actually the Hunter Biden story that did. So Like, what are we saying here? Can we also admit that that's real as well?
And he's damned if he do, damned if he doesn't answer, because if he says yes, he won the election, it's like, okay, well then tell his supporters to stop saying it was rigged. Tell his supporters to stop saying it was rigged. And if he goes, well, no, actually there was fraud, there was collusion, and they're just gonna call him a conspiracy theorist. So either answer he gives on that is low key a damned if he does, damned if he doesn't kind of thing.
And don't worry, we're gonna have a video to get into it.
We're fully disingenuous question.
Legal or otherwise.
It's not about
Donald
the answer.
Trump did not lose the 2020 election.
You're repeating a slogan rather than engaging with what I'm saying, which is that when our own technology firms engage in industrial scale censorship, by the way, backed up by the federal government, in a way that independent studies suggest affect the votes, I'm worried about Americans who feel like there were problems in 2020. I'm not worried about this.
Yeah, literally pretty much trying to get him in a gotcha
case
moment.
Went this way. I'm talking about something very discreet. A problem of censorship in this country that I do think affected things in 2020, and more importantly, that led to Kamala Harris's governance, which has screwed this country up in a big way.
Yeah,
Senator, would you have certified the election in 2020? Yes or no?
I've said that I would have voted against certification because of the concern that I just raised. I think that when you have technology companies...
The answer is no.
When you have technology companies censoring Americans at a mass scale in a way
He's
that,
trying
again,
to pin him to a yes or no, a black or white.
The vote, I think that it's right to protest against that, to criticize that. And
yeah, I'd have hit her with the look, man. There was a lot of evidence. I'm gonna be real with you. I wouldn't have. I'd have low-key put it to a contest. I'd have been like, I'd have put it to a contest, and then we'd have see if he'd have won that way. But if he's seen no election fraud in his eyes, he'd have been like, okay, well, go ahead. Let it happen.
Yeah, she's trying to pin him to a yes or no, keeping it black or white when it's obviously a nuanced situation. I mean, and like I said, it's like, well, who had the presidency? Biden, right? So what are you even asking me for? You want me to say no? So his supporters, our supporters, we're almost disavowing their beliefs. We're almost discrediting the general consensus that there was some collusion, there was some fraud. We went over the videos, we've went over some evidence right here on our channel. So you want me to discredit that, disavow that? But if I say yes, then I'm a conspiracy theorist. Oh, you're so crazy. Like, oh, this is why his base always says the things that they do is because you guys say it. So he can't win with either answer.
And it's like, bro, if we say yes, you won't even give us time to explain it. We're already hashtag conspiracy theorists. And I'm like, all right, can I show you my evidence? Nope.
Censoring Americans at a mass scale in a way that, again, independent studies have suggested affect the vote. I think that it's right to protest against that, to criticize that, and that's a totally reasonable thing.
So the answer is no. And the last question, will you support the election results this time and commit to a peaceful transfer of power?
Well, first of all, of course we commit to a peaceful transfer of power. We are going to have a peaceful transfer of power. I, of course, believe that peaceful transfer of power is going to make Donald Trump the next president of the United States. But if there are problems...
Shout out Choice Words, $2. Trump died 60 minutes. Thoughts?
Hold on. Kamala dodged Fox. Thoughts?
Well, you know what's funny about that is he's actually done a 60 Minutes interview and he was grossly taken out of context.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't sign up for another one my damn self.
That's what I'm saying. It's like, well, why would I? And did he dodge it? Come on, if he already did it.
Grossly taken out of context.
Has Kamala come on the Daily Mail? What's your thoughts on that? Has Kamala come on Fox News? Thoughts on that? Like, has she came on any adversarial interview? No. So... come on now. Like, Trump has been on what? Face the Nation, all that good stuff. CBS, everything. He done did friendly interviews, adversarial interviews. What else? Well, where's that standard for Kamala? Please.
I appreciate your super chat.
On God, I do appreciate it.
Live, so we appreciate the honor.
Yeah.
And as always, we appreciate the pushback. But yeah, that's the answer to that.
I just want to know if you have the same type of standard for her.
Of course. In the same way that Democrats protested in 2004 and Donald Trump raised issues in 2020, we're going to make sure that this election counts, that every legal ballot is counted. We've filed...
Boy, if Trump is ducking... Bro, if Trump is running, then Kamala is sprinting her life away then.
Almost 100 lawsuits at the RNC to try to ensure that every legal ballot has counted. I think you would maybe criticize that. We see that as an important effort to ensure election integrity, but certainly we're going to respect the results in 2024, and I feel very confident they're going to make Donald Trump the next president.
In the debate,
I doubted that. He probably didn't agree to do it. That's probably just left-wing propaganda to trying to paint Trump as this, oh, he's scared, he's ducking smoke. I'm like, nah.
Yeah, Trump isn't the type to say he's going to do something and then not do it, because he knows how the media will flip that on him. Like, oh, he said he'd do it. Look how he didn't show up. He's a liar. He's a fraud. That's all he does is lie.
All right.
And again, he's done 60 Minutes multiple times before.
So instead of the word interference, I'm going to use the word tomatoes just for fun, and you'll understand what I mean here. Because RFK said a lot of amazing things on the Tucker Carlson interview he just did, but one big thing that he said out loud that no one's been saying out loud yet is that the CIA actively did election tomatoes in the 2020 election, and we all know it, and it's well proven, and it's not controversial, but no one wants to admit it or talk about it. And I'm just going to throw some shots across the bow right now at the start of this video, that any platform that censors this video is actively engaging in election tomatoes, again, by censoring not only free speech, but true free speech that is being critical of their handlers in the agency.
And Democrats can't even hear this story because it touches so many sort of culture war buttons, but it's a true story. That Hunter Biden's laptop suddenly became an issue about a week before the debate. And Anthony Blinken, who is now the Secretary of State, and who was then the director of President Biden's campaign, went to Gina Haspel, who is the head of this director of the CIA, and said to her, we need help with this. She then got 51 CIA, current and former CIA officers.
Remember this whole headline? Everything he just said is true, and I'm about to show you the original sources, the actual documents. This is just basic facts. More than 50 former senior intelligence officials, it was 51 to be exact, signed this letter outlining their belief that recent disclosed emails about the laptop has all the classic earmarks of a Russian information operation. This is the actual letter, which no one decided to actually read because they lay out their allegations and then they say, quote, we want to emphasize that we do not know if the emails provided to the New York Post by President Trump's personal attorney Giuliani are genuine or not, and that we do not have evidence of Russian involvement. Just that our experience makes us deeply suspicious that the Russian government played a significant role in this case. So literally nothing. They're just making up claims to do what exactly? I mean, it's not like the CIA has been doing election tomatoes all across the world ever since it was first founded. Look it up. They do it with bags of cash. They do it with coups. They do it with assassinations, all sorts of things. In this case, they do it with information. And all 51 of these dudes signed this letter. And at the bottom, it tells you who they are. This is all of their names in the order in which they appear. And you only need to look up the first two to realize, Jim Clapper, former director of national intelligence? Yeah, he perjured himself when he lied to us about the NSA spying operations. Oh, and Michael Hayden? Yeah, he set up those NSA spying operations, lied to us about them, and then he also lied to us about the torture programs at places like Guantanamo Bay. Oh, and by the way, Gina Haspel, the CIA director that RFK was referencing at the start, the one that got this all moving, yeah, she was actually involved in those illegal torture programs, and then she helped cover it up by destroying like a whole bunch of tapes of those programs at a black site.
Sounds like Hillary.
The list of top intelligence officials are literally professional deep state liars. And we know that, factually. I mean, if you knew history, you would know that before you even knew that, because the job of the CIA is to lie to you. Think about it. You don't need a covert intelligence agency to do things that you're allowed to do in the open. Then you would just do it with the normal government. And this letter was originally provided to Politico by former top aide under CIA Director John Brennan, Nick Shapiro. Nick Shapiro is an expert in crisis management for the CIA. Like the kind of crisis where the guy you want to get into office suddenly has this big scandal coming out and you need to discredit it. That kind of crisis. Don't worry about the fact that the CIA is expressly forbidden from interfacing with anything on American soil, and definitely with anything to do with elections. Definitely no election tomatoes here in America, just protecting us from disinformation. And not just the kind of disinformation that is wildly embarrassing, and not just the kind of disinformation that implies straight up pedophilic interest in his child niece. There's pretty much only one reason why a dude duplicates the same photo of his child niece in her bathing suit over and over and over again all throughout his camera roll. Does it with pictures of her friends too. Has like whole photo shoots. It's super messed up. But obviously, it was done to him and his siblings in their childhood, too. Whole other rabbit hole. These things happen in cycles. But it also had evidence of all sorts of much more governmental level corruption that you can find in reports like the court testimony of Jason Galanis, Hunter Biden's third business partner, the one that would not play ball. And so they tried to lock him up and keep him out of the courtroom so that he could not tell the true story of what Hunter Biden had been up to, where he clearly alleges that he has multiple instances of knowing without any doubt that Mr. Joe Biden was very much aware of Hunter's business deals and was very much influence peddling on behalf of Hunter. This is in reference to China, but we all know it was in reference to Ukraine too, where conveniently a little warsy-doozy happened. But anyways, the letter was enough for Biden to call it misinformation on the debate stage and brush it aside, for the mainstream media to run cover in every single publication, just fucking propaganda. Despite us now having House Oversight Committee documents clearly detailing the forensic analysis of the actual accounts, bank accounts, money transferring in and out of Biden family bank accounts. But somehow people still want to bury their head in the sand because they've been programmed to be so angry about this orange guy that they can't even face up to the fact that maybe there's more going on here. Like, oh, you could never believe that the president of the United States would do something like that? He would never be corrupt like that? First of all, not even up to him. It's the CIA doing these things, and we all know how they do. And second of all, I've got news for you. Mr. Bill Clinton, the president of the United States, pause, think about it. He was inviting Jeffrey to the White House like 17 times. He was engaging in the services that Epstein provided all throughout his presidency. And they just invited him to speak at the DNC. As if you don't have a memory. As if you don't know who he really is. This isn't like, oh, he likes chocolate ice cream on the side and that's silly. This is like,
well,
hello? What Bill was actually up to makes the Monica Lewinsky scandal seem like a typo. And what the CIA is actually up to is everything they accuse Orange Man Bad of doing. And don't get me wrong, I don't have any great love for Orange Man. I just abhor intelligence agencies meddling in our shit and then pretending like they're protecting us. So, props to RFK for speaking the truth finally, even at great personal risk. Props to anyone who's thinking for themselves. Props to Tucker for hosting great conversations. You don't need to agree with people these days on every topic in order to realize that some people are here for truth and honesty and righteousness and just whatever's real, and other people are straight up fucking lying. At this point, it's not about lefts and rights. It's not about reds and blues. It's about the liars, the corrupt, the evil, and those who have real opinions and honesty and integrity and are going to have respectful.
Yeah, it's going to have respectful discourse, actually try to look up what we're saying. We look at what y'all saying, but I don't think y'all look at what we're saying.
And it's up to us to decipher through the real from the fake, because they're just going to keep telling us what they want to tell us. Clearly, it doesn't matter how many times things get debunked, how many times things get disproved. They're going to keep telling us because they know most of us, I'll be honest, they know most of us aren't critical thinkers. They know most of us are silly. They know most of us are hive-minded and we'll just go along with whatever our neighbor, our family member, or the next person is saying, and we won't fact-check shit for ourselves.
Like, bro, y'all expect the next man to do the research for you, or you low-key just expect CNN to tell you the truth.
And then to that point said they admonish channels like ours when we do the research, but it doesn't match up with their self-confirming bias.
Yeah. But hey, that's just y'all.
This is the way of the game. That's the way of the game.
Because someday there's some KAMALA supporters who come to this channel that actually have an open mind, who actually be like, all right, I am trying to be like persuade you.
Damn, I didn't know that. I didn't know that. Like, they super chat in, they go back and forth with us a little bit. We share something, they share something, and both sides leave enlightened.
We all get it. Americans worry about it. He promised you he would stop the offshoring of jobs, but he cut taxes for corporations that during his presidency shipped 200,000 jobs overseas. He awarded $425 billion in federal contracts to companies that were offshoring those jobs. So some of you, this is spinning right now, you're thinking. So he gave your tax dollars
what he says never adds up,
who
though.
Sent your jobs abroad. That's Donald Trump. As a result of his trade wars, his disastrous mismanagement of COVID, at the end of his presidency, he had wiped out more than half of the manufacturing jobs that had been created in the decade before he came in. He was asleep at the wheel while China seized the advantage. And now he says we should just let China dominate the auto industry. But it's no surprise, Trump's all talk when it comes to being tough on China. Some of you heard this. We just found out his Trump-branded Bibles. Yeah, they're printed in China. This dude even outsourced God to China. So just so we know.
All right, dog.
Bro, you're pro-China.
Again, I'm going to try and be generous here.
It's like the pot calling the kettle.
I don't blame him. He didn't notice the Made in China sticker because they put it inside a place he's never looked in the Bible. So.
And you're just some devout Christian. Bro, you put tampons in bathrooms. Get the hell out of here. Now, I won't stand for you saying that. I don't like putting down anybody's religious beliefs. So for him to joke on where Trump stands with his relationship with God, meanwhile you over here, bro, ending conversion therapy in your state.
Man,
isn't that kind of like against religion?
Yeah, actually, conversion therapy is usually religion based, so it is going against religion completely.
You put tampons in kids' bathrooms. You said the riots that happened in your city were a beautiful display of our rights
until they closed in on your home.
I just don't get it, bro. Like, if anything, where's the virtue in anything that you've enacted? And you want to hop on Trump for his relationship with God? I can't have that.
While Trump was abandoning American manufacturers, Vice President Harris was there overseeing the creation of over 400,000 jobs right here in Michigan.
Let's just talk policies, guys.
He could have kept that one.
20,000 manufacturing jobs and more than 250,000 new auto jobs
I don't like when
across
anybody's
this
like,
country.
oh, he's not a good Muslim. He's not a good Christian. Like, bro, you don't know what that man does behind
20 have
closed
been
doors.
opened under Kamala Harris's leadership. Now, look. We all talk about this, and I get it. Some of those plants are going to produce electric vehicles. And I know there's some folks a little skeptical. Look, I'm a car guy. You get a little skeptical about this, it's the future. But here's my take on so many of these things. It should just be your choice. We need to make those choices affordable and available
I got the point. Try to make a joke.
Nobody's mandating anything to you. If you want to drive like I
the
do,
knuckleball failed.
International
He
Harvester
whiffed.
Scout that is sweet as hell,
He swung and whiffed.
I'm just telling you that. Knock yourself out and drive it. But look, this is about the future of the auto industry. She wants to make sure that it's not just EVs are made in China, but they're made here in the United States by United Auto Workers and let people buy them.
But it was still a mandate. What are you talking about?
Look, we got to make EVs. We got to make internal combustion. We got to make hybrids along with the batteries and chips so the auto industry stays competitive and can keep the jobs right here in Michigan.
Hold on. But aren't y'all the same party that's against tariffs? So if we do switch to EVs and we don't put tariffs on these Chinese-made EVs, then I'm gonna be real with you. Most of us are gonna be driving Chinese EVs. And I'm gonna tell you why, because China can make them cheap.
Oh, I was just about to say, bro, when your EV costs $15K,
15, 16, boy, but that American-made one costs like 25, 30. Man, bro.
Because I'll be honest, Teslas ain't wildly expensive, but they're in that 30, 40 range.
Yeah, but if you can get that for half the price.
You telling me China come over here with a Toyota fully electric and it's 20?
We're not BSing you. Look it up, bro. Look how much China can make an electric vehicle for. It will blow your mind. Then you're going to see why we would have to put, tariffs on their product to raise their product's price. So people just aren't choosing because it's cheaper, but because of the quality of both products.
We're not talking about hybrids. We're talking about fully electric, bro.
Yeah, fully electrics.
That's exactly what the administration did by encouraging GM to reinvest in the Lansing Grand River plant. Vice President Harris cast the deciding vote on that piece of legislation. It made sure that $500 million investment in Michigan would happen. One of those, that plant itself, saved 650 jobs and created 50 new ones by that investment. Those are good UAW jobs. But Donald Trump and J.D. Vance can't be satisfied with that. J.D. Vance said if he and Trump were elected, they would maybe cancel those grants, shutting that plant down.
Come on.
And he said not to worry about it. He said,
I think the reason why I seen somebody in the comment point out like EVs are still haven't really had like mass adoption. Well, they kind of have. It's just over here in America, we live in like a capitalistic society, and we're kind of ruled and dominated by brands. So Tesla's the hottest thing going, right? So if you're gonna get an EV, you're gonna get a Tesla. So that's why Ford, that's why any of these other companies can't really sell EVs over here that well, because they're competing with they're the Nike of EVs.
Yeah.
You got to think about how, what's it called? Consumer. What's the word? Like,
well, I say consumer logic works, how consumer value works. Like, think about it. You're gonna go for cheapness over quality. Like I said, the EV from China could be less quality, but you're gonna buy it because it has a cheaper price.
And we got brand loyalty like a mug over here, so that's just kind of what it is. Like, people spend that extra 10 to get a Tesla versus going and getting a EV Ford. And nobody want no EV Ford.
Make sure you get that one. Super chat from real quick.
Hey, shout out Zach Shores, $5, and it's his first super chat on the live. We appreciate that, man. What is the point in continuing division? Not a dimmer rep, but I don't see why y'all are feeding into all the BS. What do you mean, dog? I think you misunderstand, and you might be misunderstanding our approach or our message and the conversation we intend to have. It's not to divide. It's really to host conversation. It's to share facts, share perspective.
And I'd have to ask you, what do you mean by, like, well, what BS are you talking about? I'd have to ask you.
What specific?
Like, are you one of the people who feel like, oh, voting is useless, it don't matter? Or, like, I kind of want to know what BS. But appreciate the support, man.
Because those jobs are just table scraps over there, table scraps. Tell that to 650 families who feed their families with those table scrap jobs. That's how this works. Look, we got to talk to our neighbors. These guys couldn't give a damn about Michigan workers. They care about their billionaire friends like Elon Musk. Now, look, this is the guy. This is the guy. Remember they caught him on tape, Elon Musk and Donald Trump talking? They were laughing about the idea of firing striking workers. You go in there and fire them before they can go on strike. Meanwhile, Musk is building his new auto plant. Not in Michigan, in Mexico. Going to build it in Mexico. And he rolled out, going to get his parts, red carpet, from China. So this is the guy that wants to be our economic czar for the country, the guy who wants to fire workers and bust unions, a guy who wants to take auto manufacturing to Mexico and source it with Chinese-made parts. You talk to your neighbors and friends and tell me if anybody in Michigan thinks that's a good idea, because it sure the hell isn't a good idea. Look,
yeah, that's what I meant. Consumerism.
But it's not enough. You go out and talk to them. You talk to folks. We'll tell them who.
Consumerism. Pretty much anybody over here, if you're going to get an EV, you're going to get a Tessie. That's what it is, Chad.
And, once again, not Trump, but Waltz is kind of false, because it's pretty much saying that he doesn't plan to make that gigafactory in Mexico until the president election. So he's waiting to the president election to see if they're going to raise that corporate tax and unrealized gains to go ahead and put that factory in Mexico. But if Trump's in office, he's going to go ahead and keep it here in the U.S.
Goddamn.
Yeah, he's waiting to the election to see what he want to do. Like a lot of these companies, like Amazon fired like most of their managerial and employees just off the fact that they think Kamala's going to win.
Damn.
Yeah, exactly. But watch, if Trump wins, watch Amazon have like, oh, hiring here, hiring there. I bet you.
Shit, maybe they know something we don't.
Who they are. Tell them who Donald Trump is. Tell them these policies. But we got to give them something to vote for. We got to tell them what we stand for and what we want to vote for. So here, let me tell you exactly what Vice President Harris and I will do. We're going to create an American forward strategy for manufacturing, one that builds on the historic investments, bipartisan infrastructure law, CHIPS Act, Science Act, Inflation Reduction Act, creating all kinds.
I wish some of y'all would really super chat in some of these disagreements, so because I'd be happy to go and engage with y'all, but I just hear it so many times. Like, if you think you're saying something new, you're not.
Kinds of new opportunities, ones that empowers American workers, revitalizes manufacturing communities, leads us into an industries of the future, and keep out innovating and out competing the rest of the world. We never fear the future. You build the future, and this gives us the opportunity to do it.
Hey, shoot, prove me wrong.
Industry's telling this, and President Harris will do it. We need to release the full potential of American industry, cut red tape so we can build more and build faster. We'll create new American-forward tax credits, ramp up investments to create more jobs in strategic industries that are essential to economic growth and national security. And these tax credits will reward companies that guarantee the workers' right to organize. Pretty frustrating to see your tax dollars go to companies that bust unions instead of giving them to that. We'll make sure they go to companies that encourage you to unionize and work together to grow America. And many in this room know, and I see this as a teacher and as a father of a young son, looking at it and encouraging him to get into the trades. Eliminating unnecessary degree requirements, increasing skill development for over 500,000 federal jobs. Because Kamala and I believe, like all of you do, is if you have the skills to do the job, you should damn sure be able to get.
Hey, that's right, Walt. Go ahead and tell these people in school that, you know what, you might as well just drop out. We're going to make having a degree basically useless. Like, but bro, what are you really telling them at the end of the day? I'm just like, bro, what? And shout out Choice Words, man. Going by that logic, why did Tesla lay off 10% of its workforce if he thought Trump was going to win back? It was going to win back in April when it was Trump versus Biden. That was probably up to his own doing. Like, you know, you can't really ask me, oh, well, why did Elon make every single business move? I mean,
well,
do
for an
you
economy
know?
that y'all say is doing so well, normally that move is initiated or caused by the want to save on overhead.
Yeah, that's also true. So, you know, bro, inflation's been growing up.
For a job market that y'all say is soaring, if Elon had to do that, there was obviously a reason that
And where was that? Was that in California?
Inspired that decision.
Wait, was that?
I think that's he's in Austin.
Yeah, he's in Austin now. So which plant are you talking about? The one he shut down in California and moved to Austin? Like, you gotta have the Pacifics here. But I appreciate you. Shoot, you don't even gotta really super chat it in, bro. We'll just catch you in the comments.
Yeah, I think that move was motivated by trying to keep some overhead down. Normally, that's what that move is made to do. When people cut on the labor staff or they cut percentage of their workforce, they're trying to save on cost. And Elon did the same thing when he came into Twitter. There was a lot of people who were literally just there, just had a title and weren't really doing any work.
He laid off hella Twitter, bro. Didn't he laid off like 90% of Twitter?
That's what that man does. So I'm not sure if that's the best example to use is Elon-led company. But he's known to cut his workforce.
Like, we can't really say that Elon's decision was based off political stuff. Like, come on now.
The job, whether you have a degree or not.
Unless he said it.
So look, setting a goal of doubling the number of apprenticeships and other training opportunities that lead straight into good-paying union jobs by the end of the first term is the goal to get done. As President, Kamala Harris has said, and she will, and we will be there, and you will be there when she signs the PRO Act, making it easier to form a union. We'll have the back of UAW and the Stellantis workers when promises made are not being kept. We'll reform tax laws to make it easier for businesses to let workers share in company success. And we will never let other countries like China undermine those investments with unfair trade practices. Look, that includes supporting American-made products and steering all the federal context, your tax dollars, toward firms that commit to producing here at home, hiring union labor, hiring American workers. So there it is. That's our plan. If they ask you, what are you going to do and what are they going to do? And there's a track record of Vice President Harris and myself of not just talking about it, but making it happen. And what happens then is the middle class rises. People start to not just get by, they thrive. That's the goal. But I want to be clear. I've also at times said Donald Trump doesn't have a plan, a concept of a plan at times.
Appreciate you.
But that wasn't exactly correct. He does have a plan. It's called Project 2025. Just go Google this and find the stuff that's in there. And,
bro,
and
come
I
on.
kid you not, there's things in there about private.
And you know what's so disingenuous? He says go Google it, knowing that you won't go Google it. Like, ain't that the funniest thing? Like, he says go Google it, but knowing damn well you ain't gonna Google it because you would find out that they're lying about what's in Project 2025. You would find out that, well, Biden's name is just as, like, bro.
Oh my God.
Biden's name's 375 times written in Project 2025. Trump, Just 312.
That's so true, though. He literally, you right, bro. Half of y'all is not going to Google that. He confidently, boldly can say it because he knows more than half of y'all will not do it.
Like, man.
Bro.
Like, go do it. Like, oh, come on, please, go do it.
Like, nah, we'll just take your word for it.
Yeah, we'll just take your word that it says that, man. Like, come on.
Oh, my God.
It's like, please. Like, all right, why not? Well, why don't y'all, one of y'all super chat and we'll go ahead and do it. Until then, y'all can sit down for a little bit. We did it too many times.
For weather forecasting things at a time what you're experiencing. But look, it's worse than that. They pretend like, oh, we don't.
No. We got it. Don't worry.
We haven't heard of Project 2025. Senator Vance said he knows nothing about it, even though he wrote the foreword to the architect's book. I've never written a foreword to somebody's book, but I'm pretty sure I'd remember who it was if you did that. And these are the guys that wrote this. So look, I coached football for a lot of years. If you're going to take the time to draw up a playbook, you're damn sure going to run the plays. And that's what Project 2025 is. And I'm telling you, this thing is a damn nightmare. His Project 2025 would repeal the bipartisan infrastructure law, the Inflation Reduction Act. That would threaten hundreds of thousands of new manufacturing jobs, including those right here in Michigan. The ones that J.D. Vance said those 650 jobs were table scraps. Good paying union jobs, building America, and those are table scraps. He would establish, and every single economist said so, a national sales tax on everything from groceries to prescription drugs. And the estimate is it would cost each and every one of you $4,000. He says those tariffs that Trump will pay, or that China will pay, Trump's tariffs, you're going to pay them. That's the way it always works. That's exactly what he's trying to do. And there, again, you heard it, that idea of a plan or whatever. He absolutely tried his entire time in office to repeal the Affordable Care Act, the thing that protects hundreds of thousands of Americans to be able to get affordable health care. And he talked about a Ponzi scheme. This guy, of all the schemes he had, the one that he went after was Social Security and Medicare. Things that we pay.
And shout out Jasmine Lewis. Walls look like the general from Courage the Cowardly Dog. I'm done. Yo.
The general.
Bro, you Courage the Cowardly Dog. Remember the general with the white mustache?
Oh, I do remember him.
Always kicking people.
Oh, man.
That was
man.
Oh, that was
fucking
a banger.
Courage the Cowardly Dog. It's like a fever dream for me.
I'm glad. And shout out Jasmine. You've been pulling up for a minute. So, enjoy that moderator status. Appreciate you. Appreciate you, Jasmine.
Into. That's the greatest anti-poverty program ever been devised. We pay into it. And I keep saying this. Might not be a big deal for him if you're sitting in Mar-a-Lago and you have $1 billion that you're not paying tax on, but it's a damn big deal for my nearly 90-year-old mom. That's how she pays her bills. That's how the rest of us think about it. That's the choice that we're up against. So, folks, in this election,
your 90-year-old mom used to vote
a new generation of leadership
Trump.
with Kamala Harris.
No tax on Social Security.
A new way forward from the chaos and the nonsense and the ridiculousness of Donald Trump. And here's the thing. It's a privilege to do it. We've got 25 days to work together to make a difference for the next 40 years, to revitalize American manufacturing, to take our lead, to put the middle class at the center, not the billionaires, to ratchet down the name calling, and just honest to God, not having to listen to this guy again for the next 4 years. So, look, I'm talking to a group of folks who know how to work and know what a hard day's work look like. So I know we're asking a lot, but we got 25 days. This is all gas, no brakes, sleep when you're dead type of attitude. I've been saying that, and someone came up to me and said, man, you're taking this way too serious there, Governor. You look like hell, man.
Not going back.
On this. Well, I'll look like hell for 25 days if it means putting Kamala Harris in the White House, Americans at the forefront of this. So
All right, we do just want to give you some quick poll results before we go ahead and close things out. To let y'all know where everything stands in the election, poll-wise. Poll-wise, of course. So let's go ahead and bring this up. Shout out. Valuetainment.
He gave a very, very powerful speech opening up the event. Elon Musk was there.
All right, we're done.
Analytics. This is where we bring you the news and the numbers going into the very important U.S. presidential election. I'm Tom Ellsworth, the BizDoc.
I'm Amy Dangerfield.
And make sure to send any question, comments, jokes, just $1 and up. We'll go ahead and read it out, interact with it. After this, we'll be closing out. We appreciate y'all for tuning in. Let's go ahead and get this poll report done.
Go ahead and dive into our top story this week, brought to you by VTnews.ai. This is an amazing news source backed by a powerful artificial intelligence engine created by Valuetainment. It's our top source when it comes to the news, and it should be yours too. So rolling into that top story, Trump returns to the scene 3 months from where he was nearly assassinated in Butler, Pennsylvania. Now, this marks an extremely historic rally. J.D. Vance was there. Elon Musk was there representing Dark MAGA. He gave a very, very powerful speech opening up the event. And of course, Trump, with his usual flair, opens up the speech by signaling to the graphic from 3 months ago when he was nearly assassinated and stating, as I was saying. It was an absolutely historic rally, galvanized even more support behind him. And of course, we're going to have to wait to see, how this impacts the polls. But speaking of the polls, let's go ahead and roll into the national polls brought to you by Rasmussen Reports. Now, we can see here that as of the 3rd of October, Trump is actually up ahead by 7 points. Now, this is the highest lead that Trump has taken since July 23rd. This was, of course, before Kamala became the presumptive candidate for the Democratic Party. Back then, it was Biden. And so this is really signaling and marking Trump taking a significant lead. When we take a look at Kamala's result, she's been fluctuating between 45 to 50. So her results have been mostly stagnant, whereas we can see Trump has...
And shout out to Choice Words, man. Thoughts on Walls found liable of S.A. in the 90s.
I wasn't even aware of that shit.
Shoot, yeah, I wasn't aware of that. I did hear about the DUI, but there was something that did come up on Twitter where they're trying to say he did have some type of SA case. Was, I guess, it was some boy on his team. I mean, you know what? If I can find it on the quick side, I guess I could show
remained on the incline, maybe having a couple of setbacks here and there, but for the most part, he is on a strong upwards trajectory nationally.
The states that matter are the battleground states, and let's look at 3 that will matter very much. Last week we talked about Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia, that if those go Trump, it'll be a very early night.
That man's hilarious.
He
said, wait, that was Trump.
Weak.
What SA case? You talking about E. Jean Carroll?
I don't know about that one, man.
You talking about E. Jean Carroll?
The one that went through civil court where you don't really have to prove that he actually did it.
The same lady who said grape is sexy?
Yeah, that one. I don't know, man. I don't know if I could take that one.
That was slick, though. That was slick. I like how you pulled that off.
I like what you did there. I like what you did there. But I'm still going to look at that story on 10
That was funny. Yeah, what's up, Tori?
If they're called. So let's take a look at what the polls are saying in those key states. We have pulled a sample of polls that have come out. And if you take a look at Atlas Intel, September 20th to 25, 1,775 likely voters. That's a very large sample size, and it's showing +3. But if you look here, 2 of them are +1, Harris, and you have +3, +2. Our numbers that we're pulling together are showing 3.5 for Trump in Pennsylvania right now. And we find a lot of enthusiasm that is somewhat repressed. We're asking questions and getting enthusiasm results, such as what you saw in Butler, Pennsylvania, the size of the crowd, and also looking at the areas, looking at yard signs, looking at things. There is a lot of enthusiasm, but there's also a lot of voters that are concentrated in Philadelphia, which runs dark blue. Nonetheless, that's what Pennsylvania is looking like, and the rally is coming at a time where that 3 points that we see is moving toward 3.5, and who knows where it's going to go. There's 30 days to go, and a lot could happen, but Pennsylvania is looking increasingly like it's headed for Trump. So now let's go south to storm-ravaged North Carolina. And first, before you're talking about election, if you have the opportunity to do so and to contribute and to help with relief to North Carolina and North Georgia, where the people have been
allegations at anybody
inundated
at
with
this
floods
point,
and water, and now the recovery is in order. Please move your heart away from political arguments and move it toward the people of North Carolina, and do what you can through reputable national organizations. As we look at the polls here in North Carolina, Washington Post ran a poll, very interesting. The left-leaning Washington Post with 1,000.
Left-leaning Washington Post got Trump up 3 points. That's wild. That's what I'm saying. It's looking like a
not
blowout.
likely voters, and they came up.
It's the most like craziest polls that they're saying that, yeah, Trump is up in those polls. I'm like, bro, that's a liberal ass poll. I know. And he's up. Like they want to be biased, but they can't.
+3 Trump, and you look at the date, 25th to 29th. Insider Advantage and Quinnipiac. Quinnipiac, that had a very low ranking in terms of their accuracy in the 2020 polls, is showing +1. If there's any left lean in this Quinnipiac poll, that's probably Trump 3. North Carolina looks similar. However, will those voters in the storm-ravaged areas be able to vote? There was a lot of requests for mail-in ballots. Did they receive them? Can they get them back? So in a world where 20,000 votes can make a difference in the rural areas.
Shout out Colleen coming in for 5. She says, thanks, MAGA.
Hey, shout out Colleen. We appreciate you.
Not be able to vote, that could spell trouble. Right now, all things held constant, North Carolina, we have at 2 for Trump and gently rising week over week. Let's step back and take a quick look at some of the stories. We pulled these from X and VTnews.ai. Over the weekend, Kamala Harris's team, or herself, were tweeting about Lebanon at the very moment that the nation was looking to FEMA and asking questions about was FEMA being effective getting relief supplies into North Carolina and North Georgia. Nonetheless, the headlines came out and it wasn't what the campaign wanted to see. So not particularly good coverage and not particularly good leadership in the eyes of many, including the typically liberal press. So now we go a little bit further south to Georgia and +5 from Quinnipiac from the 25th to the 29th with 942 likely voters. We then go Insider Advantage over a slightly narrower margin with 800 likely voters, and it was showing it a tie. But if you take a look at this, it's a tie or one for Harris, with the other polls
Georgia,
coming
another
through
one of those
showing
swing states, y'all.
Trump not just 1 point, but these are decisive leads, especially when you consider that BSG and YouGov definitely have shown to have a slight left lean in their polling. So if that's the case, that means Georgia is looking.
I see people talking about valuetainment or PBD, and I'm just like, bro, they get their news from both sides.
Both sides in AI, they're like driven. So, and here's the thing,
and this
bro.
is just poll reporting. They're not really. They have no political alliance with this. They're just reporting the polls as is.
Like, and if you want to fact check and go look at Washington Post, and I'm pretty sure they'll tell you the same thing. Like, yeah, we don't want to say, but Trump's up.
Increasingly like a Trump state. Again, we're 4
chat
weeks
into
from
the
the
show.
election, and a lot can happen.
So now we take a look at the path to 270. And as we have just shown you, Trump is showing a very strong lead in many of these states that are needed for Kamala Harris. So with Trump, we can see that his clearest path to 270.
Yeah, and that's what they don't like. Yeah, he's getting Pennsylvania for sure, North Carolina, Georgia, near locks. It's like they're damn near saying like, bro, if he just gets this off the rip, is this 270 done?
Is, of course, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia. As we just showed you, he has galvanized a lot of support in those areas. He is up in the polls. And just with those 3 states alone, he is securing what he needs, 270 electoral votes in order to win the presidency. Now, when it comes to Harris, really her only path to 270 involves Wisconsin, which we see as a toss-up right now. It could be leaning a little bit Harris, but we see it nearly as a deadlock. And then we have Michigan, which, of course, is leaning Harris. So she has that in her favor. But
Michigan's
Arizona, that seems to be Republican territory, at least right now. We're going to be watching this state carefully as we progress closer towards the election. So with 268 total, she needs to win all of these, plus one of these other states over here, or sacrifice maybe Arizona.
So she's riding very thin right now. It's like you're telling me you gotta win Arizona, but it's leaning red though. Like that's wow.
And shout out JC says I'm guessing probably he means I'm guessing you guys that support Trump. I'm voting against him for J6. How do you guys feel about J6? Well, I mean, J6 is what it was. I feel like it was no different from the Summer of Love. Same type of riot. We covered J6. Man, should we pull up that video for him?
I mean, all right. You know what? We could pull up the video, or we could probably save time with the graph, maybe. let's see what we can say.
Oh yeah, that graph is kind of
crazy.
It's damning, really.
It's like
quite compelling when you look at it, when you examine it. So I'll read it aloud. So this is the BLM riots compared to the January 6th riots, and like I was saying, I feel like January 6th is only really akin to the Summer of Love, also known as the BLM riots. So January 6th is a one-off event, right? Whereas there was 500 plus BLM riots. These happened across all the mid-major cities across America, really. BLM riots lasted 7 months to January 6th, only lasting a few hours. There's 20 plus murders that summer of the Summer of Love, and there were 0 murders on the January 6th day. Hundreds of small businesses were destroyed, mom and pop shops that were kind of caught up in collateral damage as people just
looted,
went array all over the city. No small businesses were destroyed on that January 6th, though. Funny enough, 100 federal buildings were damaged. People were going into their local cities, government buildings, tearing shit up. That was happening here locally where we're at in Columbus. Whereas on J6, only 1 federal building was damaged. So the Summer of Love caused a total of $1 billion to $2 billion in damages versus January 6th only accounting in $1.5 million. 2,037 officers were assaulted that whole summer. It was sanctioned by the government, the media. Influencers were paying people's bails. 140 officers were injured that day. And
Chrissy Teigen.
And it was actually one of the most notable, Chrissy Teigen. And 140 officers were injured January 6th, and it was actually funny because officers were on camera saying they had been set up from brass. Were sent out without really knowing the full detail and were set up by their own brass. So protesters were bailed out, as I was saying, on during the Summer of Love. Influencers were telling them, yeah, go out, fight, we'll pay y'all's bail, don't worry about it. Whereas protesters were kept in solitary confinement and even put in federal prison for the J6 riots. BLM riots were encouraged by media and politicians, as I said, influencers, entertainers, actors, athletes, you name it, right? Whereas J6 was only encouraged by fringe political groups and agitators. So again, BLM riots were downplayed in the media and exaggerated by the media for J6. And again, BLM riots had national encouragement, whereas J6 had national outrage. So that's a little synopsis of that. So I feel like if you're mentioning January 6th, you kind of got to look at the Summer of Love, and they only can be compared, really.
Yep. Right now,
there's more comparison than there is contrast.
Right now, it's looking kind of tough for my guys because according to this map, yeah, bro, it's going to 281 Trump, 226 Harris. That's what I'm saying. We're not, bro.
It doesn't qualify as an insurrection. Hell no.
No, I do not.
There was no coup. There was no insurrection. It doesn't qualify.
Nope. Yeah, it can't qualify as an insurrection, bro. They didn't pull up with guns. There was no guns. Nobody was really out here really trying to overthrow the government.
They were in there telling the police, God bless you. We appreciate y'all doing your job.
I mean,
how does that happen in a coup?
Now, dog, hey, if you want to send a little, we can go ahead and play the video for you because we're on a little bit of a time crunch right now. But hey, appreciate the support though.
Appreciate that super chat.
Hopefully that was enough for you. Hopefully.
Their own towns. And so North Carolina and Georgia, we still see as leaning Trump. As Pennsylvania, with those 3, it would be 270, exactly what's needed to win. And our probability of that is actually higher, around 82%.
Why?
We've added 11 here for Arizona, making it 281. Now, many people are talking about, well, what about a national mandate? Well, I'll give you that. If Wisconsin and Nevada were to go, that's another 16, and that would be 297, nearly 300.
Damn.
And that's when you start talking about national mandates and probably carrying down ballot candidates with you. But for right now, what do we see? 270, 82%, 281 with Arizona, 80%, virtually unchanged from last week, but we're watching carefully.
Those aren't murders, my friend.
Yep, and this is why the Republican Party is, well, not the Republican Party, but the Democratic Party is in panic right now. They're like, bro, it's basically over. Now, yeah, I got you. I'll close one. Oh, you didn't want to read this first?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
All right, so this is the allegation pretty much coming from going around. This been going around, right?
This is Twitter conspiracy, but fuck it. Put on your tinfoil hat.
Yeah, just in case we're right. All right. Okay, Tim.
So
I guess now
hold on. This is in response to Tim Wall's post saying all Donald Trump and JD Vance know about manufacturing is how to manufacture bullshit. So this is somebody with, I guess, insight on Tim Walls. And go ahead, say it.
All right, he said, okay, Tim, I guess now would be a good time to drop my October surprise. You remember him, right? The reason you walked away from teaching, the kid who spent the night at your home, the one you went to the gay bar with, the reason the school board had a meeting about you. What do you think, Tim? Should I drop that now or should I wait another week or so? You know, the student you were having sex with, the male student you were having sex with, they didn't call you Touchdown Timmy because you were the football coach. Oh, wait, you lied about that also. You were the assistant coach. What to do? What do you think, Tim? You remember the Indigo Girls concert, right? The gay bar, spending the night, and of course the school board meeting? Think it is time, Tim. Touchdown Timmy, you were touchy, all right. Allegedly.
All right, now that is Twitter conspiracy, but isn't that tantalizing?
Yeah, and it's
satiating,
and it is spreading around. But hey, though, they do it to Trump, so imagine if we did it back. Let's
just entertain some conspiracy real quick and say that's all real. Isn't that kind of crazy?
Yeah.
But I always do say I hate those SA allegations, how those can be just so liberally applied. If they don't like
everybody.
you, they'll, yeah, bro, I ain't gonna lie.
I'm not even gonna do
about a man.
I'm not even gonna do Tim like that. I kind of doubt it.
Funny games aside, but yeah, I do hate that.
Yeah.
I do hate that. That's the worst thing you could do to a man is just throw an SA allegation at him. And it's believe all women. It's me too, right?
Yeah, I mean, I do bro like that. So hey.
But it is fun.
But if proven right, you heard it here at S.E.T and Key Media first. Man. All right, you want to go read off for the supporters real quick, big dog?
Yeah, so shout out to everybody who was able to tune in. If you were able to just like the video, whether you were able to super chat in, man, we appreciate everybody the same. But special shout out to the following, man, everybody who was able to super chat in, starting off with JC, man, we appreciate you. Colleen, choice words, man. The back and forth was fun. Jasmine Lewis, appreciate you chiming in again, girl. Zach Shores, appreciate you. Tim, definitely super chatted in a few times, man. We appreciate the support. King Wisen Oak, one of the members, man. Sarah Jean, good to see you again. Who else we got? Marco DeJurjevec, hopefully I didn't butcher your name, bro. Appreciate you chiming in from Canada. Brian Smith, what's up? PB Papa Bear, good to see you, bro. Kroger water bottle, best water out. Otis, thanks for super chatting in, man.
Spring water only.
Devin White, appreciate that, man. Ronnie Thomason, appreciate you chiming in. Cool Bean, good to have you back in here, man. Thanks for chiming in. LA Vikina, appreciate that. D Hodges, thanks for coming, bro. PB Keita D. Sorry I messed your name up, but happy to have you in here. Thanks for super chat. Fox Chase, always happy to have you, bro. Dark Side Link, good to have you in here again. Who else we got? Check-in report, thank you. Ronnie Eaton, thank you. Power Stroke Syndicate, good to have you back in here, bro. Always appreciate you. James Foley, you know what's up, bro. Noah Joyner, appreciate you, man. Appreciate your contribution. I'd seen your email as well. I'll make sure to check that out. Vincent Anderson, good to have you in here. My name Jiff, appreciate that. Nikki, thanks for the gifted sub. Penny Pinchers DIY, appreciate that. LA Thorn the Martian, appreciate you. Kitty Wat Wang, good to have you. Shout out from Thailand. Tenzin Gayapo, appreciate you. Golf with Maya, thank you. BTK, thank you. Lord of the Unfinished Product, I believe, appreciate you as well, man. And special thanks to Fox Chase being the first super chat of the show, man. Thank you to everybody who was able to view. Thank you to everybody who was able to like. But a special thanks to the super chatters, man. We appreciate everybody's support.
Man, appreciate y'all, man. You have a blessed night.
S.E.T Key Media signing out, man. Love y'all.
All right, man. You have a good one. Be safe.
Peace.
Humble as well. Don't